G'day, y'all, and welcome to Black Futures Month 2024, Rooted in Resilience. This is year 5, and I'm your host, Daniel Sneed, owner, operator, and founder of SUBSUME Studios here in Atlanta, Georgia. So thank everybody so much for their time and opportunity to look and build yet again together on how we can imagine the works and efforts of today, the legacies of our past, building a brilliant and sustainable Black future. And the idea of the works and efforts that we're doing today absolutely is the Black futures of our shared tomorrows. And is absolutely excited. There's so many great guests, connections, and collaborations ahead. Just wanting to really take a second to, again, thank everybody for being a part of a poignant but also intentional opportunity for us to look at the creative, the technical, and also the community outreach and opportunities, not only here in Atlanta, not here just in the US, but in this amazing diaspora of talent that exists through the Black experience. And so it's been a absolutely labor of love to build this particular program. And for those that know me and know that for myself and my hat, that we get a chance to travel to many spaces and places, working as a space of creative technology, trying to understand and leverage how technology sees us not only as Black people, but as the space of humanity and the opportunities for us as storytellers to make sure that our narratives and our cultures and what makes us us is absolutely a part of our identity, both physical, digital, and beyond. And to that, it's always our charge to try to find people who are working in a similar vein of support, whether that's as an artist, whether that's as a technologist, strategist, community, or nonprofit arm, or anyone that is looking to be included in the spaces that they may not see themselves represented. Of course, that's the literal definition of subsume, is to include something into something else. And so for us, we want people to be included just as they are in the spaces and places of their dreams. And so coming up, we've got a few things and some surprises that we'll note too. But I was thinking that first off, we want to talk about the large steps that we've taken here this year. And we'll have the end of our space, which is the state of subsume, so I won't spoil too much. But there's a lot of good things ahead for us. And I think the promise of the efforts that we've been working on with Subsume Media is it's a space for the entrepreneurial spirit for sure. The idea of making a way or find one, as our HBCU partner, Clark Atlanta University, boldly cites in space, so boldly cites in their spaces. We have definitely done that. And so let us go ahead and talk about a couple of partnerships that we've been able to leverage and bring into this year. First and foremost is our technology partnership with Dell and NVIDIA. We are working on building the world's first Afrofuture studio in downtown Atlanta, in historic underground Atlanta, in South Downtown. And so we are wanting to not only just leverage as practitioners of AI, but developers and innovators in that space. So being able to have the technology, being able to have the infrastructure, and also the agency to create, make sure again that we're able to build the things that see us, and also be able to pass that expertise on to others as educators is quite important. And I want to be thankful to Dell and to NVIDIA for including us in that space. And also the idea of representation in media also sits well with our space of influence, impact, and simply space of passion and interest. And with that, we are absolutely privileged to also welcome as a fellow presenting partner, Apple TV Plus. And just last night, we had several of our folks from Subsume in the greater Atlanta area come and get a first look, not only at our studio, but of a fantastic new program that we'll be able to highlight with some commercials, as well as, again, the note here towards the end of our keynote, being able to talk about the new series from Apple TV Plus, which is Snoopy Presents Welcome Home, Franklin. And so we're able to form this new partnership and also show our community this program and service. And we'll talk to the importance of representation, not only on the screen and not only in the comic strip, but behind those pages as well. So very excited to share and show that with you. But coming up here soon is going to be our first guest, which will be also with another partnership that we have, which is the AUC DSI, or the Atlanta University Center Data Science Initiative, where we'll be looking at Black history in the space of data science. And so for us, using technology to appreciate our stories, but also make sure that our past is properly chronicled, connected, and intentionally built into the ways that technology understands history and our own futures. And so we'll have a talk with Dr. Horace Ballinger as part of the AUC Data Science Initiative, as well as Morehouse College here in Atlanta, Georgia, to talk about a new and innovative project that we at SUBSUME will have a chance to connect with as well. We have several creators, both in our comic and print media, from not only here in the US, but in Lagos, Nigeria, where we've been able to work on some developments there. Just so many amazing things. And we want this to be as actionable and intentional as possible. So please, we've got an amazing day of service, not only here, but also in the virtual spaces as well. And so we'll be able to showcase some new and exciting items there as well. So with that, we want you all to just stay tuned, stay included. We're going to go ahead and show you not only a quick clip from our partners at Dell, but also give you a sneak peek at the early release of the Snoopy Presents Welcome Home Franklin early trailer, and the extended trailer to play later on in our series. So with that, thank you all so very much. We appreciate you being here. Appreciate you being the best part of our community. And so stay tuned and stay included for more with SUBSUME. We'll be right back. Good day and welcome back. And thank you all so very much for being a part of Black Features Month 2024. This is Daniel Sneed here, founder of SUBSUME. And we are excited to kick things off by talking about the way that we can use data science to empower and appreciate Black history. And with that, I'd love to bring to the stage Dr. Justin Ballinger with us from the AUC DSI, or the Atlanta University Center Data Science Initiative, as well as with Morehouse College. So, Dr. Ballinger, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well. Thank you for this invitation, Dedrick. Happy
Well,
to be here.
a privilege, a privilege. Thank you so very much. So, I'd love for you just to give yourself your bona fides and opportunity to just more formally introduce what you're working on. And we want to talk about the idea of using data science to leverage the expertise as well as legacy of Black history.
Oh, yes, certainly. Again, the Atlanta University Civics Data Science Initiative, we've been in existence for about 5 years now, and we're located at the Atlanta University Center. Our main office is at Roosevelt Hall on Student Movement Drive, and we also have an office at the Rice Center for Entrepreneurship here in Atlanta, and at the AUC Data Science Initiative, we do all things data, and that's across various disciplines where we engage both students, faculty, and the community in understanding how data impacts our daily lives and how it may impact issues that are of particular importance to the Black community. Um, many historic roots that connect to data science. So, one of the fathers of data science is W.E.B. Du Bois, who was a professor at the Atlanta University before it became Clark Atlanta University, came up with many of the different data visualizations and techniques that we use in data science that are popular now. And we'll be hosting a symposium in his honor on February the 23rd that will be held online. So again, we connect across many different areas from looking at the use of computers to education to also we have projects we run that we connect with policing here in Atlanta and also with voting across the country. And with the advancement of different technologies, we just hosted a workshop yesterday on quantum computing, and it highlighted various scientists, many of whom are actually were actually faculty in the Atlanta University Center that were connected to quantum computing and the development of quantum theory. The speaker yesterday talked about three of those scientists who actually worked directly with the Manhattan Project and development of nuclear energy. So very deep roots in data science and Black scholars and educators who've been engaged in that space.
Fantastic. Now, I want to take one step back to just level set for those that have heard the term, but perhaps haven't seen it in practice, or maybe not understanding their connectivity to the practice. What is data science? We see that a lot, not only as a field of study, but also a complement to a lot of existing industries.
Yeah, so data science, and it's an emerging field. So, depending on who you ask, you'll get different definitions about it. Some that'll focus on computing, others that focus on the use of data to solve problems. And that's the space as a data science initiative that we define it more broadly as when we take data and analytics in order to guide decision making and to innovate on technologies. And so, for much of its lifespan, it may have been referred to as decision science in business, where we actually take data analytics, statistics, and other forms of mathematics to help guide decision making and to also advance the development of technology.
Oh, great. Thank you. And the idea of a decision science course, making that this is based off the statistics, historical data, could you also make a context as far as how we as black people in black culture, particularly in black history, the opportunities of data science, of excuse me, the data that we have currently to make sure that it's representative of all people. So where could we leverage data science in spaces to help restore some of the opportunities of that representation?
Oh, yes, certainly. So we're in the midst of the AI revolution right now, and much of that is, solely based on statistics and analytics that come from the community. And everybody's heard about bias in algorithms. And so, basically, uh, machines are making decisions about what gets pushed out to the general population, and they guide decisions that are made by government. And all of that data is coming from a source. And much of that data is actually biased because the people who are entering that data and the people who are analyzing that data in order to train these systems do not represent the entire population. So it is very important that as a culture, Black people are engaged in sharing data and also owning our data so that data has a high value. So we know that companies farm individuals for their data. If you look at very popular social media companies, they are order of magnitude larger than many of our physically represented stores because they So like if you look at a place like Walmart and one of your large social media companies, on average, those social media companies are about 4 to 8 times the size of Walmart in terms of its economic power. And most of us have stepped foot in a Walmart, physically bought something, but none of us have physically stepped foot inside of many of these social media companies and bought anything from them. That they are through ads and through data that they farm from us when we use the applications that we take from them, harvesting vast amounts of wealth from communities. And as a community, it is incumbent on us to understand how that's happening and how we can be involved in that entire cycle in order to leverage those tools to build wealth inside of our own communities and to also um, make sure that the data that's being taken in these spaces does not produce harmful outcomes for our communities as well.
Absolutely. And we felt, of course, in our partnership with AUC is that, that's a critical component to whatever we're working on is when we're talking about not only Black history, of course, in this set, but for Black futures, that if there is an opportunity in the data set, there'll be an opportunity in the outcomes. And again, we appreciate the expertise, but also the intentional community work that your group is doing. And so I'd love to take one moment to look at the symposium. And of course, just would be remiss to not say that for W.E.B. Du Bois, not only as a creator, but as an Afrofuturist, being able to look at how to imagine a future in a space where we do have that agency and that expertise. So what is this symposium? And I know that we're working on it, but to kind of give a space of this data science symposium, what's the overarching component for making the connection with the community for this?
Yeah, so the W.E.B. Du Bois Data Science Symposium is again in honor of this father in data science and great statistician who studied the African American community, our economic impact, how things were changing in terms of education, and looking at how laws were impacting communities and uh, so forth in the early 20th century. And what we want to do is continue that legacy and invite data scientists, community members, and other stakeholders into the space to look at the impacts of data on the Black community and discuss how we as a community can leverage data to support greater education, economic development, and to also understand what's happening in the community around us so that we can educate others.
Amazing. So I know that looking at making the educational component as a I want to we'll use the word prerequisite. I think that it is something that we need to build upon, in that space. In looking at how the symposium set up, is technology and its accessibility a complement, or is it a still a barrier that we have to overcome in trying to build these deeper data sets?
Um, I think in some cases, it there is increased accessibility, but also we know that particularly for many of our rural areas, that there's a digital divide in terms of connectivity, which cuts them out of much of this information economy. But with connectivity, there are opportunities for individuals that may not have all of the corporate backing or large amounts of money to engage in the space and to be able to become creatives or influence some of these spaces. And what we are attempting to do here at the Data Science Initiative is to create platforms and connections for individuals from broader backgrounds to engage with industry and to also use their creativity to produce their own businesses and their own spaces in education.
Now, of that education, we also talk to the youth of K through 12, and of course into our emerging college, particularly in HBCUs, of looking at being able to have this as part of their toolkit, whether or not we're looking at healthcare, whether we're looking at practical engineering or in the STEM space. For those that are looking at how to build in data science, what are some of those prerequisites that we need for our youth to be able to foster that interest, but also that expertise in data science?
Well, right now there is a large amount of change that's happening in terms of the education system. So AI is beginning to get Georgia
And thank you, Dr. Ballinger. Just one moment. Let's see if I can reset us there. No worries. I think we just have a point with Dr. Ballinger that we may have a little part of that. Let's see if we can get it in for him. Thank you, Dr. Ballinger. My apologies. It looks like we may be missing your audio. And I know that he has a fantastic component to let us know and leverage that. I know for Dr. Ballinger, and for those who may not know, also works with Morehouse in the space of education, particularly for K through 12 STEM education. So we want to make sure that as we can to try to get a component from there. So we may have to ask him to rejoin us in that component. But I would love to also, as he's talking, space that we've been able to put this into actual practice as part of our Black Futures Month program, where we've been able to work on a program with actually Dr. Natrice Gaskins, where we had a lot of the AUC students as well as community educators come in and work on a space with generative AI.
Hello, Desmond. Are you able to hear me? Did I lose you?
There we go. Perfect. There we go. All right. Well, I say you were giving a great explanation. My apologies, we weren't able to hear you there. And not a problem. And so as Dr. Ballinger resets here with us, we'll come back and to say that we've been working intentionally on a program where we're able to bring students in and have practical data science applications being built and developed as a series of workshops. And we were able to host one of those at the AUC library this past Wednesday in partnership with Dell and NVIDIA, as well as presenting partners. There we go. Dr. Ballinger, we'll try that again. There we go. I think we have you back on stage, sir. No worries. No, we were just as you're coming back in, we were just speaking to the work. It looks like we just may need you to connect your mic again on that end. It's quite all right. And so we were talking about working on a program. It was art and algorithms, which for Dr. Natrice Gaskins from Lesley College, also from MIT and Georgia Tech, who's one of the world leaders in generative AI, came down and gave a very intimate and intentional program around using generative AI, data science, and data visualization to build stories. Thank you, Dr. Ballinger. Let's check for there.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think I
No
lost you.
worries. No worries. Quite all right. Quite all right. We're just taking the moment in reset to talk about our work, and we can take it from there. And then I definitely want to get back to the K through 12 component. But we were just talking about the program that with the AUC DSI, as well as with Dell and NVIDIA, that we had the program with Dr. Natrice Gaskins, looking at generative AI, looking at data science and data visualization. And so it was a perfect segue into how do we build those skill sets in our youth? And you were speaking to the importance of AI. So I'd love to return the stage back to you.
Oh, yes, certainly. We are in the midst of a change in what we'll need to do in education. So just briefly, like if we look at our education model right now, we're on a factory model where individuals are kind of trained to learn how to read a certain level of mathematics and to follow directions so that we can produce a set number of what's referred to in manufacturing as widgets. So like we think about cars or whatever needs to be produced as a process that's set and people follow directions to produce that. We're transitioning into an innovation economy and our education system is not exactly set up for that. And in the innovation economy, what we are developing are critical thinking skills and imagination and the ingenuity of our young people. And that's something that in our community, we have an abundance of wealth that hasn't really been tapped in terms of its use in technology. And with the integration of AI and data science into education, there is a an enormous opportunity for that vast wealth to be tapped into to create economies. And what we are, really looking at in education is how do we inspire our youth to engage in these spaces and understand that there is not this wide gap for them to engage in that space. That in the past there have been this gatekeeping that has taken place in terms of coursework that has kept individuals out of STEM careers. And as we advance into the innovation age, it's important for individuals from a broader expanse of the population to have access. And so what we really want to do in education is to really allow young people to see that there are various pathways into STEM fields, and they don't all run through taking the same set of courses. And there's actually curriculum changes that are taking place right now that would allow for more individuals to have access to computer science and those other STEM areas where we need individuals from different walks of life to train algorithms and to share their ideas in order for us to create a better future for us all. So I'd say like our main prerequisite is going to be people coming with fresh ideas and to have the tenacity and grit to engage in the space and to know that they belong there, so that they're able to actually realize their potential and enjoy the fruits of their efforts and labor.
No, absolutely. No, and well said. And I was just thinking to that. I think the idea of being able to enjoy that, I guess to say the fruit, as you say, the fruits of their labor. That's something that we absolutely stand in. I would say for you and I, and a lot of space people in the education space, when we look at the resiliency of Black history and where we are up into this point of being able to literally stand on the shoulders of giants and our ancestors to say, where we had a young Black statistician that went to Atlanta College, but now has a data science symposium named after him in W.E.B. Du Bois. Where would we say for historians being able to connect with data science, where they may not have that particular acumen? Where do you see the connectivity of Black history being able to be amplified or empowered through data science?
Well, I think, really being able to understand our history from a perspective that is not colored by some of the untrue statistics that we've heard as a community coming up, and to really uncover the truth about who we are and the fact that we are a miracle in terms of what you think about with the African American community here in the United States, the vast amounts of wealth that we've generated, the contributions that we've made to society. And just as a child of the 1990s and 80s, we heard all these false statistics about 1 in 3 Black males going to prison and more Black men in prison than attending college, that were just patently false, that we're able to push back against many of these false statistics using data, and to understand how data can be used to manipulate stories and interpretations. And so if we're able to interpret data for ourselves and understand what we're hearing and seeing in the news media and in other spaces that have these major influences on policy. So if we think about the war on drugs or the school to prison pipeline that was created, that these were largely based on false statistics that were used to drive policy changes and to generate wealth and to take away wealth, generate wealth from particular communities and to strip wealth from others. And that we have a golden opportunity now to come into the space, understand what's happening there, and prevent some of these same disparities from widening or occurring again in the future.
Oh, absolutely. And I think to your point, being able to control the narrative, but also authenticate the data of who we are and the accomplishments and appreciation of our culture is paramount to be able to really see and foster the sustainable change that we want in our community. So I'll close with one other question. And again, I appreciate you here. what is the future, particularly the Black future of data science? What is the potential if we're able to leverage and appreciate data science and what it can do not only for our community but for our culture? Just and that's a big question, but from your space of expertise, what is that Black future of data science?
Yeah, and like I said, that's all inspiring to me because, like, I think the future is larger than anything that I could define or be able to, totally explain. Like, we really don't know what it is, but we know that if we engage actively now, and that if we create market share in this space, that it can create it has the potential to create a largely positive future. And just as the internet doubled the economy in the space of 5 years, there are projections with the integration of AI that we may quadruple our economy in about that same space. And so if we are attentive to what's happening in the space and not bystanders, then that future can be very, very bright. And I would just encourage individuals to take the time to connect with communities such as SUBSUME, with the Atlanta University Data Science Initiative, and others who are engaged in this community outreach around data science and technologies such as artificial intelligence, to really understand what these technologies are, how they impact your lives, and again, how you as an individual, there's not a great divide in these spaces, and we can take advantage of those to uplift our community.
No, absolutely. Thank you so very much, Dr. Ballinger. Now, where can we follow and support you in your work as well as the AUC DSI?
Yes, I will share slides for it, but like shortly, if you were to go to aucc.edu/data science initiative, then you would find us there. And we host, again, twice monthly workshops, a number of symposia that are open to the public. We also work with faculty across HBCUs and minority serving institutions on skills building, and also engage with students from across the diaspora and connecting them to academic mentors as well as industries to help further the engagement of the Black community in data science.
Absolutely. And we'll make sure, of course, to be sharing the links to your information as well as for the AUC Data Science Initiative in the chat, and look forward to also sharing the information from the W.B. Du Bois Symposium for Data Science as well. So again, appreciate you. Thank you for being an example, of the success not only of data science, but that there is a Black history and a Black future of data science. So thank you so very much.
Oh, and thank you so much for inviting me, Dedrin. Thank you for the work that you are doing with SUBSUME to brighten Afro futures and to bring more people into this community and to help guide what the Afro future will be.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate you. So with that, we'll give Dr. Ballinger back his Saturday. And again, thank you again. So with that, we've been able to talk about the Afro futures of how Black history and data science connect. And again, very, very succinct to that, Dr. Du Bois was a practicing Afrofuturist, the space of the megascope, to be able to peer into the futures and see the myriad of talent that the Black experience could provide. And so with that, we'll continue onward, not only his legacy, but the legacies of the spaces of Dr. Ballinger, as well as the AUC Data Science Initiative are building here in real time in West Atlanta. So with that, we want to thank you all so very much. We'll take a quick commercial break, and we will come right back and talk about the state of Black science fiction with some of our fantastic friends here from the creative marketplace, and we will keep things going from there. So thank you all so very much for being the best part of the African experience and the Afro Futures of Tomorrow, with Black science fiction coming up for the state of Black science fiction. And again, continuing onward here with Black Futures Month 2024. This is Dedrin Sneed with SUBSUME. See you in just a bit. Thank you all so very much for being a part of Black Futures 2024. This is Dejan Sneed here with SUBSUME out of Atlanta, Georgia. Thanking you all so very much. Love to bring you all into our next phase of the conversation here, looking at celebrating the Black legacy of building the Black futures of tomorrow. And as always, being able to imagine ourselves as storytellers and narrators of our own fate is something that we see all the time in the space of Afrofuturism through spaces of Black speculative fiction, whether that's in fantasy, horror, or noir, or other spaces and other genres of traditional print media or content. Being able to see that in the speculative spaces of Black storytellers and Black protagonists, being able to imagine in spaces that a lot of times we've been marginalized out of is something that's important. And so for us, looking at the state of Black science fiction, where we're able to see ourselves in fantastic spaces is our next point of conversation. And so as we look, we'll bring on a resident expert in that space And so we'll look to talk with author, creative Nicole Givens-Kurtz. And with that, we'll ask Madam Nicole to come to the stage, and we will talk about the state of Black science fiction. And we may have one guest to come, but we will keep things onward because we're absolutely empowered and in play with yourself. So, Nicole, how are you doing today?
Hey, I'm great. Thank you.
No, pleasure. Thank you so very much for being a part of Black Futures Month 2024. And we're just speaking here about the state of Black science fiction, and then again, look for you to introduce yourself and your works and efforts. And I think we'll have one more to join us here, and we'll continue on.
I'm Nicole Givens-Kurtz. I am the publisher for Mocha Memoirs Press and have been since 2013. And our mission is to amplify marginalized voices in speculative fiction. I'm also a writer. I write science fiction mysteries, fantasy mysteries, horror, and weird westerns.
Fantastic. Thank you. And also bring in our next guest, Mr. Milton J. Davis of MV Media. Thank you. Influencer retailer, no less. So thank you all. Appreciate it. So with that, Mr. Davis, love to give you a space to introduce yourself and your works.
Okay. I'm Milton Davis. I am owner of MV Media LLC, a publishing company that specializes in science fiction and fantasy based on African diaspora culture and traditions. I'm also an author. I've been writing science fiction and fantasy for 16 years this year, and been having fun doing it. Hey, Nicole.
Hey, Milton.
Absolutely. So this is very familiar. So we'll take over, our next 20 minutes or so to kind of just give a quick synopsis of the state of Black science fiction, of course, which I was exposed to as an emerging writer, creator when I came here to Atlanta, but really found a home for the understanding of the stories that I've been seeking, have been in the neighborhoods and in the communities that we're all from. So the idea of Black science fiction, I would say I will start with Nicole and go to Milton. When we talk about speculative stories and Black science fiction or using this space, for you and yours in the works that you do, is there a defining work or definition or experience that you might help for those that may not understand what this genre is?
So the stories that I write are they're noir science fiction. And it's kind of subversive in that it takes your typical lone PI or your lone cop or detective and subvert all the traditional tropes around that. It's us signing, it's us figuring out the crime. It's us flying the planes. It's us, discovering the truth of what is going on. And so in these futuristic settings, for me, it's the futuristic settings. It's seeing us in dynamic and fantastic spaces where we weren't before. I'm of a certain age. And so when I was growing up, it was very unlikely to see anyone who looked like me in the future. But I knew we had to be there. If anyone was going to survive a dystopia, it's the people who had survived horrific conditions before. It was a people who were creative, a people who were dynamic and could rise above and resilient, right? And so, of course, we would be in a future, any kind of future. We would be there. But I didn't see a lot of that. And so my work is basically creating stories that I wanted when I was younger or that I want to read. With protagonists and dynamics that were applicable to me and my experiences.
Fantastic. Milton?
Well, I'd have to piggyback on what Nicole said. Same reasons. I came to the genre late compared to a lot of other people. I wasn't really into reading fiction. I was really a big history nerd and stuff like that. And it was because of a college instructor that I had who saw or felt like I had a talent for writing. And since I was a science major, she introduced me to science fiction in order to persuade me into becoming a writer. It didn't work at the time, but but that's kind of started my journey. But I do it for the same reason that Nicole does it. You know, when I read these stories and I got into these different genres, the one that's tended to be more sensitive to me was sword and sorcery. You know, I didn't see us in those lead roles, and when I did see us, it was not very flattering. And so knowing what I knew about history, about African history and things like that, I said, well, you know, I want to write these stories. And not only do I want to write Black characters as main characters, I want to write Black characters in the settings that would have been natural to them for their history, for an African pre-colonial classical African settings and stuff. You know, knowing that, you know, the African diaspora was spread into Europe long before colonialism, but I wanted to focus on that particular area, and it just kind of expanded from there. And I feel the same way Nicole said. You know, I never bought into this thing that it was a joke used to be back in the day. I think Richard Pryor, somebody said, they said the reason you don't see Black people in science fiction stories because certain people don't plan on us being there in the future. And I never felt that, because I know us as a people and who we are and what we're capable of, that was going to be a given. And again, it was just taking the time to write stories like that and show us in those positions and positions of I say it in lead positions and different things like that. And to me, it wasn't a struggle. It wasn't something I had to sit down and contemplate and so like it was just natural. And so that's what I do, and that's what I've been doing. And the beauty of having MV Media, that not only have I been able to do it myself, just like Nicole has, I've also been able to offer opportunities for other people to do it as well. And I think that's one of the parts I enjoy the most, being able to give that opportunity to other writers and let them express themselves the way that they want to express themselves as Black authors.
I think that's the beauty of being indie, though. There are always certain, Milton talks about this a lot, there are always certain stories that big media says that we can tell, right? There's only certain stories that get produced in terms of movies, they get produced in terms of comics, or there's a certain window that we are allowed to tell, certain stories we're allowed to tell from a certain box. But independent publishers, like you guys used to say, like you guys we get to do a lot more with that. We get to take our unique voices from the diaspora and just tell them without having to confine ourselves to this box. And that's one of the beautiful things about independent publishing, independent comics, like all the things that, like Milton, I know you're working on like a movie, right? And so all these things are just wonderful works that we get to do because we're independent. And we're not we get to tell all of our stories, not just the ones that we're allowed or allotted to tell or expected to tell.
Mm-hmm. That's absolutely true. And thank you for that, Nicole. You had said something earlier, I think, as far as the note of tropes, right? And the idea of, for a lot of us, it's, and I won't speak for everyone, but it seemed like confronting those tropes, or again, as you say, like turning them on their ear to do the things that we would, I think, as a traditional writer would think would be commonplace, but seems to not be in mainstream or larger marketplaces. Can you speak to that as far as, are you seeing more of those opportunities? Because I would say, kind of take one step back, it seems like there's a lot of content now, right? We're told we're in the space of content wars. Everybody needs content. But in that contrast is, are you seeing Black science fiction, or in our speculative spaces, that being appreciated as a resource? I'll start with you, Nicole, and we'll turn to Milton.
There's some degree of box checking, for lack of a better term. It's really early, I'm sorry. But there's like, okay, we want to show and illustrate that we're diverse and that we're embracing lots of different types of people. Here, let's check these boxes. But it doesn't go beyond that. Then they're not main characters. They have no story. They have no agency beyond how they fit into the puzzle of still a white protagonist. And so there's some of that. There's a lot of that actually going on. But I do like to see, again, in their spaces where tropes are being like contradicted. If you look at I think it's Cannon Busters, the anime, right? It's very much like a Trigun anime where it's a desert planet and it's very weird Western, but the protagonist is not is a complete flip, right, for what you would expect in that scenario. The main characters, the group is very different. It takes the trope of that quartet, of that trio in the Western, and turns it on its head. And so there are lots of stories like that are rising. Like my Sybil Lewis character is very much a lone PI. If you think about a noir, like a Sam Spade, but she's a woman. And so that, and she's a Black woman and she knows it. And it's a very different take on a PI, in the sense that, right, she's a woman doing this work, and that impacts how she does that work too. And so I had one reader said that they didn't like her. Their book group didn't like Sybil because she wasn't nurturing. And I found that, like, if she was a man, you wouldn't even have said that. So again, taking that trope and kind of inverting it, right? The hard-nosed PI, this was actually a woman, or the Blade Runner character, because it's cyberpunk, and taking those. And I love Milton's Carnival story, which takes cyberpunk and its tropes and kind of flips it on its head. So there is that's working out in the world, and we're having new ways of telling those stories.
Thank you for that. And for you, Milton? I know the space. No worries.
Well, I'll start off by saying that I love Sybil Lewis. I read the series, and I'll start off by saying that you might end up having a love fest here between me and
deservedly so, right? So that's quite all right. No, again, this is family, so quite all right.
But I think what I think and what I say about the anthologies that we publish is that when you look at our stories, there are stories in these books where the main characters happen to be Black, and there are stories in our book where the main characters have to be Black. Mm-hmm. And I think that's what we bring to the whole game when it comes to publishing. I was happy to see when mainstream publishers started to embrace, Black speculative fiction, under the moniker of Afrofuturism. But at the same time, I'm starting to see what I would eventually see is that they would start to homogenize it, and they would start to focus on certain stories being told certain ways. And what they're trying to do is they're like, okay, we're gonna open up our doors to this storytelling because we see that people want it, but at the same time, we want to be able to control it, so we make sure we don't alienate our other audience while we're at the same time giving voices to marginalized authors. And we know as publishers and as authors and doing different conventions and stuff that that's not necessary because we're selling to a wide range of people. And so we know that's not something that's necessary for the audience. It's just something that's necessary for the people who are publishing, and it makes them feel better and that kind of thing like that, Yeah. But for me, flipping like Nicole says, flipping the tropes, exchanging the characters, writing stories, especially when it comes to sword and sorcery and historical stuff, writing it from the perspective of that particular culture and not the other culture looking at that culture, which is the way publishers like to do that. When I started Changa Safari, I chose East Africa, the Swahili cities, because of their relationship with Asia. And I'm telling this historical fantasy story. First of all, we got Black people in ships that has nothing to do with slavery. These are merchants that are exploring the world and building wealth doing that way. We have a scenario in a world which basically was not Eurocentric, and there were basically few Europeans even knew it existed. So I'm able to tell the story from the cultures, from the different cultures that were involved, without even having that Eurocentric perspective in it. It's only in the last book where I introduce Europeans, the Portuguese, and it's only because of where Changa was at that time, during that time period, that would have been present. And I think that's the thing that I like to see, is that we're telling these stories from that culture's point of view as much as we can, not from somebody else looking at that culture, because that's what we get from Hollywood from that standpoint. And even when we publish our books, in the end, somebody, when you're going through mainstream publishing, somebody has to stamp it. And that's where we run into the problems. That last person had to stamp it, and that's when they start asking those questions that have nothing to do with storytelling, but just makes those particular people feel better. And I apologize if I'm going there a little bit, but
no, quite all right. And speaking of and to that, I want to invite and again, we may have to make a real time update on this. I want to invite Mr. Glenn Paris to the stage, because now that we have a pantheon of
how you doing, Nicole?
that stays here in our family. So Glenn, I appreciate you. Want to make sure that we give a moment to allow you to introduce yourself and your expertise in two amazing fields. And to that, I may have to preempt this next part, because I do want to keep this conversation going. So Glenn, or Dr. Paris, as you'll come to be known here, certainly, I'd love to give the stage to you to introduce yourself on all fronts.
Okay, well, very briefly, I started writing about 30 years ago, writing science fiction, and since then I've begun writing medical crime fiction, vampire fiction, fantasy. Milton has given me numerous opportunities to, join his corral of writers, and I've contributed a few things to him, and I've written for other anthologies as well, including a couple for Marvel. I've got 2 manuscripts that are in the offing right now that I'm just waiting for the word on. Hopefully, I got my fingers crossed. But I'm digging into a lot of Milton's work. I've looked at a lot of Kyoko M's work, and of course Dedrin's. And I've got at least 2 of your books, Nicole, and I've opened them up, and I love your writing style. So I just appreciate. Yeah, I just appreciate just being on stage with you guys. So thank you very much, and I just like being here.
Absolutely, and thanks again. So with that, we'll bring you right into the space of Black speculative fiction, particularly where we always talk between ourselves, Glenn, of the opportunity of crime writing and in this novelization, where we see that as a huge genre that has a lot of protagonists and a lot of potential, but the representation, and we're thinking of it in the Black speculative space. Can you speak to your purview of how we're looking at, or maybe missing the mark on in this particular genre?
Yeah, so crime genre, mystery, suspense, that's a huge chunk of the readership. And it's one that also often gets picked up in terms of adaptation to film and streaming platforms. So I think it's a huge part of our genre, and there are a lot of African American and other BIPOC authors in that genre. And I think it's a spectrum. Where you go from suspense, thriller, mystery, you add certain elements of science fiction, action, mystery, fantasy, and it's really a melange of all these different spices. And that's the way we cook, that's the way we talk, that's the way we experience almost everything that we do. And everybody on this panel is just a classic example of that style of writing. We really don't fit the style of writing that the gatekeepers are adhering to. And hence the majority of books, they do okay, and they sell an average of 300 books, even for traditionally published writers. Ours tend to break the mold. And when they hit really big. It's revolutionary. It's like, we've never seen anything like this before. We've been offering it. Just don't crack the book.
Yeah. When you talk about crime fiction, I mean, don't say crime or mysteries. For years, the only person I've really seen has been Walter Mosley with his E.V. Rawlins books. I was very happy to see that S.A. Cosby is starting to make a mark in the industry from crime fiction, and got to throw a blurb out to it. We had a short story by him in the Diesel Funk anthology years ago. When I saw his novel come out, I was like, hey, that's the guy we published in Things of Fun, I reached out to him and stuff, like that, So, but like Glenn is saying, again, it's not that I always feel it's not that the authors aren't there. It's not that the stories aren't there. It's just that there's a person that's deciding that we're not going to do this, and it doesn't have anything to do with the quality of the stories. It has everything to do with that person making a decision or saying, well, we got one. So we got one. We don't need another one. We got one person. When they said, that's how they said it. Well, we got this person. And then that's like, so that's supposed to be it, But again, like Nicole and like Glenn, like AK Knight, other Bill Campbell, all these other publishers that are out there, Black publishers that are out there and giving this voice and giving this opportunity to Black authors to be able to tell these stories the way they want to tell them. That's the main thing.
And to that, speaking of independent publishing, I think on all fronts, we've all been independent publishers in our own rights, as far as getting our own works out there. And typically that does happen for most creatives. But I think particularly in the genres that we're speaking of, there's a camaraderie out of necessity, right? Where we're trying to build and develop a sustainable ecosystem that allows for these stories not to just live, but to thrive. And now looking at these speculative spaces where, again, we know we have the talent, and we hear this again, like, that we're looking for that talent, but it seems like when it's being found by these larger entities, that it seems there's a bit of stagnation. So I would say, like, what are some of the practices for independent creators, particularly in Black science fiction, that allow us to keep that momentum and kind of keep that leverage of having a product that people want, but how do we get this out into more and more people? No, that's a $1 billion answer if we could all stop, put it into practice. We got to kind of break it down to the brass tacks of, like, how do each of us keep things going as far as creators in that space?
I mean, you have to have those marketing and publicity dollars, right? That's how you get your word out there. But we do, like, in lieu of that, we do leverage each other, right? I know Milton does a really great job of taking other works that are not his per se and vending with them at his table when he goes to conventions. So there's like some cross pollination. We do kind of amplify each other's releases. We do, like, again, that's that community, right? Of just trying to lift everyone up as we go. It's particularly in the horror industry, because I do horror as well. There's like Black women in horror. Like, we all work together to kind of amplify each other, support each other, provide. And Linda Addison is great about sharing opportunities for us and saying, hey guys, here's this opportunity in terms of publishing opportunities, as well as it's showcasing us in like HWA, like articles and things, just trying to push and lift all of us up together, right, with many hands, and so that we can kind of harness our community to kind of make our voice sing loud as one chorus, and that's what, in lieu of money, or in conjunction with money, if you have it. Those are the types of things that our community does to kind of amplify the work that we're doing independently.
So, I agree. I've always been one to try to expand the audience and talk about, of course, African American, African characters and interaction with characters of other backgrounds, because this is the world we live in. Each one of us interacts with, the general population. We, of course, bring our own baggage, our own lens to the conversation, but we interact with other people. And I like to write about the way we normally interact with other people and how we interact in private to those interactions, because it's a conversation that no one else really can tell. I mean, you can get some white writers who are really, really good writers, and they're really fair about trying to treat this, but this is an optic they just can't master because they have no access to it, and this is where we've lived for hundreds of years.
Yeah, I'll have to go along with Nicole. Is that, you know, we're doing what our community has always done, depending on each other to build and represent what we have. The cross pollination that Nicole talks about what we've been doing here at MV Media, I think that's very powerful for us because all of us are in different spaces in different parts of the country, and as we learn how to exchange our talents, you know, and especially emphasizing on those talents when we in areas that we don't have an expertise in. I mean, you know, because when I go to a con, I want to sell books. And that means I want to sell my books. But if I got somebody that comes to my table and they want to buy horror, I want to have a horror book there. You know, if I don't write it, I'll get it from Nicole. You know, if they want a crime novel and I don't have it, I get that from Glenn. You know, that's what I want to be able to do. In lieu of us having that distribution network that is focusing on what we do. But I think that there needs to be at some point some type of infrastructure that will allow us and give us access. Because I've been doing this thing for 16 years and I'm still going to cons and people are still looking at what we do as new. Like they've never seen it before. When we did Dragon Con last year, there's more Black people. Every year there's more and more Black people at Dragon Con. And they come in and a large majority of them don't expect to see us there.
No.
They're there for science fiction and fantasy in general. But then when they see us, they're actually surprised, especially the newcomers. It was, and I'll say it, there was one particular couple, a lady was walking by and she stopped, her and her husband stopped, and they came over to our table and she said point blank, she said, I was walking by and I looked and said, are those Black people? So it's like, it was a surprise for them to see us there, you know, and that is the fact that that's still happening means that what we're doing is still not normalized.
Right.
And that normalization is going to come from exposure. And I think that's the biggest challenge that we have right now as creators. The quality is there, the talent's there. It's just, to me, and I know for me as a focus for the next few years or whatever it takes, it's about getting our stuff out there and getting people to see it and exposing them to what we do.
So that same experience is what I had, almost 30 years ago. I mean, back in 1996, we came in with my first novel, Eminent Domain, and, people would stop and say, I didn't believe this actually existed. And, we'd have folks coming over. And, as Milton pointed out, Black folks at conventions are a little timid. It's like, I don't know if I should go over there. It could be dangerous over there. I don't know what it is that drives them away. But, they hear a little bit about the story and they scratch their heads and says, that really sounds interesting. And a lot of Black folks will walk away, but a lot of other folks, they could be Asian, they could be white, they could be Latino, they could be older, and they'll pick up the book and they'll say, yeah, I'm going to give this a try. And it's interesting. I ran into somebody who picked up a book of mine from back in the 90s, and it was in the mid 2002 teens. It was like 14, 15, somewhere in there. And he says, "Don't I know you?" I says, "Yeah." And we're at another convention, and I said, "Yeah, I wrote a book some years ago called He says, "Yeah, I remember that. It's about such and such. It's about the return of the dinosaurs." He says, "I still have it. It was different." So we make an impact, but we don't get as much exposure. We don't get the marketing. It's word of mouth, and you read a good book. It's like, well, that's a really good book. You might mention it to one or two people, and then you move on. If it's a horrible book, it's like, never read that book. But if it's a good book, it's like all good news. It only goes to the next room. Bad news goes to the next town.
I like that.
Right. And so we can get past the next town, at least for our books and our spaces. And it's going to be criminal to have to close this up so quickly. But we do want to talk about, just with the 5 minutes we have left, what is the future of Black science fiction and speculative spaces? And we'll start with Nicole, we'll go to Glenn, and we'll close with Milton. Because again, I think we, at least in this point, where we made 2 points clear. We absolutely have the talent and expertise, but the traditional spaces do not, I will say, don't show the value in the spaces of resources and support to make these stories go to spaces we want to be. So, what is our future, as Black speculative artists in these spaces? Nicole, I'll start with you. We'll go to Glenn, and we'll get closer. I know it's
a hard question first, right?
A hard question for Thursday morning with limited time. I know.
No, I understand.
We'll definitely expand this from there. But I know you're qualified for.
So our future, I think our future is pretty much in mastering like marketing and distribution, which Milton mentioned before. I definitely think that the generation behind us is quite inventive with creating content and marketing it. And so I think that expansion of, we're going to see way more diverse tales and stories, but I think we're going to see, instead of like a large scale, we're going to have these pockets of people who have like a lot of following. Jessica Cage is a perfect example of that. She's not a household name like Stephen King, but her pocket of dedicated readership is huge. And I think that's kind of where we're going, like music. I think publishing is going the way of music and movies, in that it's going to start being more than just one big conglomerate per se. It's going to be these individual pockets of huge readerships around an author and an experience. And I think that's what Jessica offers, an experience with her work. It's not just the novels, but it's an experience. There's like a whole community around her work. And I think that's the type of authorship we're going to see, authorship / entrepreneurs kind of like that moving forward. I think the age where we have like a Stephen King or a J.K. Rowling that dominates is going to be fewer and far between, just because of the nature of the way publishing itself is going.
I see. Well, a brilliant response, as we expected. No, thank you so much, Glenn. I mean, in sincerity, absolutely. But that just hit all the points. Glenn, there might be a little bit left for you.
Okay. Well, I always hate following the greats, but at least I go before Milton. But I'm after Nicole. But to be honest with you, one of the things that's different about our writing is that we develop multiple characters and we give them a depth that no one has seen from people of color. Whether it's African American and so let's just say Black folks. Whether it's Black folks, whether it's mixed race, whether it's aliens with a clear flavoring of Black culture, developing those things and taking on subjects that have not been taken on from our perspective. When you have 400 years of baggage of being enslaved, being kidnapped, being tortured, being brainwashed, all the things that we've gone through, and still with the tools that we have, we innovate. Black innovation has got a derogatory term, but others have taken advantage of our rigging, for hundreds of years. And there's no telling how many great inventions, actually came from us, because we never had agency, we never had ownership or the equity in our ideas that other people have had. So when we start writing about some of our folks, I want to make people think a little bit. I want to make people say, "Wow, I never thought about that. Wow, how could he do that? Wow, maybe I can do more." You mentioned Walter Mosley, he's done that. You mentioned Milton Davis, he's done that. Nicole's done that. Dedrin, you've done that. But getting those examples out and turning it on its head is what we should all be about. And I think we all do a really good job of that. And there's so many more who do, and they're coming up fast.
Well done. Thank you. No, sincerely. And then to Milton, we'll close with you.
There's nothing for me to say. Thank y'all for coming. I mean, Nicole and Glenn put it, succinctly and eloquently. I love what Nicole had to say about how the market is becoming more fragmented, and I think that's a benefit for us as individuals. I love what Glenn had to say about our history and how it's gotten us to where we are today. All I can add is that we just need to continue to do what we're doing and stay relevant. We need to be that counterbalance to the mainstream, and let people know that there's other ways to tell these stories, and that there's other people telling those stories. And that's about it.
Absolutely. No, all three great points in that sense. And really, it is the space of talking about, like our theme, right, is rooted in resilience. Like, we know we have what we need, right? And I think it is, and the infrastructure is just being built around that as a space of support, and us being able to share our stories together. And so, again, you all are three fantastic examples of that, not only in principle, but of practice. And so I'm thankful that you all come through and give us some sterling examples and really an encouragement that there is a Black speculative future, not just in the literary sense, but in the sense of being in our community. So with that, thank you all. We'll start with Glenn, then Milton, and then close with Nicole. Where can we see you? Where can we find you? Where can we support you?
Okay. You can find me on my website, glennparis.com. And there are examples of all of my novels, except for the very earliest one that's really off the market. Renaissance of Aspirin, which is about a Black medical PI, basically, and his story is evolving. The Ifalu saga, which starts with Dragon's Heir, and the prequel will be coming out, The Exodus Heresy, and its follow-up, Earthbound, hopefully early next year. And then the plethora of stories in Milton's work. I mean, I got like 3 or 4 stories in Milton's books. So, go to Milton's site. You'll find me there. But I'm also on Amazon, and I just did another story for Marvel for the Falcon Captain America series. So that's me.
Is it my turn?
Yes.
Well, you can find me at my website, www.mvmediaatl.com. That's where you mainly find my stuff. I also have a vanity website, miltonjdavis.com. You can go check me out if you just want to be all about me. But I'm also available. I'm on Facebook under my name, MV Media website. At Instagram, you can find me at Obadoro. If you've read Meji, you know what that means. And that's about it.
You can find me at mochamemoirspress.com, and you can find me at my personal vanity site, which is listed here on the screen. I'm on all the social medias at Nicole G. Kurtz, and I'm at all the social medias as Mocha Memoirs Press as well.
Absolutely. Thank you all so very much. And just want to give a special shout out to Madam Nicole for also giving us Nimbus Test as a part of our fantastic anthology, Sorghum Spirit, The Way of Soap and Stone, and a charge of me to again do my part to make sure that we're uplifting and empowering all these fantastic storytellers and the narrators of a brilliant Black tomorrow. So thank you all so very much for being a part. And yes, we'll keep things moving onward. So thank you. Return you back to your fantastic Saturdays as we continue onward here to talk about the speculative spaces of the Black Fantastic as part of SUBSUME Summit Black Future 2023. Thank you all so very much. Stay tuned and stay included for more.
All right.
Thank you, Devin.
All right. Thank you all.
Franklin. Franklin. Hi, I'm Franklin. My family's always on the move, so making new friends can be hard. I'm Franklin Armstrong.
My name is Charlie Brown. The big soapbox derby race is coming to town.
What do you think, Charlie Brown? Partners?
Partners.
Let's see what we can really do. Friendships are not perfect, but we can get through the rough spots together.
Hey, Franklin, we saved you a seat over here.
Thank you all so very much for continuing to be the best part of Black Futures Month 2024. This is Dejan Sneed, founder of SUBSUME Media here in Atlanta, Georgia. Thank you all so very much again for being able to leverage this conversation of the Black Fantastic and how we're taking the efforts of today to build the Black history of tomorrow. And so for our fantastic panelists and guests that we've had so far, there's been an underlining thread of how we can leverage technology to be the great equalizer in a lot of historic and contemporary incongruities, as well as a lot of marginalization and opportunities of the past. How can we use technology to remedy and be a space of resolution, but also include us as Black technologists? And this is something that we look at, particularly in the space of Atlanta, and how and we as technologists of color be a solution space for a lot of the work, the good work to be done in our shared communities. So with that, I'm privileged to bring in a couple of the members and leadership in the technology space here in the greater Atlanta area and beyond, and want to introduce technologists of color as a key component to helping us build the Black futures of tomorrow. So we have a couple of guests that we would love to bring on, of John and Mark, to talk about particularly their efforts and expertise in building in that space. So, gentlemen, I'd like to thank you both and thank Technology of Color for coming in and being a component of Black Futures Month 2024. Thank you all. I hope you're both doing well today.
Yes, we are. I apologize. I'm at a school at an event, but yes, I'm excited.
Doing the work. No, we're doing the work. Understood. And you as well, Mark. Thank you all so very much. So we do have thank you for taking this half hour to let us know and understand what technology color is and how do we look to build as the engineers of a lot of the technology that will be implemented and is already in place, to help us reach our potential in the and share tomorrow. So first I'll start with you, Mark, and then to you, John. If you love to, I'd love for you to introduce yourself and your space of expertise and technology color in general between you both.
Yes. So my name is Mark Lawson. I'm the Director of Technology for Technology of Color. My background is in software development. I'm also an engineer by trade. Within the space of Technology of Color, we help Black people enter the technology industry and improve their career. So it doesn't matter anywhere from a youth to a working professional. We hold monthly events. We just had one to start off the year that went really well, and I'm sure John will get into that further. But I'm happy to be here. And our charge that I feel very connected with is helping Black people understand that the technology industry is definitely a place that they belong, as well as understanding all of the different facets that reach far beyond coding. And with the mission of you being a futurist, of understanding that technology is how we get into that future, but we can also make a lot of that present today. And by exposing individuals to just what are the opportunities, they can help realize the future that they envision today by getting into technology.
That's it. Thank you, John.
Hello, folks. My name is John Exum. I am the President and Executive Director of Technologies of Color. Sort of summarizing, Mark did a good job summarizing, but summarizing even further, we are a workforce development organization where we curate events and experiences that are tech focused. We work with a lot of different companies, helping them source Black talent, as well as we teach, folks. And basically, we work with folks who are new to technology, who just started in tech, or who are more experienced in tech. We provide an environment where there's a lot of networking opportunities where people can network together, as well as learn from each other and learn the things that they need to get into different careers. As well as we also focus on the entrepreneurial opportunities in the tech space. As we talk about the future of tech, one of the things that we see is we're not really that well represented in the future of tech. And so, helping people navigate that space and creating great solutions to problems and creating great things that could be used within the future. So my background, I've been an engineer, I've been a technical manager. Currently right now, in my day job, I am a lead senior business analyst for a medical technology company by the name of Stryker. We build robotic arms, do a lot of ortho, hospital beds. If you ever go to Grady and look at the beds, the company I work for is the one that basically supplies Grady with the beds. There's a lot of future talk in terms of leveraging AI and other technologies into the industry I work in, which is med tech. But we're happy to come on today and talk about what the future of technology is. So thank you.
Thank you both very much. So to look at that, I think there's a community of practice also that we'll start with from there, and then I'd love to kind of talk about more of the specific technologies where we're seeing and maybe be able to leverage in spaces of support. Why I got introduced to TLC is it's the community meetups and gatherings that are bringing together our communities, where a lot of times we may see those silos amongst these spaces of expertise. Could you also just enlighten us on the community effort of TLC?
So in terms of our community efforts, we run monthly events every month, and the purpose of these events is to get the folks who are curious, the folks who are in the field, and the folks who are experienced in the field to get together. This year, a big focus of what we're doing is, when me and Mark looked at last year, the tech landscape and where everything is going, we have, one big piece, which is, AI. We have VR, we have AR, which are these evolving spaces. And then when you look in the landscape, you don't see many of us there represented. And so our focus this year is to focus on those technologies and to bring in industry experts to help enlighten our community and to also inspire our community to build things in these spaces. So we naturally, the way our events run, they naturally bring people together. People become friends, people grow, people learn from each other in our environments. And we also, for those who are looking to upskill themselves, we provide, tools and resources in terms of how they can upskill themselves. And then when they're ready, a lot of the things that we do is we provide mentorship. Not only do me and Mark mentor quite a few people, but we encourage those who've been in the field for a long time to become mentors and help people navigate their technical careers. So those are some of the things that we do. Our organization has been around for close to 12 years, and we've seen organizations come and go. But I think what attracts people to what we do at Technologies of Color is that people see us as we're very authentic. We operate with integrity. And, people have been able to come to our events who may have just got into tech and are now 3-4 years in their career doing bigger and better things.
I also want to add that we make a point, right? So the event starts with networking and it ends with networking. The idea is for people to meet each other, not just across disciplines in terms of I'm a software engineer, you're a product manager, that type of thing. But we also encourage entrepreneurs and other individuals to come out. People are always looking for a potential partner in terms of someone to help them with projects, but also from the standpoint of being someone who's in the technical space of understanding what business problems are. So one of the things we encourage is getting out of, so we want to encourage the technical component, but we want to encourage all the other facets that help you be a productive portion in your career in terms of networking, not just in our space, but when you're out in the world, going to conferences, doing all the things that immerse you into what's going on and will allow you to see the worth of things like artificial intelligence and VR and metaverse and all those other things that you might not see in your day-to-day job, but you can go out into these other places and see that there is really a big push and recognize the opportunities that are there.
And to that, I love that, and thank you both. Now, as far as opportunities, and we see this where, and again, we thank you for having the value add of mentorship. not just the idea of just in practice of your own work, but being able to again involve and develop the community around us. And so we appreciate that. How would you say that the industries, and we can say industries of technology in some, because I think the first thing people think of is there seems to be a lot of layoffs, right? That technology is taking jobs away from people. From the TLC's perspective, how is the entry point of all of these technology fields? Is it truly taking away jobs, and we just talk about like AI, but these other components that are making human work seem to be obsolete? What's your take on that?
I'll jump in there.
Sure.
So I'll say that again, I've been in this space for quite a while, and so when you think of software, right, you're essentially automating or in some way taking a process and changing that. Initially, if you look back at Web 2.0, you're taking once we really got into that, which was the point at which I became active in the industry. We're taking things that used to be desktop applications, that used to be apps, that were legitimate business things that people did in their day-to-day life, and we just put them inside the computer. And then from putting them inside the computer, we put them on the web, right? So instead of pen and paper, right, you're writing into a virtual notebook. You're doing your taxes online. You're not doing them by hand, right? So in that regard, the idea was we're streamlining work, but as a part of streamlining work, right, you're going to reduce a certain amount of the workforce if you're doing a task that we can now accomplish more quickly inside the computer. You can share information. Obviously, if we're looking at, again, the apps that we have, instead of me having to call a taxi, I can just use my phone to get an Uber, right? Well, when we look into further with AI and things like that, we're just taking processes and we're making them more efficient, as well as we're making them less directed. So if I wrote a program before, I had to actually write out the instructions. Now we're doing what we're considering training. So less of me telling you exactly what to do and more like I'm presenting information to a quote unquote child and they're learning how to do it. So we're going to be able to do things that are more complicated or are fuzzier, right? Without specifically having to enumerate exactly how to do it. And we're going to leave that up to the AI. But yes, there will be a reduction in certain jobs. And the idea usually is, right, is that you're empowering one person to do the job of 10. But at that point, that means that those 9 other people need to be placed in some other capacity. So I think it's still always the case that people have to continue to upskill and they have to continue to find value in what it is that they know. Because again, the website that I would have made 10 years ago can be easily accomplished by some technology that I could purchase, and you wouldn't need my services to directly write that. So yes and no. Yes, certain functions will go away, and as they become standard, right? And it will give the people opportunity to grow in terms of like what is capable and what you can do.
So what I want to add to this is let's take a slight step back to move forward. So why, the push for AI? Why, companies are investing millions and millions, even billions of dollars into AI? The main reason why is time, right? Time is one of our most precious resources, right? And if I had, let's say, 5 people who I hired to do a task that I can now automate using AI, that can run 24/7, doesn't have to go take a break, doesn't have to turn off. I'm going to invest in that, right? And so what we have to understand is for people who are learners, you have to consistently be actively learning. So so back in my time and Mark's time, we learned something and it was good for a couple of years and then we had to learn something else. Now, because the landscape is always changing, you have to be motivated to continuously learn. And to the point, yes, there will be a reduction in certain jobs which are repetitive,
Hmm.
but there's also going to be a creation of new jobs. Case in point, right now, we see that prompt engineering is, the hot thing. And, the salaries, I've seen some salaries for prompt engineering that are absolutely ridiculous, over 400,000. Now, over time, the price for a prompt engineer is going to go down, right? I don't think it's going to increase. But it will go down because now there'll be more people who can do it. So I think what we need to understand is, yes, there will be a reduction in um, a big part of the job force, but there's also going to be creation of new jobs, and the goal of those who are actively learning is to learn those skills, so when those opportunities arise, you're able to immediately shift. And the thing is also, if you're working at a company and you're not learning and you're not, looking into AI and looking hey, how can I help my company leverage AI? Because, your companies are looking. Companies are, investing millions of dollars into it. Folks are investigating it to see how it can help. But if you're someone if you're at a company and your company has not yet looked into it, but is planning to, take advantage of starting to learn it yourself and then bring some of the ideas to your company, because that can help. You can then become a subject matter expert in the field, for your company. So the thing that AI is doing is that it's pushing us to consistently continue to be actively learning, because just like Mark said, you know whereas before it took us, a week or two to create a website, we can now set up a website. All we need is your name, couple of pictures, and AI can spit out a website for you in less than 5 minutes. But it used to take us, 10, 15 years ago, it took us weeks to build. We can now produce that in 5 minutes. So the key thing that people need to understand why companies are investing is time. It saves time, and these things, these tools, we can have them consistently run. And so, the name of the game is to make money. So if I can spend less to make more, I'm going to make that investment. So it's our duty as technologists to, as we see these advancements, to stay up on learning those new things and then provide the value to our organization. And as new roles are created, we can move into those new roles and become the subject matter experts that we'll need to be.
That was great. Thank you. Now, I will say to that, the space of learning the subjects is something that I'm sure you all get a lot of times for people that perhaps are transitioning out of other industries, but wanting to utilize and be a part of the technology space. You know, talking about how AI can do a lot of things, education is absolutely a component of it. But we have an amassment of information, and people that want to maybe take a I'll say non-traditional role into it, like they don't have an engineering degree as a background. Can you speak to folks that are trying to transition into tech, looking at things such as like boot camps or certifications? How is that? What's that marketplace like now?
I can tell you right now, boot camps are suffering. I actually had a conversation with someone who actually runs a boot camp, who was telling me that, they're looking to pivot how they do boot camps, because in terms of enrollment, 3 years ago, the enrollment is down. Now, because there's a vast, so when talking to someone who wants to pivot into technology, the first thing that I always ask is, what is it that you're wanting to do?
Mhm.
What are you wanting to do in technology? And let's find what relates to what you're trying to do. Because what tends to happen to a lot of folks is they hear the buzzwords technology, AI, and they jump in to a bunch of different things, looking at different videos, different courses. And after a month, they've learned absolutely nothing. Right. And so we need to take a more structured approach in finding out what is it that what's piquing your curiosity, and based on your curiosity in the tech field, what relates to that curiosity. I find many times that people will go into what I call the YouTube rabbit hole. You're watching videos on videos on videos on videos about different tech subjects, and then at the end of it all, you haven't learned anything. You're still confused. You haven't learned anything. So first is finding out what your interests lie, and then see what technologies tie back into those interests, and then having a structured approach. So now, in speaking with boot camps, um, the conversation I had, one of the questions I asked them was, how are you pivoting? Right. And so they're pivoting their process instead of it being a full 12-week or 16-week course, they're introducing miniature courses to attract, the audience, and then doing shorter periods, like maybe it'll be 6 weeks. You learn this module. Once you master this module, you can go into this module next. So basically, the advancements in technology have disrupted how boot camps operate, because now people can, just go to YouTube University and learn a lot of things there. And so they're now looking at how can we pivot, because there's been a massive reduction in folks enrolling. So number one key thing is, what is it that interests you, and let's take those interests and connect it to um, some technology. And that's what I'll start with. I'll let Mark close it out.
So going from just what you're interested in, let's not throw out your entire background, right? Like, if you are moving from another industry and you have significant knowledge in that industry, every industry uses technology, right? It's a part of every sector. And unless you essentially just despise your last position, if you are in finance, right, that uses technology. If you're from the medical industry, if you're from accounting, if you worked in a warehouse, if you did something, there's something about the firsthand knowledge that you received in that job that can apply to software, to technology, to hardware, et cetera, because you have a firsthand account of how it's being used. So if you spent a more formal education, you would be spending on how to build products in general, how to solve a problem, how to bring that to a particular situation. And then you would find yourself in a medical situation and you would realize you don't know anything about the healthcare or insurance providers or anything else. And so in addition to how you have to perform your job in that particular industry, you have to learn that industry.
Right.
You're coming from another industry, that's one less thing you have to learn because you already understand that. So as a part of helping someone transition and accelerate their role, let's not start at the beginning if you don't have to, right? So if you can bring to bear the knowledge that you already know, if you have a sales background, there's sales in software as well, right? That there are components of your existing life that you can marry together with this new career path. The other thing that we go back to is community. So in a help to let you narrow down the focus, because from the outside in, technology can look like it's just that one word. And the closer you get to it, the larger it becomes. Then you start hearing about there's back end, there's front end, there's data, there's whatever. All of a sudden, those sound like little small subgroups until you get closer to them and realize there's a lot that goes into being a data scientist. There's a lot that goes into data analytics. And then there are all types of different packages and things like that. So if you have some mentorship, they can help you narrow your focus so that you're learning things that are directly applicable to what's going on in industry. They can help you. So one of the downfalls, I would say, of certification is that they're not always valued in every sector, and that there are more certifications than there are credible ones. So again, in knowing an organization such as Technologies of Color, or finding an actual mentor who's in the industry, they can tell you which one of those have validity, which one of those are worth your time. in terms of like, hey, if you have this on your resume, this really will pique someone's interest, as opposed to that's not really utilized, right? Because almost every company at this point offers some type of certification, which in some instances is just marketing to help you learn their product, but it doesn't carry weight within the industry. So you want to make sure that you get some hands-on, like with a person. So like we can help you step your way through this, and they can help you, like we can help you figure out what's a credible boot camp and what's not, who's like what areas are on the rise and what are not. Like if you are all knowledge is useful knowledge, but there are a predictable curve of how technology works. If something is really, really old and they can't find anybody who knows how to do it, but it's still making a lot of money. Like if you're a COBOL programmer right now, banks and oil refineries are still looking out for you. On the other end, if there's a piece of technology that just came out, like we keep saying AI, we keep saying prompt engineering and things like that, like that's a new term that if you knew what that is and you know how to do that, there's a lot of money in that. And then there's everybody in the middle who is making a living at something that we've been able to do for about 10 or 20 years, right? So if you're talking about where the wealth comes from, it's on those ends. And then again, having somebody to help you through that will help you figure out like how to narrow it down, because there's a lot to learn and you don't want to have to learn it all.
I actually wanted to add one thing to what Mark said. So Mark talked about, getting certifications. Another thing is when you're learning and like you're spending the time to study for your certification. It's one thing to get the certification, but it's another thing to actually do the work that certification, basically labels you as an expert in, right? So a lot of times what I have seen is that I've seen folks who've done enough work to study to get the certification. But if I were to ask you to do the actual work that certification is tied to, you're not able to do the actual work. And so it's very important to, when you partner, when you have a mentor, when you have someone that is helping you along that path to a technical career, is that you practice and truly learn the tools and things necessary. So when you have that certification and now you can back it up with real work, with real world work that you've done, that goes a long way in growing your technical career.
I think that's a great point and clarification from a point for you, Mark, and clarification for you, John. So as we look at in closing, and again, appreciate you both and for Technology Color giving us a space of expertise. Where do you see in the workforce development space, particularly for Black technologists, what's next for us as a collective, as a group, and from your leadership space, what are the things that we need to be working on overall when we're talking about not just the technical or learning aspect, but the technology sector itself?
I'll jump in and I'll let John close it out.
Yeah,
but
sure.
I think emerging technology, like we need us in the vanguard. We need, and I don't just mean that because that's where the wealth is, but that's where things are being created. But it's being created and it's going to have a tremendous effect on us, right? So if we're not there when the language processing is done, it may not be able to understand our accent. It may not be able to understand the way that we formulate our sentences. If we're not there in the planning of how these things are constructed, we won't be represented at day one of how it's tested, right? So if I make something, the very first person who I test it against is myself. So if it has trouble with my skin tone, that's a hard stop right there, because it's not working for me. It doesn't turn into it's not working for a group of people. That turns it's not working, right? Because I'm the very first person that I tested against. So we need to be present in all of those areas so that we are recognized and the technology works for us. And we are there to address the issues that are unique to us that may be looked as a feature to come later instead of something that needs to be there on day one. So I think that would be first. The other one is we need to help people understand what those emerging technologies are. I think that with AI and things, there are things that happen. Like there's a use case, and everybody has Chat GPT, right? But there's 10 years before that when there's a lot of things going on that would prepare you for when it becomes common knowledge. And as John said before, a lot of people are navigating based on what's happening in the news, right? And then unfortunately, everybody runs to something, and then by the time they're in the pipeline, things shift, right? And as someone who's changing or trying to enter that, you want to be more well prepared so that you can help navigate your career outside of whatever the trend is. So I would say that that's kind of where we are, is like preparing everyone, making sure that they know what they need to do, and that they're not moving towards the more established, but moving into the emerging technology, because you can use the same skill set to do both, but it's going to have a higher impact if you're at the front of the line than if you're at the back of the line.
And what I want to also add to that is we also have to understand why networking is important. So being present when there are events. So when there are events, let's say that there's a, if Google's doing an AI event, it's imperative for you to be there, right? To be there, introduce yourself, make some friends, connect with them, because you never know when you could leverage those relationships that you've made in the future. Case in point, I'll use a great example. I met a gentleman 2 years ago, right? At an event. We became friends. We touched base quite a bit on LinkedIn, about once a month. And at the time last year, when I was at a point where I needed to look for another job, he reached out to me to ask me a question, and I answered and said, "Yeah, I am looking, and here I am at the current company that I am in." So, besides all the learning that we're doing, it's important for us to network, make build relationships, because you never know when that relationship can help you down the road. So, case in point, you might meet somebody today who's a AI engineer, and then 2 years from now he's starting his new AI company, and because he's met you and has a relationship with you, you might become their CTO, and things move forward. So it's important to build relationships. That to me is one of the biggest keys. Well, number one, having a circle around you that keeps you honest, right? So putting people in your circle who will motivate you when there are times where you're like, you know what, I don't want to learn. You want to have a circle around you that's going to help motivate you and help push you, but also, leveraging your network and being present, because you have to understand, Microsoft, Google, they host events all the time, every single month. And if you want to be, and a lot of these events are free. So all it is just your time. You committing time and dedicating time to say, "Hey, I want to go do this." They're doing this, and then while you're there, don't just sit there, ingest the information, and then go home. Connect with individuals in that space, because you never know what those connections can grow into later on for you as you navigate your career. That is, besides all the learning, that is also one of the big things that I think people fail to take advantage of, is building those relationships, because you never know a year or so, or 2 years, 3 years down the road, how those relationships can help you in your future.
Those are great closing points, gentlemen. And to really echo the idea of relationships, particularly as we move into a more technologically connected tomorrow, like those relationships, especially human relationships, are where the true valuation is going to lie. And so for people that are looking at connecting with you in the space of technologists of color, where can we find you? Where can we support you as a community?
So first of all, I'll give my socials and I'll give the website. You can follow me on Instagram at I am John77 on Instagram. You can follow me on LinkedIn. The name is Jonathan Exum. There is actually 2 people with the same name. I think one of them looks really, really young. Just pick the one that's older, which is me. You'll see my face. And you can follow Technologies of Color. Our website is www.techsofcolor.org. We're also at Techs of Color, which is spelled TECHSOFCOLOR on all social media platforms.
You can follow me at Clever Anchor. That's CLEVERANCHOR. Big presence on LinkedIn as well. Again, you can type in the name Mark Lawson, but it'll be Mark-Lawson-Clever Anchor. As he said, we're on Facebook, we are on Instagram, and on LinkedIn, and
TikTok.
also and TikTok, yes, as well as connect with us. And we have one in-person event a month. We are hosted at the Russell Center, so definitely connect with us. Come out, and all of our events are open to the public and are novice friendly. And we help take you in the deeper water sometimes, but we also have those entry level things, and we expose you to technology and everything. So definitely check us out and look for us.
Thank you all so very much. And again, I want to give a shout out to the Russell Innovation Center for Entrepreneurs, as well as Dell and NVIDIA for giving us the privilege to speak with you all today. And again, thank you all for making the opportunity for Technologies of Color to exist in a colorful tomorrow together. So thank you all again, and we appreciate your support.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So with that, we had John Exum and Mark Lawson from Technologies of Color here in Atlanta, Georgia, speaking to how you and your community can be connected with a technological but also human-centric tomorrow. And so with that, we'll continue onward. Well, here after a quick note from our partner Dell, and taking to the next steps of the Black Fantastic with Black Futures Month 2024. Thank you all so much.
All right, peace. All right, bye.
Thank you very much for continuing to be the best part of our Black Futures Month 2024 engagement. Again, this is Dejan Sneed here with SUBSUME Studios here in Atlanta, Georgia, where we're looking to connect with the intersection of creativity, technology, and community, and talk today to the innovators of our current time who are building the Black futures, the Black history of the future. And of course, not only speaking to the Black history here in the US, but amongst this amazing diaspora of talent that we see existing in the spaces all around us. We'd love to bring our next guest here to the stage. And speaking of a marvel and a person who is absolutely building not only to connect the space through hard work and technical acumen, but also in the space of social entrepreneurship. I'd love to bring Dr. Inya Lawal to the stage here. Dr. Inya, a pleasure to have you here. Welcome. And thank you.
Thank you very much. So it's so good to see you. The last time we saw you were right here in Nigeria, and we were lucky to have you for 2 weeks in Nigeria. How are you doing?
Oh, pleasure, absolutely. And with yourself and ACM, How Foundation, and just the family that was on the other side of that plane ride is absolutely a pleasure and a privilege to be connected. And hope you're doing well today.
Great stuff.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And to spend those 20 days in your presence, to see the marvel and just absolutely social entrepreneurial whirlwind that you are, I just want to start to let you give your credits and bona fides. So they are substantial, but I also want to just let people know exactly who we have the privilege of speaking with here today.
Okay, so my name is Inya Lawal, Dr. Inya Lawal. Everyone calls me Dr. Inya, and I'm many things. So I'll talk about my foundation part of work, and then as an entrepreneur as well, I consider myself a social entrepreneur. So on the foundation, I run Ascent Studios Foundation, and we're dedicated to the growth, economic growth, and improvement of people, particularly women and youth. And so we have several projects. We have projects that we're running with several governments, also organizations, even people within the private sector who want us to design and implement their CSR in that way. So that's one side to me. We run several programs under Ascent Studios Foundation. And then the other side is me as a social entrepreneur. I love business. Absolutely. I'm a true Nigerian woman. I love to do business, invest in them, help people grow, and also see how, people can come together. I'm about connecting people, hence being the founder or the CEO in some cases of several conferences. Particularly, I've mentioned the Africa Creative Market that you were at in Nigeria. And for that, the focus is bringing the ecosystem together. And we find that many times when people are approaching an industry or the growth of an industry within Africa, it's usually either leaning towards government or private sector, and then you have the development sector also coming out and saying, oh yeah, we want to do something, but it feels like everyone is planning in silos, right? And there's no connection to bring everyone together. So you can find people within the government, private sector, development sector, and academia, which is very rare to bring in these cases as well. Now, there's another conference, fantastic one we run, which is focused on technology, growing of technology within Africa, and it's called the Global Tech Africa. You were there as well, and I'm so glad you put your mind to it and you said, yes, I want to come to the other side of the world and experience all of this, conferences and see how we can work together. And aside that, we have another one called the Science of Trade, which is focusing on helping women and youth who are in business trade outside, of the continent. So I have wonderful, wonderful partners. You're one of them as well. SUBSUME is one of our partners. Amazing partners. Particularly, we're supported by the U.S. Consulate in Nigeria, and they've been a great support through all the programs we run locally. So that's our US connection in that way, it's through the consulate, and they're always usually very happy to know that we're connecting in this way. So that's I think that's enough about me.
No, we want more. We want more, and absolutely, and all well earned. And again, being in your presence, one thing that again, another thing that stood out was your
Yeah.
space of thought leadership, not just in Lagos, not just in Nigeria, but how your expertise is valued across the world. So I was love how did you start this? Because again, we're talking Germany, we're talking UK, we're talking the
Yeah.
Emirates. We are truly talking to someone, and it was of course encouraging to see someone, particularly a black woman,
Yeah.
that a sister being in this space. So how did you get started in on this journey of building these types of interconnected communities, as you say, where that traditionally we see silos when we're talking about social
Yeah.
entrepreneurship?
Yeah. So, wow, it's been a long journey. I can't even. I'll just sum it up. Uh, I'm from a family of 9, and I think we're 8 girls and a boy. I'm the last. I'm the baby, and I think living in in a house with several siblings, I realized quickly enough that it's always best working together. If you want to get something done, get everyone to pitch in, and then get it done. So as I joke and say, I've been collaborating since I was born. And started the journey in the creative sector. I ran a talent management company because I saw the need for African talents to showcase themselves. This was when Africa wasn't the thing. We weren't in the news at the time. They were hearing about us. You'd hear about Nollywood a bit, but yeah, no one was taking anything seriously. But I realized very quickly after becoming friends with one amazing guy who is an actor in Nigeria, and we had a conversation, and he had been in several wonderful films, very active, very talented. And I asked him, I said, why don't we know about you? Why don't we know about you? The world should know about you. And I took it on without any talent management experience. Started managing him, and his career took off, and I thought, wow. Along the line, people started approaching me for management. We signed on more people, and then it got to the point where we said, you know what, it's not just enough. We aren't making the kind of films we want to make. Why don't we start making the movies? Because I'd signed writers, directors, producers at the time. Hence the studios. So Ascend became Ascend Studios, and we made a movie, and then it opened the can of worms. I saw that there were so many issues. It wasn't just about putting the talent out there or making the movies. And I'm naturally a problem solver. I started thinking, how can we make this work? How what's the problem? Why are we just going around in circles? That's what it felt like. And eventually I took a step back from the creative sector to go learn the developmental part of growing an ecosystem. And at this point I connected with the US consulate in Nigeria. They sent me on an amazing program called the Fortune Most Powerful Women's Mentoring Program. Very blessed to be on that program, one of 19 selected worldwide. And I went on the program. I was mentored by the leading executives of Goldman Sachs at the time. Dina Powell was my main mentor at the time. Had an amazing time in the US, but then especially I learned through their course, 10,000 Women. I met the team, and I think it was then I started to understand how all of these things come together. So yes, 10,000 Women is a platform where you can go online and learn free courses, and take free courses rather, and learn as an entrepreneur. But the building of the blocks, so from my experience, what I'd gained all through understanding my industry, understanding how, just asking questions and how and why a platform like 10,000 Women existed, I thought, okay, so how could we bring this together? Before I knew it, I got back home, contacted by the US consulate to run the Academy for Women Entrepreneurs, which is a program that is focused on empowering women. And that just took off. It was from there, it started to make sense. It started to make sense that we needed everybody, and we needed to create platforms that everyone could come to. It wasn't just about, because people are fond of that. Before you hear it, oh yeah, we just announced a fund of, $5 million and for filmmakers, but those filmmakers get the funding, they can't sustain it. They don't have the necessary skills. They don't have the global network they need for distribution, but you then pump them this funding, and you put no monies towards giving them access to all those other things. So that idea, of course, I set up the foundation and started thinking, how can we solve this problem? At the time, I also started consulting for governments and, and whatnot, just having all this experience, doing more programs, bringing all those experiences together is how we got here. And year in, year out, we're expanding, learning more about other places, just really seeing how people have done it. It's not a copy and paste idea. So I won't take an idea from the US and copy and paste it, but I want to know how you did it, how you were able to succeed, and see how should we borrow from that? And then we have our own original ideas on how we can solve our problems, but how can we put it together and connect with people like you, other people from different parts of the world, and just really coming together and making it work. So yeah, in a nutshell, trust me, in a nutshell, this is how we got here. Yeah.
And one other thing, and again, thank you so very much with Dr. Inya Lawal to talk about policy, because that's also something that really stood out. It's one thing to be actionable and make work and make effort, but another insight that really was highlighted in my time around you was that you're very intentional that policy for change is an action part of the action plan, right? Absolutely. So what's the importance of policy, particularly as we're looking at entrepreneurship in the Black sector to really make those sustainable changes happen?
Yeah, I think it's and thanks for pointing that out, because people tend to miss that and the importance of it. We may do, what we're doing and put all the effort in, all the hard work, and have all the money in the world. But if the policy does not favor the sustainability of what we're doing, we're done. Like, we're really done. What I've been able to do, I understand that everyone complains about their governments, right? You could sit around Nigerians and hear how they complain about the government, the US, the same thing, but it's very important to find people within the government that align with you, right? And, for us, as an organization, as a foundation, we've been able to identify, based on just seeing and listening, watching the news, hearing what people are saying, people in positions of power, to make this change happen, and hearing what they're saying, and also seeing the ones who are not just talking, but doing something. And those are the people we move towards, go to and have those conversations with, and say, look, we've identified that you're ready to go. Can you partner with us, in that way? Because we need them. In Nigeria, particularly talking about the tech ecosystem, it would be NITDA, the DG. You saw the DG of NITDA at almost all our events, and that's someone we've identified from the beginning that is really, really dedicated to wanting to see things happen. And I think that no matter what country we're in, whether in the US, whether it's good to always identify who are those people within the government that are in charge of policy. You may find the ones who aren't serious about it, but trust me, it can't all be bad. Look for the ones and see how you can align with them, sit down with them, understand what their ideas are on, what it is with policy. Also invite them to not just your events, to partner events, because it's also them, learning. I find that a lot of people leaders, I would say leaders in general, might be very lazy towards doing, face-to-face, or towards showing up in places where some of these conversations go on. But you're up there doing policy change and you're reviewing all these things, but you're not communicating with the people. So what we also try to do is to say, look, we are the, platform, right? We're not government. We're not the private sector. We're not the development sector. Well, we are development, but we're not development sector. We're just a platform that exists for all of these people to come together to have a conversation. And we set up those conversations. And you've seen through our programs that people sign deals, with the government. A lot of those things just happen in theory. They don't happen in reality, but we've been able to, influence them happening through the strategy that we use. So yes, policy is very important.
Oh, absolutely. It was not lost on me the space of infrastructure, right? I see that being built in Nigeria. I see that being built here in Atlanta, and then
Yeah.
all the diaspora spaces in between. It's not an issue of talent. And a lot of times it's not even an issue of resources. It's the idea that things seem to tend to be one-offs, right? The idea of we're not building for that long-term future where we have a one thing and that one thing is nice. But to your point, that without that policy change, it's not only for yourself but for your partners, that the people you work with, then a lot of times that's where it's lost. But I see that definitely as a strength and a resource for yourself and your foundation. So we're going to be spoiled, because we only have a finite amount of time to show where you are here today. Well, obviously, we have a lot of things in our shared future, but I would like to kind of give a moment to say, like, what is the future as you see it for the policy opportunities of social entrepreneurship as it looks to build these bridges for systemic change?
The future is bright, but we need to educate ourselves, right? Ask most of the entrepreneurs what policies are good for them that exist within the government and they don't know. Ask them about the ones that are bad for them and they don't know, right? So the future is bright, but I believe that, or what I see, from what I see, when people are hustling and, digging in deep and, just doing it, they're going about their business. They don't really focus on, the policies that support them, right? So the first thing I see before we start talking about a future, the first thing we need to do is to educate ourselves. Pick up our, you'd hear from entrepreneurs, oh, I don't have time for that. I just want to move and I just want to get things done. But guess what? You get things done and then you build something, unimaginably beautiful and wonderful and good for the world. But then the policy, is a drawback because there's a rule somewhere that says that can't exist, in that way for innovators or people who are trying to do things differently. So, like I said, the first part is educating ourselves, understanding what we need, how to communicate with the right people, who is in charge of what we need, right? So if you don't even know who's in charge, because if I ask you now, who's in charge of this and that, you may not be able to name them. So we need to know. And that's number one. Number two, we need to find a way to connect with them. I already spoke to that, already. Whether it's inviting those people over, but winning them over, being a part of the choice. Who is in charge of choosing? Are people voting to choose or select these people? Making sure you're voting in the right people, whose policies are best for what you're doing as entrepreneurs. And then the other part of it is to find places where you can sync. If someone is in charge of policy, you shouldn't be seeing them only once a year. Right. They should know you. You should know them. They should know what's going on within your industry. So whether through organizations, whether you belong to certain organizations and you're paying official visits to these people to let them know what's going on within the entrepreneurial world and within the sector. So, for example, the tech sector, within the city you're in, there are people who are in charge of you. They should know you. You should know them, and they should know what you're up to. So that when a conversation comes, or in most cases where other governments are contacting them and saying, oh, we want to do this exchange with your country, they're able to say, oh, Deirdre is working on something like that. Let me call him up in that way. And that's the only way we can expand. When it comes to policy and how policies can help us, I believe that, we have our own work to do. We have our own work cut out for us. And we need to hold people accountable, people who are in charge of making things work for us, because we're working too hard. We're working so hard and we can't do all that work. And then you get to a point you get stopped by the government for any reason.
Just too true. And with that, you've shown that you're able to move to the front of the line as a advocate, for those types of changes. So how can we connect and support you in those endeavors ahead?
We're online. We're on social media, on LinkedIn. We're on LinkedIn as Ascent Studios Foundation. If you try Global Tech Africa, we're there as well on that platform. Africa Creative Market, we're there on that platform. So all the platforms are Ascent Studios Foundation. Global Tech, and trust me, we're the only ones. Global Tech Africa and Africa Creative Market. And also, I'm sure you would announce when it's time. We're looking at a partnership with SUBSUME, with you spearheading that partnership, and we'll be inviting your own community to come to Nigeria for this year's conference for Global Tech Africa and the Africa Creative Market. And I'm sure Deidre here will give you the information when it's ready, so that you can come. So we want to, whoever is, within the community, if you want to work in Africa or you want to partner with people in Africa, this is your guy. Go through him, because he's already doing that, right? He snuck to Nigeria without letting any of you know, but he was in Nigeria, got a lot of people excited, and he's coming back again this year. So we can't wait to have you, David.
Absolutely. And if memory serves you, might be next week. So I think hopefully soon enough.
Yeah.
Right. Absolutely. But no, I really, really thank you so very much for, not only your time here, but your example. I know it's brilliant on both fronts. And look forward to how all of our meeting works together. So thank you so very much. No, absolutely. So enjoy your evening, as we continue the day here in Atlanta, but in a shared family of collaborative and community support. So thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right.
Take care of yourself.
All
right.
right.
Bye.
All right. And with that, we'll go ahead and bring up to the next top of the hour and keep things continuing with the space of the Black Fantastic and how we can be the agents of our own change, not only for today, but for a bright, brilliant, and inclusive tomorrow. So with that, we'll continue onward with Black Futures 2024. This is Dejan Sneed here with SUBSUME. Stay tuned and stay included for more. We'll be right back. Thank you all so very much. Appreciate you for being a part of our fantastic continuation of Black Futures 2024. This is Dejan Sneed here, founder of SUBSUME Studios, here live from Atlanta, Georgia. And thank you all so very much for the continuing opportunity to build the creative technology and community building aspects of the Black Fantastic, and looking at the innovators of today who are part of the Black history of tomorrow. And speaking of the global diaspora of talent, we've been looking at the opportunities for us at SUBSUME to look to the spaces of the Caribbean, the spaces of Latin America, and of course, to the spaces of Africa to how we can look at building the Afrofuturism in action, being actionable in the spaces of our culture, our legacy, and of continuing innovation. And I'm absolutely thrilled to bring to our stage someone who absolutely represents that, not only the spaces of music, but also in technology, innovation, and communicating a space and building and leveraging all of these to a creative opportunity where everyone can be involved and, as we say, stay included in the spaces they want to be. So with that, I'd love to look here and bring to the stage Mr. Obi Asika. Mr. Asika, a pleasure, sir. Absolutely a privilege to see you and see you decked out in the Super Eagles regalia. As
wish us luck, man. Wish us luck. You know how it is.
So no, prayers up to the national team and the exciting time. So with that, I'd be remiss to list all of your amazing bona fides and accomplishments, not only in Nigeria but across the world. So I'd love to just turn it over to you for a moment. And please, I would love for you to introduce yourself. And as we talk about the Omniverse Africa and the opportunities beyond.
Yeah, man. You know, nice to have Beyond, and to thanks again for inviting me. And it's funny because as I was listening to you when you were introduced, I was thinking to myself, okay, so this is how we're going to do it, because now I understand the full context of the conversation. And yeah, I'm really happy to be here, happy to have this conversation. My background, obviously I'm Nigerian, we're everywhere. But when I was growing up, people didn't know we were everywhere, but we knew we were everywhere. So we're like in 200 countries. I think they say 1 in 5 Africans is Nigerian, 1 in 7 Black people anywhere in the world is Nigerian. So we know that we're everywhere already. Even I, as I am, I have family all over the place, all over the States, all over the UK, Europe, Africa. We travel. Plus, I'm Igbo. I'm from the east of Nigeria. So they say we're the commercial people, we're the traders, we're the markets. We own the markets. Although from Kano, they've been trading for 1,000 years as well, across the Sahel, into the Sahara, into Mecca and North Africa. So I'm a Nigerian. People talk more about the music side, but I've worked across the creative and cultural industries for maybe 30 years, from music to arts to culture to literature. And I've been blessed to involve a lot of things which are driven by passion. So from sports, I've worked, we produced the Under-20 World Cup in Nigeria 20-something years ago, to like doing social media week with a dear friend for almost 10 years, doing a lot of the big reality formats into Nigeria the first time, Big Brother, The Apprentice, and probably the part that I'm probably most associated with is with the music industry. What people call Afrobeats today, which we were searching for a name for it back in the day. But it was, to be honest, we were hip hop kids. My generation, we were hip hop kids. And what really happened was when we domesticated hip hop fully, it became Afrobeats, because then it became just natural expression, because actually they're kind of like first cousins. So that part of it as well, I've always been deeply engaged, and I have a lot of friends in America on the side of how do we build that bridge, because I think a lot of people, there's a lot of disconnect. There's been a lot of disconnect between the communities. Even though I've seen it grow, I've seen it change. I think there's a lot more, we're a lot closer now. And, mutual respect is growing. And we can begin to understand that if we move together, we win. Because I think, and I fully believe, we're in the African century. We've got to the period where the next 50 years, by 2050, the UN numbers say there'll be 450 million Nigerians, right? By 2100, you're talking 750 million. Then you're talking like 1 in 3 of the people on the planet under 19 are going to be Nigerian or something crazy, right? I mean, it's the numbers are big, and that's just Nigeria. I haven't even talked about the continent. I haven't talked about the global Black diaspora. But I think the fact of the matter is that we need to understand each other better, we need to know each other better, translate the culture better. And with that, when you have that unity of purpose, I think we can really go hard. And that's kind of the energy behind the Omniverse, as a segue.
Absolutely. And we're definitely going to talk to that segue and the unlimited potential that the Omniverse will present. And I was thinking to your space of mutual respect, and then also of the space of where the future, as we're talking here for Black Futures Month, I think, of course, we'd be remiss to to make sure that everyone understands that in that same 2040 report, that it's 1 of 4 or 1 of 5 people in the world will be of African descent. right? And under the 18, under the age of, I think, 21. And so not only are we talking about a global residence of Africa, but also a youth movement and youth culture as well. And so it's imperative that not only we understand that from the creative and creative marketplace, but also from the education and entrepreneurial spaces as well. And so that's why, in having a privilege of sharing a stage with you and getting to learn about the Omniverse and your many talents and expertise, that's where I was extremely excited and privileged to bring you on here today. So as you cite, I think there is that space of mutual respect that is coming, I think, initially from a space of music, right? So I think for us here at the Grammys, that was the first year that it was African music had its own platform, had its own award. Now, for yourself, having so much expertise in music, I'd like to start there. And then, of course, I continue to build towards learning more about the Omniverse, just for what music has brought as far as a societal and cultural, and of course, entrepreneurial space for Nigerians. What's your overarching, perspective and view of that?
Yeah, I mean, I think, first of all, I think, music is us, right? I think that's what I think, right? I think it's like, I'm from a place called Onitsha. It's in my DNA. When I was 15, 16, and I was 17, becoming like a Rakim fanatic, and like, Public Enemy was my thing. And I remember my late father, who actually had gone to UCLA in the 60s. I used to go to him and stress this poor man about, how it is when you love music. Dad, are you hearing what they're saying? I mean, these kids didn't even finish school. Listen to what they're saying. And my dad was like, man, these guys, it says, listen, man, you need to come to Onitsha with me and see something. And we go back to the village. And these guys who are like the titled men, chiefs, right? And they're having an initiation ceremony. They're coming out to do it's a ritual where if a titled woman passes or a titled person passes, a certain class of chiefs come to pay them goodbye. So I was watching them as they were coming to pay them goodbye. And he was explaining to me, he said, listen to what they're saying and what they're singing. And the whole thing is they were chanting, and it's call and response. They were chanting, the guys were anchor, the guys were anchor. And I was like, okay, wait a second. Till tomorrow in Igbo land, the ogene, which is like a double bell, like a tubular bell, the two of them, is what drives the rhythm of the traditional orchestra. There are 5-6 people. So if you think about New Orleans and the musicians on the street, if you go and check Ogene music on YouTube, you see these guys who are actually 5-6 people. And they come and they sing praise songs, they sing dirge songs, or if somebody died, they've got music. If somebody's a celebration, they've got music. So music has always been part of the DNA, part of the culture in terms of how we move. So things, by the time you become hip hop and it's like head nod factor, it's a direct translation, right? So if you can imagine that, for me, the music is a bridge and always has been. You don't necessarily need to understand the language to feel the rhythm, right? By the time it's got into your system, then it's got you, and that is what it is, right? And that's part of something that is intrinsically African, and you hear it in all Black American music forms. And something that was amazing as a kid I know called Gerald Eze, who plays the oja. The oja is it could be played through the horn, like an antler horn or a deer horn, but it's a horn, right? So they shape these things, a traditional instrument. And he plays the oja. And one day he's in my house, he picks up this antler horn. I have these African antiquities. He starts blowing this thing. Nobody ever did this. And I'm looking at this guy like, what the hell are you doing? He's blowing this thing. And these are calls. These calls, they call the masquerade. They call the gods. That's what these guys do in the traditional cosmology. So I'm watching him and I'm like, and he goes to me, boss, he said something to me that was so profound. He said, listen, he was listening to a Charlie Parker album, right? And he said, he has this record called Africa. I was even amazed he knew Charlie Parker in the first place because the kid's like 27. I was like, how do you know him? He's like, Bird, man. I said, so you know Bird? He's like, yeah. He goes, because he's a music student. And he goes, oh, he was a music student. And he goes, Bird has this song called Africa where he's blowing these refrains on the horn, yeah? On his sax or whatever, or his trumpet. He's blowing these refrains, Africa. And he's like, listen, he listened to it as an oja player who is the person authorized in the tradition to call the masquerade. And the masquerade is the person between the living and the dead who guards the next realm. It's the oja player that calls the masquerade. He says the guy is calling the masquerade, but he doesn't know. Because, of course, through translocation, Nobody told him what he was playing, but he had it in his head somewhere. So he was playing the same refrain. He was calling the masquerade. And only a person who knows how to call them the masquerade can even hear it and know that that's what he was doing. So I'm looking at that and I'm sitting in my house. I'm going, that's wild. That's incredible. But to me, that's a connection with the music. The music for Africans is in the DNA because the music has many functions. It's not just entertainment. Right? It's functional, it's ritual, it's birth, it's death. There's music for every occasion and there are dances for every occasion in indigenous on the continent. And then globally, we've taken that in a different direction. And I think without Black people, the world would be a very, very boring place.
And there's so many great points there. Thank you. And I would say to that point of the call and response, and I think the inherent language that not only music, but I think culturally that we're able to project, understand, and appreciate, even to your point, if we don't understand the words. I feel like that's been a seminal strength that we've been able to in all of our spaces and opportunities and advantages for Black people has been that resilience, right? Because I think there's been like a underlying code that we've been able to always have access to. And speaking of, now we're looking at the space of code, now kind of transitioning in the space of information technology and how machines and how technology has made us truly a global, we're all global citizens in this space. The idea of, these words and languages and music and art do have the capacity to travel throughout the world, but do they translate? So I'd love to get your insight, not only as a cultural leader in these spaces. Now that we understand, like, we have this great resource, how does that translate when going into the global marketplace?
Well, I think there's so many things, there's so many things caught up in what you just said.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm saying to myself, man, how do you begin to unpack this? I think first things first is that social media and digital media and new platforms changed everything for Black people as far as I'm concerned, because it gave us access and it gave us a voice share that we couldn't afford to buy, whether it's on media platforms, television, talent. So the talent and the expression you see on YouTube, on Black Twitter, Twitter, it's clear. During the pandemic, I remember all the things were happening with Versus. Black culture was actually changing the technology. So they have to go and re-engineer the technology because of the behavior of Black people. And that behavior of Black people is not just Black American people, it's also people on the continent. But because of data analytics and the way things are measured, you have to work 1,000 times harder in Africa to make the same money you would make if you were sitting in America, in terms of the data side of the way the big platforms are operating. And I think for us, that was something that we always see as a problem, because it's like, if I'm sitting there and I tell you that in 2013 or 2012, I met the founder, or we had a conversation of Spotify. I remember telling him, I think they had 50 million users at the time, and they were already giving them a $4 billion valuation. And I said, I'm sitting in a market where some people already have 14 million users and they can't get a valuation. Do you understand? Because of the way capital is structured, we don't have patient capital, we don't have access to markets. And that disenfranchisement of capital is still a problem for the continent. So I think a big opportunity for us in terms of building forward is getting the Black American capital to look in the direction of the continent. Even if it's 5% of the portfolio, look in the direction of the continent, because there's incredible talent sitting on the continent. If you look at countries like Nigeria, which, of course, if you look at business process outsourcing, you look at technology, look at software, I think Nigeria is going to be a massive human capital exporter over the next 20 years, just because of the talent we have. What we need to do is to create better opportunities for our people, right? Now people can work anywhere. They don't even have to leave Nigeria to work. They can work anywhere. What everybody's looking for is a decent standard of living. And if you can enable people to get to a decent standard of living, when I think about China moving 700 million out of poverty, I'm like, that's never happened in human history. The West won't let us think that way, but that's the reality. 700 million out of poverty in my lifetime, because I remember as a kid where Chinese products were looked at and laughed at, right? Before that, it was Japanese. Nobody's laughing today, right? And I think as Africans, that's something that we look at and we say, that's really important, because it shows you can come from somewhere or from nowhere. And of course, some of the unicorns already come out of the Nigerian tech ecosystem, have already shown the pathway. And I'm really prayerful that there's some coming out of the creative space, that may do some things and close some deals this year to begin to give more of a pathway and a runway for people, for local investors. Because I think what we need to see is more internal investment in the Black community. And with that, when you talk about the rest of the world being wide open, I don't think anywhere is more wide open for us than our communities. You know, by that is Black Africans should be engaging Black Americans or African Americans, whatever you prefer, to as they enter America, right? That makes sense to me, right? If I'm entering America for business and I'm not talking to my people, I'm perhaps not really thinking about the wider community, because I think Black Americans affect everything in America, especially in terms of trends, fashion, lifestyle, sports, media, entertainment. So there's a natural connection here these are the spaces that I'm talking about, art, you know, all these things in the soft power space that I feel is natural. And I put sports into that in a big way. Can I ask you a question?
Of course.
I keep seeing these images behind you, look like Black superheroes. I need to understand what's going on. I love that stuff. It's like there's a guy out here, Comic Republic, that does incredible work, who has just done a deal. There's a few others as well, but that animation looks really familiar and it looks great.
Oh, no, I appreciate it. And I would say for myself, of my work and a litany of talent that we've tapped into Nigeria specifically, you know, for creators and collaborators. And, you know, so some of this work probably does feel familiar because it's based off of, you know, the global space of me as an African American wanting to make that connection, not only in art, but also in media, in learning about a culture that I felt the connection, but did not have that soft power human connection, you know, with being able to build as a creative business. And so it really just, I think, is the exact type of platform that I couldn't find myself. And then likewise, been able to come into the Africa creative market and Global Tech Africa this year, last year, being able to bring this work and my expertise in as well, to want to build that bridge between that space. So I think this is based off of me as a kid wanting something that was African, but not knowing anyone directly on the continent, not understanding my direct correlation there, but wanting to see Africa as a fantastic space that could include me. And so a lot of my work is based off of Sorghum and Spear, and that's our African fantasy series. And to your point, you know, I know that we have Africa Comic Con and several other components. You know, I could think of Roy Coupe. You know, I'm going to blank on my brother with Peta Comics and several African and particularly Nigerians who come here to the U.S. and have brought that culture, have brought that expertise, and just building in collaboration, but also in, I would say, in appreciation for their work and for that cultural component. That's where you see the art behind you.
No, I love it, man. I mean, I'll tell you something. It's something, I mean, we haven't even spoken about this before, but like the guys here, I mean, I know a bunch of them in the animation and the comic space. And I mean, Julie did an incredible deal with Subway Selwyn with Universal Pictures last year. And I think that the comics and gaming and esports might be the biggest thing that comes out of the continent, because it allows us to re-examine our mythology and stop running from our ghosts, right? You know, there's something I say, they know me on the Nigerians, and I say this all the time, but it's a good story, so I'm going to keep telling it. You know, what's the difference between Thor and Shango? Now, if you're not Nigerian or African, you might not even know who Shango is, and that itself is the problem, yeah? So Shango is the Yoruba god of thunder, who carries a hammer, just like Thor, but he's a few thousand years older than Thor. He was there before. And because of European, you know, colonialism, basically, where the church managed to fabricate or to push an agenda where the indigenous cosmologies of these places were dismissed, and people were told this thing is evil and it's bad, and you know, you should shun it. And you still see elements of that in our society. Shango, Ogun, all the various Orisha, the Yoruba gods, who are worshipped in Brazil and in Cuba and in parts of America, are being dismissed. But you know, in some places, in Brazil specifically, they reimagine them as superheroes. And also some of the guys in the comic space here in Nigeria. But I tell the people the difference is Shango is maybe broken, abandoned by 100 million Yoruba and 300, 400 million West Africans. Thor's approaching $50 billion. So who's the fool, right? We have not engaged our own consciousness, and therefore we can't express it fully. But I think in the gaming world, in the animation world, I think those things are going to come to the fore in a big way. There's incredible stuff coming. I think that it's going to excite everybody, and I'm glad to see what you're doing, because I see that stuff and I'm behind you the whole time. I wanted to ask. I was like, man, this guy's got some hot stuff. It's good. That's because this is it. The world doesn't have our stories, right? And we have the original stories. That's the thing. I can't hear you, man. You're off.
Thank you, brother. Yes, yeah. There we go. Thank you, brother. I would say definitely you got some books to share when I see you here shortly. But at the same time, you spoke to it, is that there's an amazing creative capital that's, I don't want to say is untapped, but I think it's just an amazing reservoir that a lot of the world maybe has overlooked. But to your point of being able to leverage technology, and I think being able to build our own infrastructures that support and collaborate together, that the future is unlimited. And I think a perfect segue into what you're doing, with as a convener of the Omniverse. And so I got a chance to hear you speak to this particular program, technology, and experience during the Africa Creative Market. But I'd love to give a space on the platform to really let people know where what you're building, and in this role, where do you see the capacity to bring all this together?
Thanks a lot, man. I mean, first of all, I think for us, the Omniverse, at the heart of the Omniverse lies the belief that the best way for us to grow is collaboration. Now, collaboration is a nice word, but what does it mean in practice, right? How do you collaborate, and what does it look like, and how do you get there, right? So our launch summit is really about that. We're aggregating ecosystem leaders across multiple sectors of economic activity. In Nigeria, for example, academia is totally disconnected from innovation. And we believe in America, for example, Silicon Valley is a child of Stanford University. Boston Circle comes out of MIT. And these things are all connected to academic institutions. And that research and R&D that's happening on campus is pretty much where the innovation begins, right? We don't have that ecosystem happening at the appropriate level. We have the ecosystem, but it's not funded. So with the Omniverse, we've partnered with the Committee of Vice Chancellors in Nigeria, which has something like 670 tertiary institutions, right? All the universities, the colleges of education, the polytechnics. We have like 1,000 colleges of ICT and the professors who lead them. So we have a pipe and an access way to what are they doing, how are they doing it. They've actually digitized something like 2 billion, I think it's something crazy, like 2 billion documents across 100,000 professors and 60,000 PhD students. So there's data available, there's research, there's R&D. It hasn't been brought to a place where you can access it and use it and possibly license it, right? So that's one of the things that Omniverse is about beyond the summit, because we look at it in two ways. We have a summit, but then we have the larger community, and we have our intentions in terms of what are the intended outcomes we're looking at. We're looking at a situation where technology, we believe firmly that technology, tech-enabled industries disrupts and changes everything. And in Africa, it's not going to be any different. Already in Africa, we are mobile before we're anything else. So we're a mobile economy. We do everything on our phones. We're probably more proficient on our phones than most parts of the world, except with the exception of Japan and China. The Asians are always ahead with the gadgets, right? But in terms of Africa, everybody does things on their phones. Banking software in Africa has been way ahead for 10 years in terms of mobile software and the things banks are enabled to do and can get done with their customers. Now, beyond the banking, so you'll see that 80% of the Nigerian startups that have made, or 90% that have become unicorns, are all fintech, doing payment solutions that they've been solving. We haven't gotten into scale other solutions of health tech, ed tech, all these other things, which are obviously still needed. So the Omniverse is about diving into the tech-enabled industries, but bringing convergence between the tech-enabled industries, academia, regulators, funders and investors, the hub network, the startup ecosystem, the entrepreneurs, and then the cultural and creative industries. Because we believe the storytellers lie there, and they are the other sector that really has the ability to push the narrative, which needs to change, push an agenda which is connected, and really have a platform themselves, because the creatives, the influencers they have over 1 billion followers in social media. You understand? So that segment is probably our second most important segment, or co-equal, the technology ecosystem. And then, of course, you have all the associated industries get impacted by these things. So that's why we say the Omniverse it's everything. It's like bring everything today. And the way the summit is structured, day one is narrative day. And we're talking about framing the narratives that you tell each other, that we tell investors, that we tell third parties, how they affect us and how they help us and what we need to be doing. That's day one. Day two is innovation and creativity, which is really specifically that. What does innovation look like? What does it mean? We have panels broken down, fireside chats, deep dive, a main stage that has all of that programming. The third day is collaboration. And now we look at big organizations that are collaborating and small partnerships that are working. We have showcases and fireside chats through that. On the fourth day is monetization, which is the thing everybody wants to know about, right? Where's the money? How are we getting to the money? How do we get access to more money? How do we raise money? So that's on the fourth day. And some of the things, including a domestic accelerator for the startup ecosystem. Do we need to wait for Silicon Valley to come knocking for us to move? Why aren't we moving ourselves, right? How do we get to Black capital? These are specific things that we need to sort out, because I don't know what the numbers are, but somebody told me that African Americans are like in the top 10 economies in the world if you take them as a nation, right? If that's a fact, then we the AU and everybody on the continent needs to be engaging that at a strategic level, not on an emotional level, right? So from the Omniverse point of view, I look at it like that's our first partners have to be that. And even if you look at our board of advisors, we have 2 or 3 there who personally sound like me. I've known them for 20 years. They're like brothers, and they have their legs in the entertainment industry, in technology, in advocacy, in community. And what we're trying to do is aggregate it. So a lot of the people who are involved with the Omniverse, the advisory board or the co-chairs, are people that they're leaders in their own, in advertising, in media, in banking, in technology, in regulatory work. Do you understand? So that they're conveners and gatherers who can bring on board other people. We have a lot of community partners. Our principal community partners is ISN Hubs, which is an innovation support network, the biggest network hubs in Nigeria, 180 hubs in like 30 states. You know, everybody talks about Lagos, but there are 36 states in Nigeria, 35 after Lagos, plus the FCT, which is the Federal Capital Territory. So the Omniverse Africa in year one is really gathering Nigeria. Yes, there's some international people coming in, but we're really trying to gather in Nigeria, gather the digital economy, the cultural and creative economy, the leaders, right? And we have some big, my partner calls them Doremi moments, you know, like when you're in the club and the bottles start going off. You want to make some big announcements of the Omniverse, because we want to go beyond. It's not just a summit to come and, you know, talk. It's like we're trying to get to some outcomes. We want to get to what does success look like, right? In terms of the Omniverse. Success to us is that in 5 years' time, from that ecosystem of people we've converged together, we can see specific things that have happened. We can see how we've affected policy in terms of campus. We can see how funds are coming in to fund R&D in universities on the continent, right? And not bypassing them. We can see how the regulators are adopting smart techniques in regulation. We can see how the business community is more connected to the startup ecosystem. Do you understand? We can see how we're able to digitize our traditional markets. So there are things that we look at a higher level. But one of the key things is also to sort of calendarize and clean up an eye into Nigeria. You came into Nigeria. You were here when I met you, right? And when you come in, it's opaque. You know, it's great. You have to work out who you're dealing with and what you're doing, and it's not as simple as it looks. You did it quite simply, I think, quite naturally. But a lot of people, you know, it holds them back, right? They don't quite know how to engage or who to engage. And I think we're in a position to be able to filter some of these things and provide points of access that people can use to engage different communities. Because at the end of the day, what I've seen over my life, and what I definitely know, is that I think the Black community worldwide has lacked leverage, right? And lacking the leverage is sometimes not realizing the solution you're looking for sitting right next to you, and it's actually your first cousin or your brother, but you weren't looking at them as what you needed, right? So when I look at the world, I feel like, yes, everybody's the same, but we have natural allies. And those natural allies, I think, are primarily actually African Americans. Do you understand? Because I feel like the energy that they have, the innovation, the disruption they've created, and those disruptions affect every aspect of life now that we all take for granted, right? Whether it's hip hop, whether it's lifestyle, whether it's fashion, whether it's sports, whether it's technology, they take it for granted. But the truth of the matter is, we need to reinforce the actual stories ourselves. Otherwise, we ourselves, what we consume is not our version of history, if you get what I'm saying, right? It's still his story. It's not like you've been able to get your stuff on Netflix and that's the one they're pushing worldwide. They're still pushing the other version, right, which is not our story. And I think that's why over the next 20 years, you're going to see a lot of rebalancing of narrative. You're going to see it because the audience looking for the real stories is massive. I mean, we're over 1 billion on the continent. The average age in Nigeria is 19, right? I don't know if people really understand that. The average age is 19, one of the youngest countries in the world, 220 million or whatever it is today, and growing. You know, so, and of that, like 150 million have mobile phones. You know, and it's intense, right? The country is, we have significant challenges at the moment. There's no doubt about that. But I feel like the industries we're talking about are the industries that are keeping on the up and up. They're the industries that show the biggest possibilities. I think and where really I'm looking at is that possibility of the human resource. You know, it's not all about money. I think it's about resource. I think it's about the people that know about AI, they know about technology, academia, that are Black in America, have so much value to bring here. They may not even be aware of, right? But one thing I can tell you is that some of us are aware. You know, some of us are aware, and not everybody has a complex. Do you understand? Because some things is just a complex issue, right? Because we can't deal with these people, or these people can't deal with us. But no, we deal with everybody, and especially, I mean, I'm sorry, no disrespect to anybody, but I feel comfortable doing that first. You know, I feel like you have to send certain signals. You have to have an agenda. And yes, I've got white friends. I've got loads of them, got millions of them. You know, but actually, I know who I am. Do you understand? And I feel like this community has to. I mean, it's like when you talk about Afrofuturism, right? The NFTs. Some of the biggest guys around in Nigeria. And, you know, I was blessed to meet a couple of them, young boys, I mean, 22, 23. You know, the guy's made a lot of money already, and he's incredible. Anthony Azekwo. I don't know if you met him when you were here, but, you know, he's super talented. He's 23, I think. You know, and and things like that are what inspire me, because I'm thinking this 23-year-old kid sitting in he left university, dropped out of university, which maybe wasn't so sharp, but, you know, he made the money that artists may not make in a lifetime. Just in the summer of NFTs. I mean, he made significant money. And I'm looking at him, I'm thinking, wow, bro. Plus, he's so intelligent and he's so articulate. You know, there's a generation coming that is like that, you know, and they're widely read and they're writing. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, that's what we're looking for. We're looking for those people who are multi-talented, multi-skilled, and are open, you know. And I think, you know, yes, we have issues with our educational system, but there's still outrageous talent sitting in Nigeria. And it's about harnessing that talent and honing it. And with the Omniverse, what we hope to do is to bring people together like that in a positive sense. And it stays beyond the summit. So the summit is like a launch into our community. And with our community, we want to be able to service the community, right? So we launch a platform and various platforms around for members, you know, around services, careers, you know, jobs, gaming, you know, things, plus a newsletter and calendarized items and a blog. All these things are basically just to make it easier for everybody to navigate these waters, because we also feel that a lot of people are playing a game that is keeping people in silos, yeah? Whereas the Omniverse is about bringing everybody together. That, I think, is the fundamental thing about the Omniverse, bringing people together. I can't not mention that we are supported by GIZ and the EU, which are two of the biggest development partners in the world, with a program called Digital Transformation Center Nigeria. And we've been blessed with the partners we've had, because that's allowed us to really go after this thing. You know, corporates sometimes are slow to jump on. So people just assume you have all this money. We don't have all this money. But what we do have is leverage, a community. We're building communities upon communities. We're stacking them up. You know, things that people didn't even know. I mean, who would have known there's 3 distinct gaming communities in Lagos that have at least 10,000 each? Members each that are actively gaming. I mean, I'm too old to game, so there's no way I would have known, right? But there's these communities are there and they're doing their thing and they're coming, you understand? And that's exciting to me because I've run into them disparately. But so what happens when we bring them together? Maybe next year will be 30,000, maybe next year will be 50,000, because one thing Nigeria has is numbers. And what we want to do is give access to as many people as possible to opportunity. I think that's the key. It's like access to opportunity. Some people are looking for partners to build. Some people are looking for partners to start. You understand? You know, it's everybody has a slightly different thing they're looking for, but they're looking for partners. And I think they'll find them at the Omniverse, and they'll get some knowledge, you know, and there's some big, sexy things I think are going to happen as well, which I can't necessarily talk about now, but in terms of reveals, launches, you know, things of that nature that I think really will give a real good feel to people who participate. And of course, we'll be live streaming. So.
Absolutely, and again, it's well said, and on top of a great point of clarification as far as the necessity of the right partners, and again, the opportunity to build, and really in listening to that the last point, what a great synergy that I thought to is that from having all this cultural expertise and experience, and so a product basically that people want. Like, we have an amazing amount of strength, but what I think our people have lacked in is a great word of leverage, right? Being able to articulate and utilize that strength to make the moves that would support and sustain the larger ecosystem.
Exactly.
And so I can see again where the Omniverse is giving us that firm footing, that stone in the ground, that by which we could move and implement these changes, you know, on a massive scale. And so it was very evident from the first meeting of that, you know, you're the right convener for us to help lead us into that space. And so I appreciate not only
my brother.
Again, get started.
But the thing I was going to say is this is interesting because, you know, as we've been talking, I've been saying to myself, well, obviously, your community with SUBSUME is obviously an Omniverse partner, you know, because these things are like, sometimes we take these things for granted. One of my guys, Marcus Glover, who's one of our co-chairs, Marcus did TEDx Harlem like 10, 12 years ago. He used to do stuff with Lil Wayne. You know, he's a marketing guy, marketing advertising expert who's now in private equity venture capital and doing a lot of work in the community in the States in terms of outreach and the Black community and justice. And it just made me think about Marcus and think about what you were saying and what you're standing for. And I say to myself, it's weird, we're drawn to the same people, you know? And the thing about it is, I feel like it's like my brother Bihai. Bihai's been coming to Lagos since like 2011. He'll tell you that we were on the phone for 6 years before we even met. This is the days of BlackBerry, right? And you know, and he's the Rock Nation building, and these are my brothers. I mean, he's my brother. It's not even an if but maybe situation. And I think that's the thing, right? When you see yourself, you recognize yourself, and I think that's the thing that all of us need to sort of walk and through and get to that place. Like you said, it's mutual self-respect. It's understanding that these other people, their journey is different, but the journey is the same. You know, the journey is different, but the journey is the same because we're all looking for respect at the end of the day. Sometimes Africans sit here and we'll depress ourselves. We'll be like, man, we're messed up with this, with that. We should have this. We should have that. Especially Nigerians. We took a lot of negative stuff to each other. I don't think it helps us. I don't think it elevates anything. But we never take it from anybody who's not Nigerian. You understand? That's an internal conversation. You know, this is so I can tell this to you, but I'm not going to say this elsewhere out. But I feel like one of the problems is because we haven't told our stories, right? It's like if you really understand that we have the most cultural festivals in the world, if you understand that everything is from here, you know, it's like the carnivals in Trinidad and Tobago are from the east of Nigeria, the Igbo carnivals, the stuff in Haiti and Cuba is Yoruba. You understand what I'm saying? It's like the Hausa guys got into the States, you know, as well. You understand what I'm saying? It's like people really just don't understand that. And these things are not so long ago. You understand that? I mean, most Americans don't know about the Brazilians and the returnee Africans, right? Where from mid-18th century, guys who had been taken as slaves earned their freedom in Brazil and found their way back to Lagos, established in Lagos, and their children became like kings in Nigeria. Lagos has a whole area called the Brazilian Quarters. Do you understand? And they came back from Jamaica, from Trinidad, from Cuba, from America, from Brazil. Home is a big calling. This is way before DNA testing. Guys are just like, man, they took me out of my zone and I'm getting back home. No matter how successful they became in Bahia, in all these places. So the thing is, we are much more connected than we see. And I feel like technology and technology platforms will give us the real opportunity, especially with AI, to storify these connections, right? I can't wait until, I mean, one day I looked up and, you know, the Timbuktu archive is all sitting on Google Arts and Culture. And I'm saying to myself, this is great. But at the same time, I'm saying to myself, but is it great? You know, you understand? It, like, it's great, but is it great? I'm so happy it's digitized and archived, but I'm like, where's it sitting? You know, I'm like, where's our platforms? Did you get? So I say to myself, these are the things we've got to be focused on. We can't, because if you look around the world, you see that the Western world has driven everything based on IP. It's the IP that has monetized everything. In where I'm sitting in Nigeria, you can't use IP as collateral to raise money. Whereas in America, that is that's the foundation of the money, of the raise, right? It's the IP, it's the idea, it's the concept, that's the thing that's being licensed. So we still have a ways to go. Do you understand? And that ways to go is the bridging the knowledge gap, giving the validation. You understand? Because the things that we want to do on the continent, invariably, our brothers in the States have done them already. But who's going to tell you that, hey, by the way, this guy's looking for you? You don't even know he's looking for you. Do you understand? I think that is part of the omniverse as well. It's like, okay, I'm sitting in Lagos, I'm looking for this person. The person I'm looking for is actually sitting in Atlanta, but I didn't know because I didn't call my cousin in Atlanta and I'll tell him, hey, listen, that guy that you're sitting with every day, he's the guy that can solve my problem. And I think because the differences and the distances are they're no longer existing. Everything is a phone call. It's a Zoom, it's StreamYard, you know, whatever it is, that's what it is, right?
No, absolutely. And I think you're speaking to it. And what I feel like is really the secret sauce or the superpower of the omniverse is that human connectivity, right? Yes. Again, we all have access to a lot of amazing technology. And again, we have a cultural resonance and understanding, but it is seeing each other as humans, as brothers and sisters, and at the same time, as business partners, right? Mm-hmm. That can utilize our soft power and make true transformational change. And yes, that's our calling. And I think the omniverse again is being very intentional and strategic and intentional on making that platform. So I just really want to thank you first and foremost, and give you, of course, a platform to let us close and understand how can we support you, how can we support the omniverse, and what's next for the things that you can talk about.
Well, listen, man. I mean, first of all, thanks a lot for having me on. It's been a great conversation. I kind of knew it would be a great conversation. So thanks for that, because it's not always easy. In terms of the omniverse, I just say welcome to the omniverse, man. You're already in it. You're part of it. And I think what it is we're trying to build a bridge for all of us, right? It's for everybody. It doesn't belong to me. I'm speaking on behalf of communities upon communities upon communities. And I'm a gatherer. So that's really what it is. I think sometimes when you gather, people who are not part of the gathering get concerned. And it's good for them to get concerned once in a while. You know, that we're not just not going to be sitting there in silence and not doing anything. And I think the most important thing is that we're talking to each other, we're connected to each other, we have the same aspirations in terms of economic development, in terms of lifting up our people. And then finally, we learn from each other, because there's so much hidden knowledge sitting on every side of the divide, or, you know, that I feel like the bridge is what actually we need. And the omniverse is there to serve as a bridge across the continent, across the world, and definitely heavily into African America. Because yes, we're coming into America, but I'm really focused on the African Americans. I really feel like that needs to be our first focus in terms of America. As much as Silicon Valley is there, and Boston Circle is there, Wall Street is there, and the Ivy League is there, I'm like, yeah, but you know what? Let's go with the black guys. You know, something just tells me that let's do that, because I think all those places are always going to be there. And I'd like to walk into the door with my people, not just randomly, right? I think that's one of the mistakes sometimes we Africans make, that, oh yes, we've been in America 30 years, we think we know America, but it's different, right? It's different when your heritage is different. But I think you have to be sensitive to that particular issue. And I also think that building through your community is a very wise way to build everybody. Because one of the things I know is that with the omniverse, you know, I'm moving into different roles in the future. So it's not going to be about, that's why I say it's not about me per se. I feel like the energy of the people who are in it already is what's going to propel it forward. The communities that are in it are already communities that are thriving. And what we're just trying to do is open up their minds to look left and right and say, hey, I can work with this guy, I can work with this person, and we can do more. I think that's really the key for us. We want to build forward, we want to build together, we want to give people the opportunity to be celebrated, which doesn't even happen, right? Everything now is on social media and they just throw it away. But you want to celebrate the people and give them those opportunities and want to do something that is important. And so hopefully we see you here in Lagos at the end of the month. I know you're coming next week anyway, but I hope you stay longer. Welcome to the Omniverse and all your community with you, because we're doing it all, the gaming, the animation, the TED Talks, it's all in the Omniverse. But the real thing about the Omniverse is probably post the summit as we go into the platform stage, because the summit is going to be annual. It will probably be in Lagos for the first 2 years or 3 years, and then it'll move into other cities across the world. One of the things we keep thinking about is bringing it into the big black cities in America, into Atlanta, into, DC, into, Houston, the places where we already know our people are heavy, and we know that the community is heavy as well. Because I think these bridges, a two-way action is important, and maybe we lean on that with SUBSUME and other local partners in the States.
Oh, absolutely, we welcome it, and I think that is absolutely an opportunity for us to again continue to build that future bridge together. And so with that, thank you so very much. Yes, after this, I'll be packing and looking to make a space. I think my visa is sitting in my email, so we'll see you very soon. Absolutely.
See you soon, man. Have a good flight, man. Have a
good
flight.
Good, and again,
Thank you so much, man. Wish the Eagles luck, man.
That's good. Exactly. I was going to say, and see the Super Eagles. We'll celebrate a victory.
Exactly. We'll celebrate next week, man. It's not going to be easy. You're playing the host nation in that town. It's not going to be easy, but the Eagles will fly. Hopefully, we'll fly better than the elephants, man.
Fair enough. Good luck with it. And again, thank you so very much.
Take care. Love you. Bless.
And to that, we appreciate the opportunity to speak with convener, multi-hyphenate, Mr. Obi Osika. And again, speaking to what we've all been talking about here with SUBSUME and the idea of building and leveraging a community of practice, of principle, and of purpose, where we see, again, being able to build something that can be part of the Black future of tomorrow, and looking at the diaspora talent between Atlanta and Lagos, but between a space of communal understanding and appreciation of how we all can out-humanize the future. And just thankful for the considerations of everyone, particularly of our technology partner for Dell and NVIDIA, for allowing us an opportunity to make this point in connections with Mr. Osika, as well as our technology partners here for Black Futures Month 2024. So for that, y'all, thank y'all so very much. Continue to stay tuned, stay included with us here as we continue onward in staying rooted in resilience for Black History Month 2024, as well as Black Futures Month 2024 here with SUBSUME. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Franklin. I've lived in a lot of different places. My family is always on the move. This was it. Our new town. Do you want to have... Excuse me. Making new friends can be hard. I'm Franklin Armstrong.
My name is Charlie Brown. The big soapbox derby race is coming to town. The winning team gets a trophy and free pizza for a whole year.
What do you think, Charlie Brown? Partners?
Partners. Hey, Franklin, what kind of music do you like?
The Godfather of Soul. Hi, I'm Franklin. My family's always on the move.
thank you all so very much for continuing to join us for Black Futures Month 2024. This is Dejan Sneed here, owner, operator, and founder of SUBSUME Studios and SUBSUME Media. I've been going back and forth between those, and we'll definitely talk to that in a bit. But we want to thank you for being part of our 5th annual program around the intersection of creativity, technology, and community. I'm talking to the innovators of today who are building the Black futures of tomorrow. And so with that, we've had a lot of fantastic programming and continued compliments about not only the work from our creators, but also excitement for the works of our partners. So we want to give shouts out to Dell, NVIDIA, as well as Apple TV Plus for helping empower us to be in this space to have these points of conversation. And to that, we're going to take this moment to switch to a subject near and dear to my heart, which is gaming. And how do we find the Black future of gaming and talk to people who are building the infrastructure and the enjoyment of the new narrative of tomorrow, which is using gaming to connect in the spaces we want to be. So we absolutely are thankful for the opportunity to bring to the stage, and we'll go ahead and call them Mr. Baron Jones and David Whitaker of Level 1 Gaming. And thank you, gentlemen, so very much for making the time, particularly on Saturday, to come through and be a part of Black Futures Month 2024. So hope y'all doing well.
Oh, absolutely fine. The weather's not doing too great out here in Texas right now. It's Texas is a bit bipolar at times, but it's doing pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah, and thank you so much for having us, and really appreciate the opportunity to be here.
Thank you both so very much. So I'd love to start with you, David, and then to yourself, Baron, and talk more about your work there with Level 1 Gaming. Appreciate you both.
Yeah, so Level 1 Gaming is, we're proudly and loudly Black owned media news outlet, one of the few independents that's out here trying to create a space for people who look like us and not just necessarily Black. We have people who are, all different other races that are on our team. But our focus is people who look like us, because it's difficult for us in this space to be able to have a voice. It's very few of us who get the bigger opportunities. And so many of us are afraid to put our foot out there, or, hey, where do I begin to get an opportunity? Who do I turn to? Who was able to give me an opportunity when I feel like I have a voice or I have a talent? That's what we do at Level 1 Gaming. We want to give people opportunities, and we've been really successful. We've had people that leave Level 1 and they work for some of the biggest companies in the gaming space. They go work for different developers, different publishers, maybe even a bigger publication. And so our goal is to empower people who look like us to say, hey, you know what? I want a voice, and I want a chance to get a voice. And if you realize it's not for you, hey, you tried, right? But at least you can never say, you know what? I didn't give it a fighting chance to see if I want to be in the gaming space, as far as journalism, reviewing games, just being in that space with people who make our hobby so great.
For me, I was a random person on the internet. Of course, I went to college, I got my degree in psychology, work in social services. And I was like, I create content. I was like, but you know what? I don't know why I got this bug. I want to write. And funny enough, David put up a tweet. Level 1 Gaming is always looking for writers, so Level 1 Gaming has seriously embodied Level 1. Everyone starts somewhere. And having that platform is, once again, like David said, it's just creating a space where people can come in and grow your skills. Because where else can you, there's not that many places where you can go that's a reputable site, that's respected by different organizations, where you'll get, embargoed content, you'll get early access to things that, media credentials, where else can you go with no formal experience and give it a shot? Now, of course, you're not going to walk in and get to go to an event, but you'll get to come in and have your stuff published. Like, you could build your portfolio. And I came in as a random guy off the internet and took full advantage of that. And it's to now be co-owner and communications director of, Level 1 Gaming. It's been a heck of a journey, but this place is something special. And I think that's something we need more of. And I'm glad to be a part of building something that's a platform for people.
And just to piggyback off of what Baron was saying, Baron is, the epitome of what we want at level 1, right? Like you said, level 1, every video game starts at level 1. We want you to give it a chance because it's so many no's. There are so many no's in the gaming industry. Whether you want to make video games, we want to talk about video games, you want to write about video games. There's so many no's to where I just want to be somebody who says yes to you, right? Yeah. I want to be somebody who says yes to you and allow you to come in and allow you to hone who you want to be or figure out who you want to be, right? And the beauty of our formula is that you're not tied down to us. There isn't any, contractual agreements or we feel some type of way that you decide to go and to a bigger place or another company. We're proud of that, right? I've gotten so many emails from former writers just saying, hey, you gave a Black kid from the Bronx an opportunity to do something that I didn't think I'll be able to do. And now I'm writing for one of the biggest anime, because not just video games, what we do, we cover anime, we cover different things in lifestyle. And for people to come to us and say, hey, I just want to thank you for the opportunity, whether that was thank you for the opportunity because I found a bigger one, or thank you for the opportunity. Maybe this is more than what I thought, because like Baron said, we will put you in the thick of it, right?
Yeah.
You come in and you're writing. Next thing you know, you're at an event with a press pass talking to some of the biggest names of gaming. And for some people, that's intimidating. But we need, I go to a lot of conventions. I've started from different publications before, and I go to a lot of conventions. And in certain spaces, when you talking about being next to certain people, there's not a lot of Black people. I'm just being perfectly honest. There isn't.
True.
There isn't. And I used to feel like I stood out. I'm already, I'm African American. I'm 6 feet, 300 pounds, right? So I already stand out most of the times, right? Just existing. But in those spaces, you really stick out. You're like, whoa, I look like I don't belong in the room, but I carry myself as if I belong in the room. And I want other people to carry themselves the same way, because we do belong in these spaces and we do have a story to tell. We have a voice to tell. And I think it's very important that when you climb a ladder and when you make a space, that when you get to a certain point, you make sure you put that ladder back down. Right? I think people get lost in the grind and the climbing and the getting up there. But level 1 is about, hey, there's so much space here. There's so much space for so many of us who has a story to tell. And we love to cover indie developers. And there's so many Black independent developers who are just trying to make a name for their video game. And we make sure that we cover those. Like I will go out of my way to ensure I cover those, because a lot of times it's hard for them to get someone to take them seriously because they look like us, right? And so the one of the most important things for us is to make sure that we are moving, not only trying to move up, we're moving vertically, right? We want to make sure that we can create a space for people to say, hey, I love video games too. And like I pointed out, Baron is the epitome of that. He shot me a message and said, hey, I think I can do this. And I was blown away on, what he was able to do. I was blown. I was like, hey, like this is amazing. So let me give you a little bit more, and let me give you a little bit more, and a little bit more, and a little bit more. And every step of the way, he proved himself as someone that I didn't look at as he works for me at this company. I looked at Baron and say, this is someone who I want working beside me at this company, right? Because he is able to match my work ethic and go beyond it at some point. I'm not feeling well. He takes up the slack, and he's continued to go and continue to push and continue to look for other people, because we put out fillers all the time, right? Yeah. We see people all the time like, hey, you should come give us a chance. Let me see what we can do for you. And that's our whole mission. Like, yes, we want to grow. Yes, we want to be able to continue to prosper. But our main goal is to see what we can do for you, because people aren't giving you an opportunity.
And that's something that I really That's huge. Hearing yes. You know, you hear everybody say, oh, you know, you got to, you know, just keep working hard and doing. I'm going to be honest. All the hard work in the world doesn't mean anything if you don't have an opportunity. If a door doesn't open, like, yeah, you could bust down the door, but at some point, somebody somewhere along the line has to say yes. And I take great pride in being the folks that'll say yes to giving you a chance. You know, it may not work out. You know, we may have to send you on your way. Or, you know, this may not be for you, but we will definitely give you a chance. And that is something that I love and I want to see more of, because yeah, it's the World Wide Web. Yeah, you can carve your own space, but at the same time, there's already very established things. Like even us being here, you know, Dedrick, you giving us an opportunity and saying yes to be. That is a huge thing, and that's something I always harp on behind the scenes. Is, you know, at some point we got to get some yeses, and I believe in reciprocity. So the fact that we're out here able to say yes and give people this platform that's very solid, you know, a solid platform, a respectable platform. And I believe if we can get more of that across the board, especially within the gaming, content creating, writing, and media side of gaming, I really believe that that'll help just launch, especially folks who look like us and come from similar backgrounds. I really believe that is where that's where it's like a little bit of seasoning missing. Just it's missing just a little bit, because it feels like, you know, you got to fight tooth and nail just to be, you know, one of 3 Black people at an event. You know, and it's, you know, within our space, our coverage is of things that are created by, you know, not always by people who look like us, and we got to get a yes every now and then. So that's why we just keep knocking on doors. We keep offering people opportunity. We keep trying to broaden this platform, and that truly, level one is something special. And I believe we can really push forward and get a lot of this going.
Well, that's a lot on both ends that I feel like is absolutely necessary for our industry, but also I think for not just the industry, but the ecosystem in some, right? You started with a couple of things. You got to have a space that a yes can occur, right? Particularly as people of color, African American, and throughout our diaspora, we know that we're not represented equitably or equally in any way, shape, or form. Not only in the traditional spaces of the gaming industry, but a lot of the adjacent industries that help build and complement. And as we see that grow, I think we're also seeing the gap of that grow, even with some intentional efforts. But at the same time, as you say, like if you're only, you know, if there's only three, but out of 3,000, right? And that's the diversity that you're pointing to, then it's hard to count that as intentional change. So I know, first off, thank you all for doing the work. And that's, again, a privilege for us to invite you here. So I'd love to take another step into what Level One is as a media imprint, and how you're making these doors available and accessible. So for someone who is curious to how do they connect in the gaming industry, David, I want to give you, again, a space of appreciation for helping to define that the gaming industry isn't so linear, as in either I design games or I play games, right? The ecosystems around is also a part that we want to continue on. So with that, I'd love to just get, if someone's looking to be their first interaction with Level One Gaming and trying to start on a career in the gaming industry, how does that look for them?
Okay, so, you know, quick hit them with the elevator speech. You know, hi guys, I'm Baron J67. That is what my handle. But yes, I'm the communications director over at Level One Gaming, and we're a gaming news website that focuses on news, reviews, and everything in between. So in that is where we open that door, because one thing I've noticed is folks are so nervous, and you know, they think there's a very specific thing they have to create, and that's why, you know, news, reviews, and everything in between, because you can, you know, you could love the audio from a game. You know, shout out to Chase Bethia. Like
He's amazing.
he's amazing. He does amazing work. You know, I listen to his soundtracks all the time for the games that he works on, and maybe something clicks, and that's what you want to talk about, and that's what you can dive in and talk about how, you know, and just offering. I try my best to open people's eyes, because people are, you know, you only know what you know. You know, like, and people get so tunnel vision, and I try to break that down, like, hey, you could write about anything, and I know anything is very scary. That's actually sometimes more harmful, you know, going that route. So, you know, that's why I use the audio. You know, did something catch your eye? Was there a moment? Was there a line in the game that really stuck out to you and resonated? And always write to that one person. Create a discussion. If you want to do a podcast, create a topic to that one person, because if you like it, and if you find one other person that like it, there's 100 people that like it. And if there's 100 people that like it, there's 100,000 people who like it. There's no, the world is just such a big place. We're on the World Wide Web. You can always find your circle around. Like, you are not the only one who loves this. You are not the only one who, I promise you, you're not. Like, and if you write to that, and then of course, you know, in the background, we can help you with SEO and all that other fun stuff that we still kind of struggle with, but we can help guide it to where you can funnel it to those people who are looking for that same thing. And that's, you know, that's how we kind of help people to get into the space, because, you know, you think, you, like you said, oh, well, I don't know how to develop games. I don't know how to draw. You know, I'm not a strong writer, you know, but I do have something to say. It's like, well, let's just write it in your own voice. That's what we have editors for. Get it in your own voice. We're not going to sit here and change your writing. You know, we're not going to change your tone. We're just going to make sure that it's legible. Like, you know, and we'll help you along the way. And once again, we take the level 1 part very serious. It's not just a gimmick or a title. Like, it is a very, very core part of who we are. And, you know, seeing people go from, I mean, I look at myself, no writing experience outside of school and college, to now I'm getting, you know, press releases, and, you know, you get developers commenting on what you wrote about their game, and having people actually, you know, you going on a podcast and they're like, oh, hey, you know, I read your work. And I'm like, what? You know, but just to give you, you know, to really lay out that timeline. And I always present that, and I always use myself, because of course it's what I know, but it just to let people know, like, it's not, you know, I don't have some fancy title and fancy training hanging over my head. You know, this is learning on the go, trying, you know, bumping my head, failing forward, you know, all of these things. And I just really want folks to know it's okay. Like, we're going to learn, we're going to get it, but just, you know, and then if it's too much, there's nothing wrong with walking away and going doing something else. You tried it. You gave it a shot.
Absolutely.
And I think to piggyback off of what Baron was saying, we're very easy to contact, whether it's the level 1 handle, my emails inside of my Twitter handle, same as Baron. We're very easy. Our DMs are always open. And when people come to us, one of the things, like Baron said, I want you to find your voice. Talk to me or write something to me about something you're passionate about, because if you're passionate about it, you're going to put more effort into it, right? And that's what gets me excited. I don't want anyone to come over and feel like they need to be boxed in, right? Because that's one thing about us in almost indie industry, is that we're almost boxed in into a certain character or boxed into a certain space. Right? That's why we get so many actors when they start off, they're playing the gangbanger role, or they're, you know, because we're automatically put into a space. If you are a Black content creator, you want to come work for level 1, but your passion is anime, and a particular anime, come write about that.
Yep.
Because if you write about it, you're going to enjoy it a lot more. And if you enjoy it a lot more, you're going to put more effort into it. And the people who also look like you and like that one particular anime, they're going to come flock to you, right?
Yep.
And I think that's so important, is for us to be outside of the box, because the world wants to put us in this place, and they want us to be a certain way. I want people who want to talk about something different. I want you to be the weird kid running down the hallway doing the Naruto run. I want you to be that here, because that in essence is who you are. And if you can hone into that and tap into that here, I can do everything in my power to get you where you want to be. I will make those calls for you. I will reach out to Barry. Hey, let's get this email. We've had people all the time. Hey, I would love to get a contact with person A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Yep. What would you like to contact them about? I want to contact them about these particular things. Oh, this joker knows what he's talking about. Hey, Baron, send that email. Yep. We may or may not get a response, but at level 1, our goal is to try for you. Our goal is to give you the opportunity to talk to someone you never thought you'd be able to get into. But that passion that I know you love this, right? So that's really important to us to really get into the industry. What is your niche? All right, now let's hone in on that. If you decide you want to branch it out, that's fine. Let's focus on that, because we don't want it to seem like a job. Level 1 is not on me and Baron's end. It's a job.
It's a job.
It is a job. I promise. And we both have 9 to 5s.
Yes,
and we probably put more time into level 1 than we do our own 9 to 5. Right? This is a 24/7. There's times I call Baron and I forget that he's 2 hours in front of me, and I'm like, "Oh, Baron, this is coming up. We need to check this out." And he's like, "What do you mean?" I'm like, "Oh, I forgot it's 4:00 in the morning for you. I apologize." Right? We it's a 24/7 thing for us, but for the people at level 1, we don't want you to look at it as a job. We want you to look at it as an opportunity. I have an opportunity to go do something awesome at level 1 today, right? And that's how we want people to see it, because if we can get you to see it not necessarily as a job, but as an opportunity to be who you were destined to be and designed to be, and to get your voice and amplify it, that's a win for us. That is an absolute win for us, and that's how we approach people. People approach us is come here and be you. Be unapologetically Black if you want to be, right? Come in and be you, and we will make the best. We will craft and hone your skills as much as humanly possible to make sure you win. Because if you win, we
win. It's
such a simple but important premise, right? And you were saying there, Baron?
Yeah, it's so simple, and it's just write to that one person, create to that one person, have that podcast to that one person. And where else can you go that somebody's going to open the door like that and say, you know what? You hear that, oh, we just want you to, do what feels right. You hear that, in different spaces, but we truly mean it. And what's funny, oddly enough, is a lot of people do get scared. Like, that's something that I have noticed. People come in and they get kind of scared, like, oh, you really mean I can write anything? And I'm like, is it legal? Is it, as long as it's not immoral, if we have to we've had a few moments where we've had to have some meetings about, but naturally, but honestly, if you're not hurting anybody, especially, not intentional, and then even when it comes to reviews and, criticism, it's like constructive criticism, we don't bash. Like, that's one thing, you can tell the truth. If something was bad, but there's a way to tell somebody something was bad without being rude, without being, without undercutting and, trying to get a headline to go viral like that. That's not what we do. That's not what we aim for at all. There's plenty of stuff we don't cover because of that, and we make sure to create a space where it's like, look, tell the truth. We've gotten compliments on reviews that we've given quote unquote bad scores for. Like, like, and I take pride in that. Like, I could talk about the big success stuff, but no, that moment for me stood out the most and let me know we were on the right path. Is we gave somebody a not so great score, but they thanked us, and and that let me know I'm like, we're doing the right thing here, because it could have definitely went the other way. but no, and it just giving folks opportunity, like when we're serious. I mean, funny enough, side story, I remember there was one point a writer wanted me to reach out to Boys to Men. I forgot which member, but they really
I remember that.
Yeah, and I got pretty far up the chain, and I almost got there. I think I got to one of their PR people. Of course, that fell apart, but it just like we take that serious. So it's like, hey, what do you want us to do? We're here to offer that chance. And I think people get a little nervous when they hear that, but for those listening, we're serious. We mean it. I tell that story as just a solid example of how far we are willing to go if you show us how serious you are about it, because we'll take you just as serious. People hit me up all the time. Hey, can you reach out to this company? Sure. Because when there's something special about having, I was a content creator before Level 1 Gaming. I only did YouTube. I didn't write, but, I only had a Gmail. But the moment Baron.J at Level 1 Gaming, the moment I had that, the responses from PR companies, the treatment from PR companies, everything elevated just a little bit more. And it's crazy how just being in a reputable space immediately has people treat you a little different. You stand up a little straighter and you feel a little better. And that's that feeling I want to make sure that other folks get the chance to, because I can't think of anywhere else you can just go. You can freelance other places, sure, but who do you contact to freelance? How do you know your email didn't get stuck under the thousands of other folks who are trying to, build up your portfolio? That's what we're here to do. Give you that stepping stone, level 1. That first step. Every video game starts at level 1.
Absolutely. No, thank you. Now, with a couple more moments to go, what is the future of gaming look like under the leadership of Level 1 Gaming?
If I'm jumping ahead, I'm sorry, man. The future of gaming, in my heart of hearts, I hope it's a lot more diverse than what it is right now, because the future gaming has to tell different stories. It has to tell different stories. I just played a game recently. I was disappointed in it. It was a game called Forspoken, and the story, it starts off, and this young lady, she's in a courtroom because she, and we fall into this. Oh, here we go. Young black person in jail, problem starter, and then eventually going to have a redemption arc in another world. But the future of gaming under Level 1, we're hoping that we can help tell stories of something different. Like I said earlier, something that's outside of the box. We don't want my dad was a drug dealer, or I had to go to jail to do that. Like, no, we want to. Hey, I'm valedictorian in class, and then I was sent to a magical world. I want to write about that game. I want to talk about that game. I want to podcast about that game. Yeah. It's positivity, not necessarily the gangbangers. And again, the tropes, right? I want to really talk about and broadcast the games that aren't about the tropes. And that's what I hope the future is. And that's what I hope that I can talk about more and spread more, because I want that positivity from games with the main characters looking just like us. You valedictorian and you went out to a magical land to save that world too. And then you come back home, graduate, and buy your mom a house. Like, I want that game to exist, not that I went to jail.
And for me, right? Like, I love slice of life stuff. It just the random, that'd be so dope. Could you imagine booting up a game and having a solid hairstyle? Like, I got twists that need to be redone, but that just getting a solid hairstyle in a game, like that. That's what I love what you see out there within the sim space. You see a lot of artists over there doing a lot of great work, winning awards, if I'm not mistaken, for the work that they've done, and creating hair texture packs and whatnot. Hair is a very, very big thing, and having it go from Afro 1, 2, and then shortcut to now be the Killmonger. Just like we can mix it up. We do a lot of things with our hair. You can get more than 5 styles out of us. I promise.
For those who have hair, you're blessed.
Yeah,
both of you.
My bad.
Both of you are blessed. Congratulations. Congratulations, guys.
I can't. But no, but that I think that, and it's funny, right? Because I talk like that's some astronomical ask. Like that's not something that could be done today. Like these are things that can be done. Like I've seen what they've done with particles and hair in games. Like, you know, you move to the left and the hair swishes to the right. Like you see these things. If you can make that happen, you can give somebody some dope plats. Like you can, they don't even move. They don't even move. Like you could do it. And so I feel like my ask is a little simple. So I'll reach for something heavier. I would love to see a lot more slice of life stuff. Like it doesn't have to be dipped in trauma at all. You know, right. Maybe we're running a coffee shop. Yeah, like trauma. There's enough trauma content out there around people who look like us, and I truly, when I think of the future of gaming, I would love to see some, you know, like you got games like Lake about a postal worker and like things like that, like put in a black person in a black neighborhood, or you know, you going around, I don't know, delivering groceries, just something light. It doesn't have to be like you know, you always get themes in the cozy game space of like frogs and whatnot, and like I don't know, just have a section with just black folks living peaceful and, you know, trying to figure out a way to get their bakery business off the ground, or like I don't, you know, just peace, comfort, relaxation, smooth music, you know, alternate vibes. I don't know, just it doesn't have to be so dipped in trauma and violence to be successful. And I would love to see a lot more award-winning stuff around that. And I know it can happen. So I think that's more what I'm looking for.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, I think it's a great summation of being able to find what you're looking for and to be included in that space, right? Once you, upon arrival, right? And I think that's where the capacity that you're building with level one games is tremendous, and would love to give us an opportunity to find out more about how can we follow you, how can we support your team and the efforts of level one gaming.
You got that, Frank?
Yeah, everywhere, LV1 Gaming, LV1gaming.com. How you can truly support us is to help us share other stories. We're sharing stories. If you enjoyed that story, share that story. We're a community of people that want to support each other, love each other. So if you really want to support level one, it's free 99 and free on weekends to share out a story from us that you thought was great. And that's all we ever ask for. Word of mouth is unbelievable. And so LV1 Gaming everywhere. If you find us, you'll find everyone on our team, because we're all under that giant phoenix. Something about the phoenix soaring through the sky, flames, just signals new beginnings, and it signals level one. So that's how you really can help out us, is to help us share stories that we share from others.
Okay, that was fantastic. And no, I appreciate you both, gentlemen. We'll definitely look to share your information and spaces of partnership here in our immediate future. So again, we're privileged to have you on, and thanks for making the time.
Thank you for the invite. Thank you.
Oh, absolutely. So thank you. So we're having an opportunity to speak with Mr. Baron Jones and David Whitaker of Level One Gaming, looking at making sure that there's a start point for your career, for the future in your career in gaming. Thank you all so very much.
Thank you.
All right. And so we'll go ahead and continue onward. I'm taking a brief break as we level set and look to bring you more of the Black Fantastic here with Black Futures Month 2024. This is Daniel Sneed here, founder of SUBSUME. Please stay tuned and stay included for more. We'll be right back. Thank you all so very much for continuing to be the best part of our efforts here with Black Futures Month 2024. This is Dejan Sneed here with SUBSUME, and privileged to look here and connect today around the spaces not only of Afrofuturism, as we always do, and our brand of Afrofuturism in action, but look to talk about the spaces of historical context of Afrofuturism being learned not only as a tool to teach, but also a tool to build, particularly in the communities and the collaborative spaces that we want to build upon. And so with that, I'd love to bring to the stage Dr. Oh, and I'm hitting the button that I shouldn't be hitting, but here with into the Afro Fantastic with Dr. Julian Chambliss. How are you doing today?
I'm great. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Thank you so very much. A pleasure to talk to you again. And you know, there's several ways that this could go. So I wanted to really just give a space and opportunity first for you to introduce yourself. Whether we have a guest come through or not, you know, we'll have a fantastic time, you know, talking about the work since last we spoke, as well as the Zara Festival, which I'm absolutely interested in. And so to that, let me turn it over to you to tell us a little bit about yourself.
Oh, thanks a lot. Obviously, my name is Julian Chambliss. I'm professor in the Department of English at Michigan State University. I'm also the Val Behrman Curator of History at the MSU Museum. I'm also a founder around Afro Fantastic, which is a hub, an educational hub, website, newsletter, recently documentary dedicated to teaching people about Afrofuturism. As Edwin points out, I also, for the last 5 years, served as the curator in residence for the Zora Neale Hurston Festival of the Arts and Humanities, which happens every year, the last week of January in Edenville, Florida, named in honor of its favorite daughter, Zora Neale Hurston. Over the last 5 years, between 2020 and 2024, the theme of the festival's academic programming was Afrofuturism. It's my honor to sort of curate that. So this last year was the last year of that cycle. Each year was thematic, the last year being space. And it started out with legacy, really history of Afrofuturism, then the vision of Afrofuturism, sound, spirit, and then space. And so that was an opportunity for us to sort of bring sort of traditional Black cultural studies narratives in conversation with contemporary Afrofuturism. I think we did a pretty good job of creating moments of conversation. If you're interested in hearing some of the scholars and seeing some of the things that happen at the festival, please check out our former podcast called Every Tongue Got to Confess. The last year of that podcast was actually the first year of the cycle. And so we recorded a number of Afrofuturist scholars and artists, writers who were at the festival as a part of that launch event. So people like Isaiah Lavender, and people like Ronaldo Anderson, and people like Kenitra Brooks, all scholars who have written about and think about Afrofuturism as a contemporary movement. And many of those same people are featured in Afro Fantastic, The Transformative World of Afrofuturism, which is a documentary that is available through your PBS stations, through PBS platform. It's a 30-minute documentary designed to give people a better understand the history and context around Afrofuturism. It's actually been picked as one of the Black History Month selections for NETA, the National Education Telecommunication Association, which is one of the services that provide programming to public television stations around the country. But you can also find it through the PBS digital platform. No charge. You know, we're definitely in an educational landscape here, and we're trying to build people's capacity to think about Afrofuturism and why it's so important. And if you go to afrofantastic.com, that's the website, you can get access to all the things that I'm talking about.
That's great. And again, really, really thankful for this. So I would love to kind of take one moment just to, you know, with a resident expert in, I feel remiss if I didn't ask, you know, what is I would say a general or maybe generative way to look at Afrofuturism that's beyond maybe the initial points of just thinking that it's Black Panther, right? Which again, we all love, but the idea of, you know, the larger I would say embodiment of Afrofuturism from your perspective.
Well, you know, the definition I always tell students and tell the public is that Afrofuturism really represents the intersection between speculation and liberation born of people of African descent who have worked in opposition to oppression over time and space. And so, you know, that definition doesn't necessarily use the words technology, which is very common. Doesn't necessarily talk about science fiction, also very common. But the speculative can take many forms, and as many scholars and activists who are associated with Afrofuturism will say, you know, those first slaves that came off the ship in 1619 and who thought about freedom, they were speculating towards a future. And the tools and technology at their disposal were wherever the tools and technology they had access to. So maybe it's music, maybe it's you know, holding on to culture, it's, you know, writing, oratory in the 19th century, the memoirs of escaped slaves and narratives that they're using to sort of talk about their humanity and talk against the system of slavery in the American context. And even in the contemporary landscape, when we think about the ways that digital technology is being used as a way to connect people across diaspora in cooperation and advocating for care and uplift and greater enhancement, all these things represent a kind of Black speculative practice that is aiming towards a better future. And that really gets to the center of what I think Afrofuturism is for many people. The emphasis on speculative work or science fiction or fantasy, that's really one part of the broader set of language that we understand to create the future, what scholars might refer to as the future industry, where it's this sort of intersection of many different cultural narratives that create the context for us to believe what a future could be. What Afrofuturism is often asking us to do is disrupt that future industry, because that industry is really at some level a kind of prediction through prescription that the people who are imagining the future, who are in power, are going to imagine a future that extends the trends and practices that maintain them in power. So the liberatory element here is often an important part of how Afrofuturism is distinctive from other kinds of future narratives. And so I think that's often the thing that I always want to point out to people when they're trying to think about what Afrofuturism is.
They're great, and thank you so very much. So I think the idea, as you cited, of it not being as prescriptive as meaning that there's like the human or conversational element of change, particularly of those who may be seeking liberation or maybe actively being oppressed, whether by space or a system or a combination of such. And I think we get lost on that a lot of times. Yeah, as you say, sometimes we don't speak to technology, but sometimes I think we also don't speak to the interactivity in between the oppressed and the systems that they're looking to try to change. And so I'm appreciative of that highlight there. So let's kind of talk to the space of Zora, and again, having that privilege to curate and actively build that ecosystem. Now, this is the conclusion of that program, correct? Of several years of work.
Yeah, this is the end of the current cycle. The festival is planned in 5-year cycles. I, served as a curator, and they were often really, we never let any one person curate before, Dr. Chambliss. And I'm like, I understand. I will try to do my best for you. And indeed, our goals here are important. It's much like what you're doing here with Black Futures Month. There's a really vigorous set of conversations that are happening amongst communities of practice around the country, around the world. They often don't necessarily have opportunity to intersect with each other and to hear each other's story and recognize the ways that they're intersecting and how they're doing some of the same things. And one of the things that I wanted to try to do in the context of the festival, my initial pitch was like, this could be the South by Southwest for Afrofuturism, which, you got to know what South by Southwest is.
Right.
But, it's a big festival that brings lots of different kinds of people in one place. Technology, culture, art, practice, enterprise is all happening. Education happens in the context of that festival. But it started out as a relatively straight ahead film festival or music festival, really, music festival, and then expanded. And in many ways, the variety and scope of Afrofuturism isn't always as clear for people. They're exposed to it in a particular medium and through a particular set of things, often science fiction. We all point to the founding mothers and fathers of Afrofuturism, people like Octavia Butler, people like Samuel Delaney, and the spectral work that they've done. But we can recover figures from much earlier, like a Pauline Hopkins, or even earlier than that, like Martin R. Delaney, right? Like we can find examples of people doing speculative work. Phyllis Wheatley, and each one of those people represents one way that the sort of narrative of Black people speculating in public space towards liberation is Afrofuturist. And so, what the festival every year, we were trying to bring together a set of conversations that are building on a kind of history of Black cultural celebration that is central to Zona Hurston. And Hurston herself fits very neatly as an Afrofuturist, a contemporary to W.B. Du Bois, a key figure in the Harlem Renaissance, but also a figure who, like many Afrofuturists, fundamentally advocated for a different understanding of Blackness, fundamentally advocated for understanding the ways that Black cultural production represented a kind of innovation and futurity of itself, not something that should be marginalized and dismissed. And so when we're thinking about the festival, it's really a space to bring together sort of contemporary figures doing something that has these longer historical roots, and also bringing those people who understand those longer historical roots and have an affinity for those things in conversation with those people who are doing this new thing, right? And so each year was an opportunity to learn. And because each year was thematic, people could come back year to year and learn more. Like, oh, okay, they talked about science fiction the first year. The second year, they started talking about art. And then they talk about sound, like, okay, spirit, and then finally space. And the next cycle for the festival is about placemaking. And there's not an accident. Space was always going to be the way the cycle was going to end, because historic Black spaces, in particular, historic Black towns like Eatonville, are an example of Black speculative practice. They are a thing that is created by Black people at a moment in response to marginalizing and restrictive policy and practice. And they were designed to be, a ship that would allow people to project themselves into the future, be healthy, be safe, be innovative, and so on and so forth. So there's a good way that we can think about it as being Afrofuturist. And so the festival, I thought, was a great way to bring these things together. And I think many people often garnered a number of really great intersections and made connections that were really meaningful. And the festival is also a place where a number of organizations meet, co-meet, they co-mingle. So the World Conference of Mayors, which is an organization that has a large number of mayors from around the world, from Africa, from Asia, South America, they often were there. And then the Historic Black Towns and Settlements Alliance, which is an organization made up of the mayors of the most historic Black municipalities, incorporated municipalities in the United States. They often were there and partaked in some of these conversations. So this, there was a great opportunity to bring an intersection and intergenerational conversation together. And we were able to record those things through things like podcasts, but also create things like courses. My colleagues, I work with a lot of colleagues at the University of Central Florida, which is in Orlando. And we built a lot of things in their open academic commons, their open academic archives, so that the public could see, like they could read some of the things. We had a class one year that was connected to the festival that students could take, but everyone in the community can also read many of the things because they were all made accessible through an open online platform. And so, we have a legacy of material that you can find online, and people hopefully will continue to engage with that material, hear some of the ideas, and be moved to learn more about both what Afrofuturism is and its complexity as not just simply a domestic narrative, but also international narrative, but also think about the ways that, a kind of Black past of innovation corresponds to and parallels many of the same kind of activism we see happening today.
Fantastic. Now, let me ask for the current principal work, again, knowing that it is concluded, and to your point, like it's built a large and global ecosystem. Is there a component that we might be able to see that flourish into another program or endeavor, under either your purview, under the Afro-Fantastic narrative, or is there what's next for this iteration?
I think a couple of things that are going to be super important, they're going to be taken up, I think, by a number of people. One is this sort of emphasis on space, placemaking, and sort of protection of Black heritage spaces. It's really typified by some of the struggles that Eatonville as a community is going through right now. They have a real challenge because a huge swath of property called the Robert Hungerford School, which was originally the site of a school founded in 1903 by graduates of Tuskegee University. This school was the only school that African Americans could go to in Central Florida to get an education beyond 7th grade. It was a boarding school, so it drew Black residents from the state and from outside the state for education. That school eventually was taken over or sold to the Orange County School Board and operated as a sort of Black high school for many years until it was closed in the early 2000s. And now the huge struggle with this land is what will be done with it. And if you do a short Google search, you can see that there's been a lot of news about this site. It was featured in CBS Sunday Morning. There's been a huge debate about whether or not this land can be sold to a developer to be developed in the exact same way that any large piece of land would be developed in Central Florida, or should the land be given back to the community and held in trust to do what it was originally sort of supposed to do, which is be used for the education and support of Black children. And so that question in Eatonville is really a microcosm of a large number set of questions about space, about land, about education, about development. And right now, the Southern Poverty Law Center is working with the Association to Preserve Eatonville Community on a lawsuit related to that land. If again, you can Google and see a lot of the work they've done, sort of explaining the story related to this. I actually, with my colleague, Dr. Scott French, have a chapter in the book coming out on Afrofuturism and politics that's about the sort of story of the land and how we think of the Robert Hungerford School as an Afrofuturist space. And so there's a lot of dedication and a lot of emphasis on what can be done for these historic Black spaces. And in Eatonville's case, what's going to happen with that property. But across the country, I think we've seen over the last few years real questions about protecting heritage spaces of African Americans. And there's a lot of possibilities, I think, for people in their local context to learn about that. But moving forward in the context of Eatonville, they are going to be continuing to use the Zora Neale Hurston Festival as a place to explore what that means. So next year in 2025, if you go to the festival, it will be about placemaking. They are going to have programming and speaking about that. So if you're involved in a place-based set of activism, if you're a community organization or community foundation, that would be a place to go to sort of interact with other people. You can sort of understand some of the cultural tourism language and frameworks that are really sort of being used to think about how historic spaces can be monetized to support the next generation of people as shop owners and professionals in those spaces. So that's one thing. Another thing is, from my perspective as someone who's researching and teaching about Afrofuturism, we're working on another documentary that is hoping to, explore and engage with the legacy of Afrofuturism from the perspective of trauma and horror, right? And one of the things that kind of defines Afrofuturism is sort of emphasis on horror, but that's really an understanding of the nature of trauma and time and space. And so our next project in that sort of documentary space is going to be developed around trying to explore what that means, and really talking about Afrofuturism and its way that it understands the legacies of the past, the present, and the future are in dialogue in a very particular way. We have to understand that if we're going to create a different outcome for the next generation. And then obviously, we're always interested in supporting conversations and education around Afrofuturism. Right now, if you check out our website, you'll see that we're involved in the Carnegie Hall Festival on the fall of the Weimar Republic, Dancing on the Precipice. This has been a really interesting set of conversations. They're really spinning out of a festival that's looking at Germany after World War I, but before the rise of the Nazis. And there are real strong intersections between sort of Black American experience and that Weimar Republic, both in terms of figures like W.B. Du Bois, who studied in Germany and wrote early Afrofuturist work like The Comet, and also with Zora Neale Hurston, who of course was a student of Franz Boas, who was a cultural anthropologist, really advocated to Hurston that she should study her community, who believed that the sort of scientific racism of the early 20th century was nonsense, and really like cultural differences are really a direct result of sort of race isn't a scientific thing. It's cultural differences that we have to understand, and culture has value. And that really became the basis for Hurston's work as a field anthropologist, and a lot of her innovations in terms of the field of anthropology by studying her native community. So there's lots of things that we're gonna be sort of supporting. And if you check out afrofantastic.com, you'll be able to see those things, and check out my newsletter, and I'll try to keep people informed.
Absolutely. So with that, afrofantastic.com is the best way for us to keep up with yourself and your work. Is there any other spaces, or should we emphasize on that? We'll of course be sending some additional information and links on all of our guests here today.
Right, afrofantastic.com, and on Instagram we have Afrofantastic TV, and of course you can also follow me on Instagram at Black Imaginary.
All right. Thank you so very much. I appreciate you being here, Dr. Julian, and again, the continued work, and look forward to the next spaces of collaboration with you and and our shared ecosystem of Afrofuturism and speculative successes. So thank you so very much.
Thank you so much too. Have a great day. I've been enjoying your programming, and I'm sure the next speakers are going to be even more interesting.
Oh no, we're just building on the shoulders of giants here. Thank you so very much. All right, take care. All right. So with that, we had Dr. Julian Chavis of the Afrofantastic speaking to the spaces of utilizing Afrofuturism for activism in historic and cultural spaces around the Black experience. And so we will take a look at bringing on our next set in the series of guests. We'll take a quick break as we continue onward with the Black Fantastic and being a part of Black Futures Month 2024. This is Dejan Sneed with SUBSUME. We'll be right back.
My family's always on the move, so making new friends can be hard. I'm Franklin Armstrong.
My name is Charlie Brown. The big soapbox derby race is coming to town.
What do you think, Charlie Brown? Partners?
Partners.
Let's see what we can really do. Friendships are not perfect, but we can get through the rough spots together.
Hey, Franklin, we saved you a seat over here.
Thank you all so very much for continuing to be the best part of our efforts here with Black Futures Month 2024. We're looking to celebrate the people who are building the efforts of today that will be part of the Black history of tomorrow. And so, of course, looking around in our studio and space here, absolutely inundated with comics. Of course, comic books is a passion space for me, not only as a creator, but also as a collector, but also as someone that advocates for the community of the Black independent comic experience. And so with that, we want to have our next session be in regards to the space of independent comics, and our panel coming up called Independent Comics or Black Indie Comics Forever. And so with that, I'm actually going to bring in someone who is a resident expert, also cool kid collaborator with us here at SUBSUME and Beyond, with his, I'll bring John Scooter Robinson here up to the stage. And because this gentleman does so much, I always want to allow him and his effort with Fourth Wall Comics, his podcast, and his own community advocacy be a part of our show here today. So just, John, how you doing today?
Hey, how's it going? Doing pretty good.
Doing well. Thank you so very much. And so I appreciate you for coming in as a host here for our next panel, again with Black Indie Comics Forever. And I'll let you take it away as we bring our cohort of guests on to talk about their efforts as well as y'all. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thanks. Yeah. So thanks, Dedrin, for bringing me on to talk about indie comics. I mean, obviously, as an indie comic creator, I love talking about comics. So yeah, I'm excited to like kind of get into some things concerning more of the state of comics, kind of from the Black indie perspective, and just kind of the way that we're viewing the comic sphere and how we navigate that. So yeah, I'm down to chat. I know we have some amazing guests that we're gonna have with us for this conversation, and I know they can offer some pretty good insight. So I'll be happy to bring them up on the stage.
Oh, absolutely. Let me clear the way for the continued parade of talent here. I will bring our guests onto the stage. Y'all step to exit stage left, and be able to listen as a fan for a moment in regards to this. So let's see. Let us bring our folks in here. Thank you. There you go.
Hey, what's going on?
All right, y'all. Thank you so very much, gentlemen. And we'll continue onward from there.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's a surprise to be on here with the legend, Greg.
Legend? Where?
Yeah.
Where?
so we is prior introduced by Mike. We have the legend, Mr. Greg Burnham.
I don't mean no legend, man. Getting people's hopes up for nothing.
DC Comics, Milestone Comics extraordinary, Greg Burnham, writing some of the greatest stories out there. Just put some recent books that are in stores as of last week, if I'm not mistaken. And more books coming in the future. So we have Greg Burnham, of course. We also have Mr. Mike Watson of Freestyle Comics, who, aside from just Hotshot, countless series, so many comics, and is a constant advocate, constant voice. This man will go live at the drop of a hat. If I asked him to go live in 5 seconds for some other random thing, he will be there. So definitely appreciate you, Mike. And of course, we had Erica a moment ago, but I think she might be coming back in just a moment. But yeah, Eric Hardinson, also comic creator and much insight into the comic industry in terms of the Black perspective. So what I want to do here is I want to kind of get a conversation started about what you guys think about the comic industry as a whole. Oh, there's Erica. What's going on?
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. Can you hear
us? Right. I can, but you can't hear me?
Yep, we can.
Okay, all right. Hold on.
I'm just messing.
Okay.
Greg is being silly.
Okay, just give me a second. It's the weekend. It's a lot going on.
I got you. But if you can hear, I'm gonna go with like the first kind of general, just like starting off question. and that is I want to see what you guys think about where comics were about, like, let's just say the younger years, maybe when we were like, maybe not kids, but when we were young, maybe kids, maybe teenagers, but where we saw comics a long time ago, whether it be 20 years, whether it be just 10 years, versus where we see comics at now, and how you think things have changed in general. We'll go with Greg first.
Oh man, so I'm pretty old, so I need you to give me like a better time.
All right. About 50 years ago.
Yeah. Now, I mean, I've seen it, from like my vantage point, like growing up on Air Force bases, we didn't really have comic shops, but we had like a little store where we would go read comics and not pay for them. So just seeing where it's come now, I guess the thing I like to take away is that where it used to be like gate kept really, really well, and it was very difficult to get in some ways that's good because you had a lot of like high quality people, making comics. So that part was great. But then at the same time, a lot of our narratives and stories weren't being told. Representation wasn't being done right. So, looking at it from there to where we are now, where it's kind of like a free for all. It's just like when music went digital and you could make beats, on your computer, and it changed the game. So it's kind of that same way. So there's good, and there's bad, but the thing that I'll say, since I entered the space, when we really entered the space around 2015, 2016, to see the quality of art in these books, indie books, has shot up. The writing quality, the attention to detail, to where there's a lot of these books that people like us are producing that can go toe to toe in a lot of ways with the big three. So I'm thankful for that, and that people are just trying to constantly keep getting better and making a better product. Are we? Yeah, I think you're on mute, John.
Sorry. Yeah, what's your Mike? What's your thoughts on that?
Oh, so comics, when I first started getting into them, they weren't really super available where I was at. My grandmother had to go take me to comic shops, and there was one downtown, and that didn't last very long, in the mall that it was in or whatnot. But the comic quality, just like Greg said, has jumped in improvements from where it was to where it is now, mainstream and indie scene. There are a ton of books now that I would put on the shelf next to any mainstream comic book, and you wouldn't be able to tell a difference unless you knew that was an indie studio. You would have to know, or you would think the books were published by Marvel, DC, Boom, any of those other studios. You would have thought the book was published by. That's how much the quality has grown. And I mainly read indie comic books now. I read a lot of indie comic books, and I read manga. I just recently went back to the comic book shop and started a pull list because people I know have comic books in the mainstream now. And I eat like Greg and things like that. And Moana, I just did Lilo and Stitch, and I just had that added to my pool. And I know I can catch these guys at a comic book convention and go pick up the books from them. But there's just something about going to the comic book shop and looking at other people I know who did this. You know what I'm saying? And it's great because it seems like there's a burst in actually reaching out to independent creatives such as writers and artists and bringing them to these books, because at the end of the day, yes, we love our own product. We're out here pushing it and selling it, and it is a brand and people know it, but everybody still wants to say that they did a Superman, that they drew an X-Man, that they wrote Spider-Man. You still want to say that you did that at least once and add that to your resume. So I think things are, you know, I know a lot of people say comics are dead, but I don't see that perspective. And diving back into comic book shops again, the quality and all that stuff has just been raised severely since I first started getting into comic books and was a fan of Andy and Adam Kubert and Joe Mad and stuff. Those were the anomalies, and now it's just there's a bunch of people that can write and draw, and you don't even know their names, but they're putting out quality product now.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. And Erica, are we doing good on the technical side?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Awesome. So what's your thoughts?
I have a lot of thoughts. So I'm a millennial, but I grew up on the south side of Chicago, and I had to actually think about, there were no comic book shops, at least in my near vicinity. So my first introduction to comics was through the newspaper. I used to read like the daily newspaper every single day. So any comics in the newspaper, that's how I discovered Boondocks and Curtis. And so that was pretty much like my framework for comics. And then the grocery store had Archie. So I would read all the Archie comic books. And then when I got older, I discovered other stuff that I like. I'm almost embarrassed. I was a big Felix the Cat comic strip and comic book collector for a while, and Sonic. But I didn't really start reading like superhero comics until like my later teens. And I'm not really a big fan of floppies. I prefer, trade backs because that's just a better reading experience for me. But I always love the art. So even if I don't like floppies, if the art cover is dope, I would just cop the cover because I just like the art. I think for the most part, at least in American media, we look at comics and illustrated stories in a very narrow perspective because comics is not just superheroes as a medium, and it should be treated as a medium because there's a lot of great nonfiction comics and graphic novels full of history that oftentimes get ignored or isn't put in the same category as other literary works because it is illustrated. I think we should just expand the scope on, just how we view comics. Instead of viewing it as a genre, we should really view it as another medium, as another art medium. And yeah, what was the other part of your question?
Or well, where we see it now, but you did kind of go over that too, where we see comics at now and what we should be doing with it now. Which honestly, like that's a pretty good segue into what so I was going to ask some other questions, but you guys raised some good points that I kind of want to slide into that that will lead us further into the conversation. And so one of those is something, Erica, you just said about the fact that it's a medium and not a genre. I was just having a conversation recently about how I feel a little off when somebody comes to me at a convention or something like that, and they go, "Hey, who's your character?" They look at is because they're kind of assuming that as a comic creator, I am I'm writing a superhero, so they're looking for who your character is, like blank man, like who's the actual character, but who, like Metro Man or Astro Man or whatever the character, what is your character's name? And I'm like, it's that implies that it's a superhero story, and not every story is that. So I guess I guess the and then people's view, like you said, is very kind of narrow in that way. So I guess my question is, what do you guys think about this is going off of something that Greg said as well, about the quality of work is improving, but because of the accessibility, what do you think about people who are coming into the comic game and they're like, hey, I like comics too. I see what you guys are doing. I want to get in the game, and there may not be that foundation of of writing in the past, or how to or in story creation, or maybe the view is narrow like to I think it should be heroes or whatnot. So what do you guys, how do you think is best to approach new creators coming into the field with those perspectives and in different skill levels? Anybody can go first.
I hit my button first. I think, like, typically I ask people, like, what do you do? Like, when they, because, you know, people come up all the time and they're like, hey, how do I get into this? So what is your skill? Are you a storyteller? Are you a writer? Are you an illustrator? Like, what are you bringing to it? And when it's the people that just are like, oh, I got these ideas, I'm like, okay, you're going to need a lot of money because you're going to have to hire people to execute, you know. So you want to have, what I try to tell people is, you want to be able to do something, you know, at least one phase of this. We know, like, more than anybody, right, how many phases there are to making a comic, how many steps. So you need to be able to do one of these things well. And you can be a good writer, like in prose and, you know, or like in school, whatever, and still not have an understanding of how to write comics. Like, I feel like we're all still learning. Like, anybody that says that they got it all figured out is probably lying, or they're probably terrible. So, you know, that's usually where I start. Like, if you can draw, then you are, you know, you're money bags. You're gonna have a good time. You're gonna work a lot, but you're gonna have a good time. So it's just, you know, really breaking down and understanding the phases. When I was in the Milestone Initiative, one of the cool things they did, like, they broke down like the entire, I think we had like a 2-hour course where they broke down the entire, you know, the way a single comic is made. And it really, you know, as a guy who, it was just two of us, you know, doing all this stuff. And then we would get help here and there. So to see that, I think it helped me learn how to make comics better. Mind you, I had already had like a couple of series and was rolling in my own thing. But yeah, it's like, figure out what you can do, like what part you can bring to it. And there's a bunch of idea people, like I think that's the least attractive part of it, is if all you can do is, you know, I got this idea where this guy does blah 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 and he does such and such. So, you know, even if you are just the idea person, learn how to do something else, letter, you know, color flats, anything to like help with the process, because it's a very, very intense process.
Absolutely. Yeah, I was thinking about the concept of what you said about the idea. Yeah, you know, the idea is only it's how you're going to execute that idea. You know, that's where the storytelling really comes in. I mean, you may have an idea that's better than one of my ideas, but if you are unable to execute it, then I'm able to write my more boring idea better. Then the more boring idea is going to look better in the finished product. Then, you know. So yeah, that's very important. Like, the writing process is very, very important, and then the illustration process is another, the next layer of storytelling on top of that. Very, very important. So the idea is really just the seed. I have ideas literally when I'm half asleep. I mean, you know, so yeah, you have to, you know, kind of expand past that. Erica or Mike, you guys have any thoughts?
I get a lot of people coming up and asking, how do I get into comics? How do I do this? How I start a book? And I always tell them, you just need to do it. That's it. Stop talking about it. Stop thinking about it. Just do it. Find what part do you bring to the table? Just like how Greg said, like, so how much of the book do you want to do? Because I know people that do all of it, and those are unicorns, because they can handle all that work and they can balance it and they can put out a book and they do everything from start to finish. Are you a unicorn, or are you me? I get in the trenches and I am fully aware of what I'm capable of, what I'm okay at, and what I suck at. And what I'm okay at and what I suck at, I get other people to do those things. My illustration teacher told me in college, I used to dive in everything 150%, and he pulled me to the side. It's like, boy, you are going to die. You need to find a balance. Figure out what you're okay being okay at and really focus on what you're strong at, or you're gonna burn yourself out and you're not gonna finish. And I really took that to heart because that's what I was doing. I was burning myself out and not realizing it. And so I always give things from my perspective and my experience, and I always give the disclaimer: my path may not be your path. All I say is that it is a path that you can take example from, and you can decide whether you want to do that or not. But for me, I am strong at promoting, and I am strong at uh, drawing. And technically, I didn't know I was strong at promoting. I just knew I didn't have an embarrassment card, and I wouldn't shut the hell up. So I knew I could get out here and talk to people about comic books. So those are the things I chose to focus on, and I look for people that can help me make my book stronger than what I could on my own. And once you find those people, it's a matter of like, where do you look at? Well, I look in comic book conventions. I look at social media. I look at Facebook groups. I hear DeviantArt is still a thing. I haven't used it in several years, but I used to use that as a tool. And one of the things that I always do tell them or tell people to do is that if you're going to be in the indie comic scene or making your own comic book, you absolutely have to be involved in the indie community. You cannot be a person who just goes online and says, "Hey, buy my book. Hey, here's a link to my book. Hey, my book just came out. Hey, do you want to buy my book? Hey, here's my..." No, it is okay to do that, but you need to be invested and involved with the indie community, even for the selfish idea of just other people supporting you at the very least. But like, I genuinely love the indie community and being around other people that create and things like that. So I'm sharing people's stuff. I'm talking about people's stuff. I take pictures when I buy people's stuff, things at conventions and stuff. I run up and get their signatures when I see them. I'm involved in groups and being on social media, just being invested in conversations about geekdom, about comic books, about anime, about movies and things like that. And not one time saying buy my book. Just be invested and be a part of that community and learn what you can. People are going to gravitate to you just from being around and being involved in the conversation. And that's something you got to do hand in hand with managing your book, because if you're going to have people on here doing the things that you feel that you are not strong enough to do, then you need to be able to manage those people, set deadlines and things like that. But the biggest caveat, if this is going to be your first book, pick a page number, a page amount, and stick to that. I'm not saying that you cannot do a 200-page graphic novel for your first book. I'm just saying I don't recommend it. What I recommend is doing like a 8 or 12-page book, a mini book, and getting the sense of completion. You have to know what it is to complete something so you can make adjustments in the next iteration. So if you get that 8 to 10 pages done and you look back at it, you're like, all right, well, this didn't work and this didn't work, but this really worked really well. So let me do it again and let me add a little bit more to it. If you don't get that sense of finishing, you can never start. In my opinion, and that's been part of my experience or whatnot. So those are kind of like the tips and things I like to talk to them about.
Yeah, absolutely.
Y'all pay attention, man. That man just dropped some serious jewels, like serious.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing. And as every good story, there has to be a plot twist. So I know we were looking at this as a 30-minute endeavor, but it was just not only too much talent here, but in the DMs, we just had additional talent that I'd love to see and invite you all to continue on with. But if I may, I'm going to bring two of our team talents in, with Mr. Keith Cross and Jason Reeves. And again, I want the conversation to continue, but at the same time, it was already great. Now having like an Avengers like assembly of talent to talk about, what is going on here in this fantastic space and genre, as it was cited. I love to invite, for those that may not have the capacity to stay on, we definitely understand and appreciate you. But again, this was too good of a situation. I didn't want to have this passed up with all this talent in one room. So I'm a part of myself. And John, I'll let you take it on from there. Thank you again.
Absolutely. All right. So Dudgeon, you can let me know in the chat. We're gonna continue past the 30-minute mark, correct? I'll get confirmation on that. But all right, what's going on? Jason and Keith, you guys want to quickly introduce yourselves?
You got it. You got it. Go ahead. Do your thing.
Keith, we got you. You're muted, Keith.
Okay, there we go. All right. Here I am. Hey, what's up, y'all? This is Keith Cross, author, creator of Day Black, and local former tattoo artist, Atlanta native. What's up, Greg? That's it.
That's what's up. How y'all doing? Jason Reeves of 133 Art Publishing, illustrator, publisher, distributor, all the hats, all the things, What's up?
Awesome. Welcome. So we've just kind of been in the nitty-gritty of the discussion. I believe that the last thing that I was getting at was kind of the idea of Greg and Erica mentioned two things that I thought were pretty important. Erica mentioned the idea that this comic book creation, we need to open up our perspective, or not we as a group here, but when people who are coming into the comic sphere need to open up the perspective that comics are not necessarily locked down to the genre of superhero, and it needs to be kind of we need to think of it more like a medium. It is a medium, and any type of story can be told. And as I mentioned earlier, I've run into that issue where people tend to think of, because of Marvel and DC, and as much as I love them and grew up on them, they have seemed to make people feel that it is a superhero thing, and it could be much more than that. It is much more than that. And Greg brought up the fact that in the past comics were very gate kept, and nowadays comics are now gate kept in terms of the industry. Like, it was difficult to get in. People probably didn't even know how to get in. If we're talking about like 70s and 80s, it's kind of like, who do you even talk to? And now it's more open. Technology has opened it up, but along with it being open up and more accessible, now there's different levels of people coming in. So we were kind of discussing the skill levels and what people need to act effectively within the comic sphere, because while we of course welcome new creators, we definitely want the quality work, which there is a lot of quality work. People are proving it every day, but as new people come in, we have to find that nice balance. We don't want to gatekeep, of course, but we want to make sure people know what it takes in order to create quality work at the same time. So that's kind of what we're discussing. So between Jason, Keith, and Erica, if you guys have any thoughts on that, feel free to speak on it.
Well, I'll say, especially having a book that is not really superhero-y, I definitely felt that in the beginning from some people, or just a little not really pushback, but a little indifference to it. But I also grew up reading stuff like, of course, like The Max, by Sam Keith or Sam Keith. I don't know how you say it. It's one of those pronunciations, but just like stuff like that even let me know at a young age that, there's so many different ways to tell the story, and it's not just like necessarily the Marvel way. So I think really being that it's so saturated, and being that it's so like bursting at the seams with talent, I think the main thing is to be unique, and to be and to have something that nobody else is doing, because so many people can draw. Like, everybody can draw. Like, everybody can do these panels. Everybody can make comics. Well, I mean, not you know what I'm saying. But like, so many people can do it. Like, it's really the main thing you can really hope for is to have something that's unique and something that people can pick out of a lineup. And I think once you got that, you add that with consistency. You know what I'm saying? You just got a winning combination. As far as it's going for me.
Absolutely. Jason or Erica?
Yeah, I think what's really cool about what we have going on, y'all got to forgive me, I'm outside, so they're like building a house or something over there.
Oh, your audio's fine. Your audio's fine, yeah.
Yeah, nah, I'm at a Chinese New Year party as well. So anyway, I think what's really cool about the era we're in, which might be, I don't know, maybe not better, but different from, like, say, the 90s or the 70s or whatever, is that a part of the key to us, like, moving forward in the indie space is being versatile and being able to do more than one thing. Because not everybody is looking for superheroes these days in general, right? And like, I'm sure the sentiment has been said, Marvel and DC sort of have the monopoly, even though I don't necessarily kowtow to that because I love superheroes, I love doing them. But at the same time, you do want to diversify. There's a big talking point I talk about all the time. When we first started doing shows, the kids would come to the table, and like our main book, One Nation, is basically a teen book or an adult book, in the sense of it's like a Marvel superhero kind of deal, um, not necessarily complex, but maybe more adult themes going on in there. Little blood, little action, shooting, whatever. So the kids would come to the table and look for books, and we didn't have anything for them, right? So we created Kid Carvers, and that's more of a sci-fi, more of a Doctor Who style book, not necessarily superheroes. And I think once we did that, we not only got more sales, but more interest, because parents would feel comfortable bringing their kids to the table. There's not a lot of sexual content. There's not a lot of violent content. And so in that way, we kind of diversified our slate. And the second thing that's really cool, and we went further, by the way, adding more sci-fi, adding fantasy with Changa and stuff like that. So I think it's a boon for you to start out doing more than superheroes. But the second thing is we're in an age where we can juxtapose genre and juxtapose the kind of stories we're doing, right? A lot of my new books that I'm trying to pitch and work on are like combined with horror, combined with sci-fi, combined with superhero ideals and stuff like that. And I think a lot of the television shows we watch are also juxtaposed with all of these different genres, and it just makes the narratives of them more meaty, more interesting, culturally juxtaposing things. We're Black creators, we all do it because we're adding our culture into this culture that has been predominantly white. But now, beyond us, we can add other cultural nuances to the books, juxtaposed with the different genre nuances, and you make a completely new thing, and that's really, I think, exciting for the era that we're working in. So yeah, I love superheroes personally, and I think a lot of you do too. A lot of us do, but I think from the outset, you should absolutely keep an eye towards moving beyond that. Like, it doesn't have to be your first step. It doesn't have to be, or do multitask, or juxtapose. I think we're in an era where that is essential, but also fun as hell.
Absolutely. No, I completely agree with that. And if you notice, to hit on the big two a little bit, if you notice, those creators have been writing in the big two for a lot of them have been writing in them for a long time, and they're tired of telling regular superhero stories. So if you look at like a single character story, like if you read just She-Hulk or like Matt Fraction's Hawkeye, those stories are not, they're superheroes because those are where the characters came from. But those stories are about other things. They're not about being a superhero, because they realize, they're writers. These guys know what they're doing, and they realize that storytelling is about so much more than staying in this little narrow kind of box of superhero, go stop the villain, So yeah. Erica, did you have any thoughts? I know you've been on this particular topic for a while, but it's a good one.
No, that's okay. I was gonna say I, agree. As a book reviewer and as someone who writes, little smaller comics for anthologies, because that's basically where my work has been featured, is in other people's books. Genre bending is very popular, especially with book readers. There's a lot of niche within the bigger genres. Like there's, cozy mystery and cozy horror. And now they're coining words like, romantasy, where romance and fantasy kind of meet. So the stories that I've been creating kind of like fall in line with, things that I have not seen. So I have not seen, Black lesbian crime fiction. So that's what I did for Nora's a New Black, because I haven't seen that before. So I wanted to do that. I have another comic, We Belong, where it's kind of like Black lesbian aliens and Halloween in Chicago, and it's a very spicy, spicy comic, because I haven't seen it before. So I think if creators, especially indie creators, making something that really stands out, could also give you an upper hand, because again, we've all seen the superheroes. There's a whole bunch of superheroes. Of course, there's room for more superheroes, but again, if you use the medium to kind of like bend to your own personal will and create something that you haven't seen, I think there's a lot of room for comics to do more literary work. I mean, you don't have to be like a Toni Morrison in comics, but you can just really stretch your own imagination.
Absolutely, absolutely, and I love, man. Erica brings up such good points, and I love it. I love it. Like again, another good segue. The idea of bringing in things uh that we don't see, bringing in that. So whenever I think about the concept of inclusivity and diversity, I know, like, to the world it's like, oh, you just want to make everything black, and it's like, maybe, but but really but really it's not just about that. I always bring up the conversation of Ram V's comic, uh was it The Many Deaths of Layla Starr, I believe is the name of that comic. And now Ram V is a indigenous, so like American. So like that comic brought such a different cultural perspective about the concept of death, that I was immediately intrigued, right? So I bring that up to say, as us being black creators and whatnot, we're going to bring a perspective that isn't commonly seen in the mainstream. And it's not to say that obviously there's, we're not saying other stories don't matter or this, that, and the third, but it's just like the voice needs to be heard. So like the comics, the types of comics that Erica brought up, yeah, that's stuff I haven't seen. I haven't seen lesbian aliens doing spicy stuff in space. I don't like so that's or lesbian black alien, I think you said. So like stuff like that is just new and different. And so I that's why I think voices are important. So I want to get each of you guys' perspective. We'll go like the other way around. We'll start with Erica and then kind of go back around, kind of unwind the spiral. What do you think, why do you think it is important for diverse voices to be out there? Erica. Erica, if you're speaking, you're muted.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh, you're good.
Could you repeat that, please?
Oh, basically, why do you think it's important for diverse voices to be in the comic world? That's the condensed version.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, there needs to be, um, there has to be diverse verses across literature, because, I think for a long time, through school and just through our adulthood, we've kind of like settled to certain degrees of whiteness being the default. You know, if characters aren't explicitly detailed in their ethnic background or orientation, we just assume by default that they're white and they're straight and they're mostly men or women, or whatever the case may be. But, reading diverse works as a reader and a writer helps you to be better. I have found that, my understanding for different things are more enlightened, reading Hispanic or Latin American writers and reading indigenous works and reading Asian literature. Like Asian fantasy is amazing to me, with the way they twist mythology with their magical realism. Like Blue Eye Samurai is amazing on Netflix. Something like that would not come out of mainstream publications, and manga is flying off the shelves. You can't even always get the books that you want because they're accessible, they are cost effective, and they run a long time. There's many books in them. So I just think once we set aside what we've been kind of like programmed to kind of like accept and read all the time, we get some really amazing work and quality work, right? So like if I didn't have to dig for Black comics specifically, I wouldn't have met Greg, right? Because I was looking for it, and I was intentional about looking and highlighting and focusing on Black comics. So I think we just have to get everybody else on board to read more diversely and to be intentional about being diverse. And hopefully we can have some better or at least a wider range of options, right? Because even in the indie community, the Black indie comics community, I feel like it's always, the same people I see when people talk about Black indie comics. Like I've seen all y'all faces before, and I see y'all faces a lot. But, there's nothing wrong with that. But I think there's, room to expand. And I think as indie creators, especially some of y'all who have the experience and the clout, should I say, if y'all if y'all have the time and of course the bandwidth, maybe y'all could start bringing some people in a circle for your fans and your readers to acknowledge and support as well, as opposed to allowing some of these indie creators who are mostly, some of them are young, some of them are inexperienced, and they don't understand, they don't know how the game is, I guess, to say
The
in so many
marketing.
ways. Yeah. So I mean, if you see a creator or indie creator that y'all dig, and someone that you think has a promising future, I say, bring them into the circle. I think that might be a tall task for some people, because some people like being the only people at the table and they don't want to share the seat. But I think it's possible, and I look forward to discovering new Black indie comic creators and artists, as well as supporting the ones I've been following for years.
Absolutely.
Could I jump on this next, because I'm real hungry for this?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was literally just arguing with somebody on TikTok about this. It enrages me, the audacity of people to think that other people don't want to see a version of themselves in geekdom, in comics, in anime, in movies. Like, I just don't even understand that concept. I go and speak at a lot of different schools and stuff like that, and on some of my panels that I do at comic book conventions, I always say, and people say, "Oh, you're reaching." No, I'm not. If you saw yourself for damn near 100 years being a doctor, being an astronaut, saving the day, feeding the dog, having a great life, getting all the love, just doing all these fantastic, successful things. If you saw a version of yourself doing that for dang near 100 years, you subconsciously would just start to think, "Oh, I can do that. I can do that." That stuff would bleed over into little things like, "Oh, ride a bike, I can do that. Oh, get an A in science, I can do that," because I've seen so many versions of myself.
I should be able to say the N word. Sorry.
Huh?
I should be able to say the N word.
But like seeing that again and again and again, you start to believe that you can do things. And when I already knew diversity was a big thing and a good thing that should happen, but it really hit me when I had my son, and I took him to go see Enter the Spider-Verse. My son's name is Miles Parker Watson, and I took him to go see Enter the Spider-Verse, and to see how wide his eyes got when they said Miles, and his mom and dad was talking to him. He ain't even did nothing heroic yet. It's just a little black boy being a little black boy, or half Hispanic, and living his life. Kissing his mom, eating food, being late for school, being a mess, untied shoestrings, dapping up his friends. That's all he did. And my son was just like, hey, he has my name, and we look alike. Like, that is so important for people to be able to have that experience and see it, and just be able to have it. So I do go a little bit ham when people on social media start attacking these movies that we get from the MCU and things like that, and calling them woke and stuff. And I'm just like, dude, you've been actually, hold up, let me see who you are. Yep, dude, you've been seeing yourself like this for 80 years. Shut up. Let somebody else get a chance. Let somebody else be seen and feel what that's like, because it is incredibly important, the thing that needs to happen. Like with our books, we have 14 stories right now that we put out, and I try on our table to make sure there's at least one book that speaks to anybody that comes up to our table. I don't want you ever to walk away from our table and not be able to take a book. There should be a character in our stories that to some degree, some fashion, some way speaks to you. And it doesn't have to just be visual, but it does help. I really put an exclamation on that point. But in some way, that character needs to speak to that person to where they can relate to them, and trying to make these stories that we make, speak to people. K-dramas. I made fun of my daughter. Why is she always watching those? My daughter got me whipped. I'm on the K-dramas with her. I'm up here crying. I'm up here angry. But I'm getting these perspectives of these stories told from a different viewpoint. And I'm like, I would have never got this if I just would have stayed in my little bubble. Or I was watching this movie on Netflix. I can't pronounce the name of it, but it's a K-drama dealing with a monster, and it was dealing with torture. It was dealing with capturing people and torturing them. And this woman was trying to throw it back in the main character's face, that his friends betrayed him. And you sit up here and you're defending them and you love them. I bet you didn't know they snitched on you. And he paused and he said, of course they did, because you tortured them for hours, for days. You pulled off their nails. You waterlogged them. You did all this stuff to them. Of course they told on me, and I still love them. And this light went off in my head, and I was like, oh my God, I've never looked at torture like that. I've always had this philosophy in America: you don't snitch. You stay there. You take that pain, right? You're trying to protect your friends. You keep that all inside and don't say anything. But this dude understood, accepted, and still loved them, because you don't want your loved ones to be tortured for you. Go ahead and give up that information. And that's not a perspective I would have had if I would have stayed in my one little bubble reading X-Men and just sticking with that. You know what I'm saying? Expanding and hearing different stories being told from different people. That is what's going to make, continue to drive our stories home. I mean, Lord of the Rings is my jam. I love Lord of the Rings. But, there's more to that. There should be more than that. Different types of people should create things so everybody can read. Sorry, my TED Talk's now.
No, you're good. You're good. We do have just a few minutes left, I believe. So if you guys want to give some quick responses, 5 minutes to go. So let's try to get some quick responses in.
I was gonna say that I think it's really important, to see different cultures represented. I know for me personally, stuff like when I was watching shows like Reservation Dogs or just other shows that really give you an insight on different cultures that you wouldn't normally have, or you don't really think about what you've already thought about a culture until you've seen how they've truthfully being portrayed, on screen. So I know for me as a creator, it's exciting to it's like a new discovery of something that's kind of been hiding in plain sight, but you just never was really given that opportunity to really delve into it past the stereotypes and past what you've been taught, So for me, it's really invigorating to it's kind of just like thinking of new characters, just thinking of a whole new thought process when it comes to storytelling and who should be included. Because I feel like just in general, when people, I think a lot of the hatred and the racism in the world is just based off of people not knowing each other. You know what I'm saying? Just people not knowing or not really given the chance to really see something from the other point of view. So I think when you get those opportunities, like someone in Germany might not know what it's like for somebody in Atlanta or the South, you know what I'm saying? But just like reading the story, they're able to get just a little insight. Like, okay, they don't, you know, okay, they don't just play basketball. They don't just like rapping and all that. It's just a little something deeper to it. So I think that's a segue to something greater. Also, it feels good to know like my kids, it's like this generation is going to be the first generation to say like, oh, we grew up and we didn't see ourselves represented, or we didn't see ourselves like. My kids can't say that, you know what I'm saying? Like I talked to them how it was when I was a kid, and they was like, for real, like they could really get on TV and find like show after show. Like they're not one for any of that. So that in itself, I feel like is a sign that that's the direction to go in. You know, just like let everybody like I always laugh. I got a book called Day Black. Everybody in it, Day Black. You know what I'm saying? But even now, I'm trying to kind of diversify and kind of just get some more like characters in there, just to richen my universe and just my own, you know, storytelling capabilities. It's, you know, but still doing that proper due diligence and making sure you're not feeding off of some stereotypes rattling in the back of your head. You know, doing the proper, you know, research with people of that community. You know, I'm still working on that. I ain't jumping out the window yet, but definitely on my, you know, because you got to tread carefully these days. You know what I'm saying? You can offend even with the best intentions. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Writing is about the exploration. So whatever you're doing, you explore that to the fullest extent, and you won't hit the stereotypes as long as you're exploring. Really quick. And Greg or Jason, I know you guys want to get your last chance to speak real quick, but
Yeah.
I want to ask this question here real quick, and you can maybe speak to a little bit with what was before and answer this question. But when I squeeze it in, this is from from Player Prez in the audience. Says, love these points. For example, I'm the president of a small HBCU and I have a female student who is looking for a Black animator to work with for her independent study this semester. I've been trying to find folks for her to work with. Where do we start? So we can either Greg or Jason, you can answer that question and speak to some of the stuff we talked about before.
Oh, go ahead. You got it.
No, I was telling you to get it. You go.
I was gonna suggest there's a Instagram account called Black Girl Anime and Black Girl Create, where a lot of Black girl artists and creatives kind of like showcase their work and they kind of like find each other. Cause I'm working with the Free Black Women's Library right now, and we are a cohort, and we're actually in production of producing an anthology for the Met Museum, and that's how I'm working to find my illustrator to work on my book for the museum. So those Instagram accounts, all of the, you know, Black Girl Create accounts, like different accounts, Black Girl Create Art, Black Girl Animate, you can find different artists through there. That's one way. Or Twitter, Drawing While Black. That's also a good resource to look at those hashtags.
Awesome stuff.
Came through hard.
That's excellent stuff. I didn't even know about the Instagram account at all. That's a new one for me. All right, so we're pretty much out of time. If again, Greg or JC, you want to add a quick fire point, you guys can slip in.
I just want to say about the diversity. We're just catching up. People have been writing this stuff since creation, since there were different cultures, and it's good to be in an era where we're finally trying to catch up. I wanted to say, just like Mike was saying, shout out to the Korean storytellers and whatnot, because I feel like being able to watch some of this stuff and read some of this stuff has opened up storytelling. Like they're doing TV in a way that I feel like nobody else is really doing right now. And it's good to be in an era where we can be privy to that. Same thing like on Netflix with all the Indian dramas and Indian action, and hopefully Nollywood is coming up, you know, really good. We're in a great era. So yeah, I just wanted to second that, what Mike was saying.
And I'll just jump on, can't leave out like African, like I've been looking, you know, like basically they say that there's like 5 types of stories that are told in the West, whereas like in Japan, Korea, Africa, it's like 25. Like there's so many different ways to tell stories. So these people are redefining for us because this is the first time we're seeing it. They're redefining what it is to tell these stories, and hopefully we can, as consumers, we can get to a point where we can digest it and not be like, ah! Like I went and see a movie last night, Out of Darkness, I think is what it's called, Out of the Darkness, whatever. And I guarantee, I don't think a million people are going to go see it, a billion or whatever, but there's going to be people, because there was some people at the end, they was like, what is this? You know, because they weren't force-fed an ending. They weren't, you know, like they weren't force-fed the message. It's like you have to actually do a little computing. And so hopefully we as, you know, consumers can get to the point where we can accept these different stories. I do find it funny that it's easy for us to accept it when it's from, you know, like Koreans, or like, you know, I don't want to say Korean because I love that stuff too, but we can understand and accept the diversity in that place. But then over here, we're still, like Michael said earlier, we're still mad because they made a woman a superhero. Like the public has to be educated, you know, to understand, you know, every story ain't about you, bruh. And every story don't have to be told the way that you need it to be told.
Also, the public need to take some of the onus on themselves and educate themselves as well. We always putting it on the artists, but the public know the difference between Coke and Pepsi for some strange reason. But you know, so I'm gonna just say, public, you know, get on your job.
Right.
Yeah,
absolutely. All right, we are definitely out of time. Very, very, very quickly, everybody, if you can give your preferred social media handles. You can find me at Fourth Wall in most places. That's IVWALL. Greg,
it's right there on Instagram. Just how it's spelled right there.
At Greg_Burnham7. Okay. Mike.
At Most Epic Art on all social medias. Also, if you don't like something, you ain't got to watch
it. Jason.
We need another hour.
Jason Reeves, 133 Art Publishing and Printing, at 133 Art on all social media, or at 133 Art Publishing, and the hub is 133art.com. Come buy some comics.
Absolutely. Keith?
Yeah, Keith Cross, all social media, also dayblackcomic.com.
Awesome. And Erica?
I'm Fabulize Mag everywhere. FabulizeMag.com, the first Black feminist nerd magazine. So you can just check me out online everywhere.
Awesome. Thank you guys. It's a great discussion. Yeah, another hour would be nice, but you know, gotta keep it condensed. But I love all you guys for coming on. Thank you so much. And I think that wraps us.
Straight up.
Peace.
I just want to thank everybody for the time and opportunity. Again, you all definitely deserve another hour, and I appreciate the hour that we did get with you all. And so that is to be continued, right, with all of y'all, and a space in place not only to speak here, but in our creative and collaborative efforts, you know, to make Black indie comics particularly, you know, be forever. So thank you all again for being a part of the show.
Absolutely.
Straight up.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, man.
We got to leave now.
Only for a bit. You know, the idea is, you know, the after party is at our virtual space, which we'll make sure y'all get an invitation. So,
That's
awesome.
what's up. All right, y'all.
All right.
Catch y'all
Thank
later.
you so very much. All right.
right.
So with that, you know, a pantheon of talent, and again, want to be thankful to them, and particularly as well to John Scooter Robertson of Fourth Wall Comics for being able to come in and be a facilitator, but equally, you know, talented as well as we had several of our finest Black independent comic creators, journalists, and artists come through to talk about the future of Black independent comics. And again, for them to indeed be a space in place for our stories, our narratives, our visuals, and our experiences to thrive. And so thank you all so very much for that. And so now as we continue onward with Black Futures Month 2024, we're getting into some of the special presentations that we have that are thankfully brought to us in part by partners with Dell and NVIDIA, as well as with Apple TV Plus. And so what we'll do is we'll transition into an amazing conversation with Dr. Messina Morris, the multi-hyphenate talented professor, not only at Morehouse, but also expertise in metaverse and AI. And we'll talk about HBCUs and Black innovation, not only from her expertise, but also the efforts that she's doing around the world. And so with that, we'll kick off this presentation by giving a moment to take a look at some of the innovations that have been done by our partners at Dell and NVIDIA. So please stay tuned and stay included, and we'll be right back after this message. Thank you all so very much, and we appreciate the opportunity to bring in our next guest here in compliments of the presenting partners, Dell and NVIDIA, with us being able to bring in the next conversation around HBCUs and Black innovation. I'd love to bring to the stage Dr. Racina Morris. Dr. Morris is an amazing, not only educator, and we'll go ahead and ask her to come forward to our stage. And again, with someone that has this much going on, I feel like one of the few people that is probably as busy as myself, but also at the same time, someone that's actually innovating and creating the spaces for us to be part of the Black Fantastic of the future. So with that, Dr. Morris, how are you doing today as Director and CEO of Metaversity, Morehouse of the Metaverse, so many things. So how are you doing today, first and foremost?
I am well. It is well with my soul. I have had an amazing week, but the last 2 days have just been like groundbreaking. So it's been great.
Oh, absolutely. No, a pleasure. And again, thank you so very much for being a part of us again here with Black Futures Month, but also the opportunity for us to talk to you about your space of the intersection of our HBCUs and looking at technological innovation in real time. Now, you've had several of these spaces that you've worked in. So first and foremost, just want to give a moment because I don't want to run past all that you do. So could you just give us a little bit of insights of some of the spaces that you've been able to impact in your legacy work?
Absolutely. So currently I am a professor at Morehouse College. I am trained as a biomolecular chemist. So I got my undergraduate degree in chemistry from Clark Atlanta University and matriculated to Emory for my master's and PhD in biomolecular chemistry. And from there, I went into K-12 education and started teaching in STEM. So I taught chemistry, physics, physical science, and I loved that. But I knew that I wanted to do more scholarship of my own. So I was looking at higher education as the next step. So I transitioned to higher education, and I was at Spelman for a few years. I've done some adjuncts all over the city, but I landed at Morehouse about 8 years ago and was in the Department of Chemistry, was the academic program director, department chair, interim department chair, and finally transitioned to education. But in the midst of that, doing my own research at the intersection of technology, neurodivergence, chemistry, just looking at inclusiveness of technologies for people. Because I have 5 sons, and one of my sons, Seth, in particular, has been my muse in terms of creating those connections to make me want to know more about our neural pathways, ways in which we learn, ways in which we develop as humans, and then like how can we reimagine who we are supposed to be with the help of technology. So I feel like it can be a tool for our good. But I've always been very smitten with technology since I was a kid. My dad bought a Commodore 64. Okay, so let me go back to what I do. So currently, I run Morehouse in the Metaverse. It's my brainchild. I started with four very innovative, well, it was four of us, so three other very innovative professors at Morehouse. I'm a chemist, so I started my advanced inorganic chemistry course to bring the molecular world to life for students and to keep students on their track during the pandemic at the time. However, it's what, I don't know, since the spring of 2021, we have 43 virtual reality courses in across all disciplines: English, history, biology, journalism, sociology, Africana studies, you name it, we're there, business. So we have given hundreds of thousands of dollars of scholarships and stipends to faculty to continue their scholarship in this area. We've published papers on ethical implications of the metaverse, on just how do you build a metaversity? What did that mean? Oh gosh, I've done over 100. Well, I can't even say 100, hundreds of talks across the world about, what is metaversive teaching and learning? What does that mean? What did it mean for our students? How did they achieve? And so really what I am is basically a spokesperson rooting for everybody Black, like Issa Rae, in this technological space to, show up and bring all their gifts and talents to the table. So that's what I do. And I'm sure I'll probably reveal more of what I do as we continue to talk, because yeah, I do a lot. I didn't even talk about my business. Lord, look at me.
No, but let us make a space for you in your business. No, let us make a space for you in your business, because entrepreneurship is a leveraging tool for our future success. So please talk about your business.
So I am also the CEO and founder of Metaverse United, where we help people find where they belong in the embodiment of the internet called the metaverse. And that includes really helping people figure out what their entry point is. All of these new technologies can make your head spin. And so we want to make sure that it's an inclusive space and that we're starting to think about accessibility in a way that is ethical and in a way that is not divisive in any way. Like, we have differences which can make it seem as if, there's division, but there's more that connects us than that separates us. And I want people to understand that they have a place in this space, even as it feels very foreign, as we're growing with what it is, as we're building the technologies of the metaverse, as we're integrating it into our daily lives. I think that it's really, really imperative that people have a guide, and I'm that guide. So
absolutely, and thank you for that, Dr. Morris, and we appreciate you sharing again. And I know there's more that we could be talking to. So with that, I want to talk about specifically the way that we and have access to technology or lack thereof, as far as that being a precursor to a lot of the opportunities of the future. I know that you've been a consultant in many of these spaces, and we can name the premium name brands such as Apple and Meta. But at the same time, how have you seen for your students the access to technology or lack thereof play a component in their educational journey?
I think one of the things that is challenging for me as a professor at an HBCU is the amount of progress we made and the amount of progress we still have to make. The heartbreaking truth of the matter is I am at a very privileged institution. I am at Morehouse College, and Morehouse College is very much the Ivy Leagues of the HBCUs. There are hundreds, though. There's over 100 HBCUs, and some of them are small. Morehouse is small. Morehouse is 2,200 students, but there are some that serve anywhere from 500 to 1,000 students, and they're still around educating young Black brilliant minds. And I think the heartbreaking part of it is to go into a well-respected space where you know it has educated thousands and thousands of Black minds and produced some of the premier leaders in our community when it comes to science and technology, medicine, even in the upper echelons of journalism or sports. Like you think about Black people, but at our schools, there is not a lot of resources. Okay, so if you have one not very nice lab, computer lab, in this day and time, that does not, if you got that computer lab in 2018, it's 2024 now. That technology isn't even in the conversation. It's not even relevant anymore. And so it's not useful or beneficial, but as a relic or for students to learn how to troubleshoot or to look at hardware just for the sake of tinkering, but it's not providing them with easy access to the tools that they need to be successful in the world. And we do so much with so little, and it's frustrating. It's frustrating to me because I know that the only way that we can overcome 20 generations of systemic injustice, of enslavement, of um, not being able to be educated, not being able to be entrepreneurial, is to innovate. Is to innovate and to be entrepreneurial and to be unapologetic in your pursuit for success and excellence in this world. And that's unmatched regardless to what the color of your skin is or your ethnicity is. That's just a human thing, right? But I know for a fact that we need more resources. And I mean, not the kind of, I'm going to drop it here and, y'all figure out how to sustain it. No, we need you to come in and be the sustainability with us, be in the trenches with us and create the sustainability for us. Help us to create the systems. And I get that there's a lot of people that don't want you to break through those traditions of what the schools were or have been, but we're in a crisis. Like, seriously, it breaks my heart to know that I could go down the street to a Georgia State or to a Georgia Tech or to any other state school or even a smaller private college, and there's more access to equipment. Like, there's just current technology. Put it like this. At one point in time, I remember running Windows Me.
Mm-hmm.
Who? This was in 2019. It couldn't even go on a network because viruses, it just the compatibility that is not right. It's not even current technology. Why am I teaching with that technology? Why am I trying to even? You know what I mean? It's insanity on some levels, and I don't know how to solve all of those problems. I just know that innovation is a key to unlocking some ways of being self-reliant and ways to be able to sustain and create an ecosystem. And there's no time like now where you can build and be at the table. Well, you don't even have to be at nobody's table. You just build the table and the people will come. That's kind of like what we did at Morehouse, and that's what I'm hoping that we can continue to do.
Yeah, and to your point, the continuation is the great work. But as you said earlier, it can be exhausting to have to feel that even though you have the capacity, that you're somehow still doing more with less. And particularly from a student space that is as brilliant as Morehouse and the surrounding AUC family and throughout HBCU network, again, we see that this is a story and a narrative that's really been in that space. So as an educator, being able to leverage technology as you do, where are you seeing that are the spaces that we are closing the gap, at least in a value of proposition of the technology that we have? Of course, like for example, I know that for Morehouse that, why am I blanking on the name of the Alienware, right? Was a
Oh yeah.
because I was thinking, of course, Dell, which is our partner here, but I was like, they have a very specific one.
You're right.
Alienware, being able to help close that gap, because again, I think we also look to your work with Morehouse in the Metaverse as being a very seminal representation of an HBCU closing the gap with technologies. Could you tell us a little bit more about how that partnership in that space has empowered or emboldened you and your students to create such a thing?
Absolutely. I think that Morehouse is a beautiful model. Morehouse in the Metaverse is a beautiful model of how we've done that, and how we have just decided that we're going to be excellent, and we're going to know, and we're going to be present. And I know this for sure. I may not have generational wealth yet, but I do have generational knowledge, and we're going to continue to pass that down no matter what. And when I look at rooted in resilience, when I look at what that really means, I mean, we bootstrapped this thing, and we just decided that we were going to be the blueprint that our young people needed in this world, of what it means to show up fiercely and unapologetically and authentically in all of your gifts and talents, and use it all to propel you forward. That was the goal. How could we, as scholars, as professors, as subject matter experts, and as their nurturers, as their educators, be present in the space with them, give them an idea of what it's like to fail forward? Because, like, first of all, when we got this technology, when we got our VR headsets in 2020 and started just teaching with them, or just started trying to create with them, it was some long days. It was some challenges. It was like, what are we doing? And I have a whole family, right? But I knew that in order for this to work, we had to put all of our fears of how silly it felt, or how it didn't seem as if we were getting anywhere sometimes, or we had to put that to the side, because I knew, like, just deep down in my heart, I just knew that our young people need exposure to cutting, bleeding edge technologies. And what we saw was not just it unlocked creativity and innovation in a way that I've not seen before for our young people, but it also allowed them space to provide opportunity in an area that is emerging, cutting edge, and allowed them to just really immerse themselves in their discipline differently. And so it made them start to really think about who they are and their place in this world, in all of this technological boom and revolution that's happening right now. They got an opportunity to see themselves in the work, and to see themselves um, be put first. They knew that we were doing this for them. And I think there's something really special when you know that this is customized for you to be successful. And because we put that type of thought and effort into it, it paid us back in dividends. Our students have not withdrawn, and we've taught over 1,200 students in virtual reality. We've had 3 years worth of experiences with students, from mindfulness practice in the metaverse, from galas, from all of these things that make up student life, commencement ceremonies. But what it has done is allowed us to see student achievement increase by 12%. In our world history class, we saw students say that the lessons were above 90% more effective than any other chemistry tools that we had been using. And I've always been on the cutting edge. I've been using simulations and all kind of technology for a long time. But with this, it was like students got to feel as if we're doing something that is we're first to do. We're first to do it. And it's done well. And and we're learning, and we're thriving in this space. And we made it very culturally responsive with our ed tech partners. And it has definitely, for us, closed the digital divide in a way that I didn't know. And honestly, it's who you partner with, because honestly, there's some. It's who you partner with, and why I always talk about purposeful partnerships is because when we came to the table with Victory XR and we started putting together like grant partnerships with like Southern Company and Qualcomm and then Meta and Unity Technologies and then NSF and like all these people coming to the table and T-Mobile, like all of these different moving parts coming together to make these young people successful. It was just beautiful. It's been a beautiful example of what can happen when just you put grit and heart and truth towards purpose. And I mean, we didn't have any learning loss at a time when the world was talking about it. I was talking about achievement. I was talking about attendance increasing. How can attendance increase at a time when the world was in shambles? Well, it happened. And it's documented. And I'm a quantitative scientist. So the numbers are the numbers.
Right.
And the math is mathing. So.
And again, I think that it leads well into the space of innovation and where we see being able to be exponential in that growth and success. And then as you cited, and again, are a great representation of that, we know what we're doing and we do have the models of experience and expertise. The way that you see it as a practicing futurist and someone that's developing, our talent in real time in the classroom, what's next? Right. I mean, I know we have the spaces of AI and we can talk to that, but I think the idea of now that we are seeing that gap at least close a bit as far as accessibility to some of the tech, whether or not it's equitably accessible is another conversation. But where are we going with all this? Because again, I think we are seeing our HBCUs becoming more and more prominent in the spaces of innovation as far as like design development, but also there's an opportunity still for research funded grants and long-term sustainable networks to be built into them as a primary, right?
Correct.
And so, what is the ecosystem of Black HBCU innovation look like for you, for there in our MSI partners?
Ooh, loaded question. Thanks, Dedrin. Let's see. I have, so many ideas about what it could be, and what I know education is, and the purpose for it, and why I know HBCUs exist. So when I think about the purpose for education, it's not altruistic as people think it is, and that's fine, right? Like groupthink. Okay, so I'm not gonna go through all the history, but that was the point, right? How can I get everybody to think the same, and how can I create patriots? That was it. Okay. It's based on a Prussian system of education, so it's American system. Okay, great, wonderful, fine. HBCUs were created to create a space for Black thought leadership to be educated in spaces where it reflected their genius, it reflected who they were, but also because they couldn't be educated in the spaces where 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 it was white. I mean, they couldn't. So what's next for us is creating a stronger ecosystem in a new space. Like Web3 is here. I mean, we're here now. We're moving into the era of quantum computing. We're here now. There's so much more to do and to unpack, but we're in the age of AI on your phone that you can use, not that you imagine, but that you can use, right? So yes, it's generative AI, and yes, it's a chat bot, but you're able to use it to increase your productivity. And what I can tell you is I think there is a shift in the landscape of what HBCUs felt they should stand for post-COVID. I think we've become more digital. We've become more connected. We've become more collaborative. I've seen more work happen across the different networks of private and public HBCUs than I've seen. And I'm HBCU raised, born, like taught, like educated, been in the ecosystem, been giving back. Like this has been my life since age 18. And then before that, because I had uncles and aunts and cousins that were in the AU Center. So like literally this is home for me. And so it is not like I just show up there to work. I show up there because it's a representation of who I am. I show up there because without there would be no here, there would be no future, there would be no me, there would be no a lot of, other people. So what's next for HBCUs is to continue along the thread of becoming more digitally literate, technologically advanced, innovative, and entrepreneurial in our pursuits to sustain our own ecosystems, and to make partnerships with companies and be unafraid to be entrepreneurial in a space and time when we need to think outside the box in terms of how we invest our capital, where we invest our time, our efforts, our supports, and how do we continue to build up all of our stakeholders in our community and create stronger pipelines from our community into our institutions so that we can create a world where every young Black child is getting the proper education that they need over time and access to cutting edge emerging technologies in our spaces where they can create and innovate and do it safely without judgment and without even have to consider race as a factor in their excellence. And HBCUs have done that well, and they're going to continue to do it well. And I just know that with them becoming more digital and more collaborative and more connected, what I see is one strong HBCU network, one strong, powerful, innovative institute that comes out of this, a collective genius that happens on these campuses. And that we will continue to share that genius with the world, and we'll continue to produce the next leaders in our communities. So,
absolutely, a fantastic answer to yes, a very complicated question, and very much so. I knew you were the person to ask, and I'd say, as we're themed as and rooted in resilience, I think as you say, the Black brilliance that will be the fruits of these labors and the leaders of tomorrow are a component of it. But we absolutely want to make sure to recognize and appreciate yourself as one of our innovative leaders as of today, and being able to make a space, not only as an innovator, not only as a thought leader in our space, practitioner, but also mom of the metaverse. So just all perfect timing and good day and perfect segue into how can we support you? How can we be a part and understand and appreciate your own collective Black genius here in real time?
I always tell people I want to be the Oprah of the metaverse. I want to be the edutainer of the metaverse. I want to be the person that brings you answers all of your questions. I mean, I always knew that my gift, my calling, my spiritual gift is teaching. And I understand that I know how to break down complex information, and I like to have a good time. And because I like to have a good time, you're going to have a good time. And we're going to have a good time learning, right? Because learning should be fun. And young children are curious. Babies come curious. Like this baby just crawled under my desk to get into this camera. But we should foster that creativity, right? So I'm asking you all to support me in my efforts to continue to evangelize this in our communities. And by that is ask me to speak. Ask me to do outreach. Help me write grants to continue to fund and not pass on costs. Um, you know, bring me clients that want me to train their educators or their teachers or their pre-service instructors, because I do that across the country. I want a board position. I want to give a different perspective to some of these technology companies that they haven't heard before. And so I want an entryway into that. How can I sit on more advisory councils? How can I do more listening sessions? How can I provide you the tools that you need to be successful? And how can I allow you to benefit from what my students benefit from without nickel and diming you? Because that's not what I want to do. But I am an entrepreneur and I do want to continue to build. And so, how can I continue to offer you my services where it's accessible to you into our community? And the only way that I know how to do that is to leverage partnerships and to leverage funding and to do things to raise capital so that we can continue to put on things like how you have that spot down in underground. Like, how can we continue to put on activities and get together and educate one another about the things that we don't know? How can we have conversations that are relevant to our communities? Those are the things, and you can support me by speaking my name to the next person, by contacting me and consulting me, by sharing some of the work that I've done. I'm the first metaversity director to exist in the world, the first metaversity to exist in the world. There are over 100 metaversities now at different institutions across the globe. We've worked with Victory XR since spring of 2021. We were their first metaversity, right? We came out with data and information. We've been on CNN International, BT, NBC News Now, Jet, Ebony, Black Enterprise, like all of the things. And yet, and still, Black people still don't know Dr. Mom. And that to me is a problem because I'm going to be the one that is helping to facilitate what the future looks like. One, I'm an educator. Two, I'm training educators. Three, I'm training them on how we're going to bring these cutting edge technologies into a space to make sure that the next generation is better than we were, right? So you want to know me. You need to know me. And I want you to know me and I want you to feel safe with me being the blueprint for where education is going. And I want to hear you and I want to see you and I want you to know that I am you and that I am the same little Black girl that looked at herself in the mirror and wondered, would she be proud of who she would be in the future? And I can say to you wholeheartedly that I am. And that's what I want every young Black child and every child really in the world, because it's not about Black or white. It's about us. It's about who we are as human beings. It's about making sure that the future is connected and working together and seeing each other and hearing each other. So with that being said, unitethemetaverse.com is my website. Share who I am. Share my message of love, hope, for the future of who we are as human beings, the urgency that I have to put out this messaging. And yeah, that's it.
Absolutely. No, that is it, but not all, right? And
Not
so
all. I mean, there's some bigger ass now. Send me an
that's for
email.
sure, right? And we want to make sure, thank you so very much. And as we can continue onward, and again, thankful for yourself. And thank you for being part of our keynote presentation here for Dell and NVIDIA, not only for the work that you're doing, but the work that is to come, for helping us continue to innovate and partner in the Black brilliance and innovations of tomorrow. So with that, we thank you so much for your time, Dr. Morris, and obviously much more to come.
Oh my God, so much more. And I'll be speaking February 21st. I'm actually doing a Black History Month presentation for XR Women. in VR on the Engage platform. And just today, we did a something for Jack and Jill of America earlier today. So I had some team members out at Drew Charter School doing the good work of outreach. But I stand as one, but I'm really many. I have a team of 15 wonderful faculty members that back me up. I have a wonderful family husband who always supports me, Chris. So shout out. I got to do these shout outs. So you could just hold on one second, Deirdre. Shout out to my husband and these 5 sons, Anthony, Matthew, Christopher, Seth, Cameron, and Diavion, Mackenzie, and Kai. And that's my team. Basically, I created my team.
Yeah.
And Metaverse United.
As Dr. Mom would, right? So that's good.
Right.
That's perfect. Thank you so very much. I appreciate you and all that you're doing and here to support. So thank you again. We'll speak soon.
All right. Much love to you, Dedra, and take care. Good vibes. Shout out Kamiko. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. And so with that, we absolutely emboldened that the spaces of our historical Black colleges and universities, as well as the spaces that we can see Black innovation appear there through our MSI partners, and really know that the innovation that is being created in front of our eyes is indeed rooted in resilience and will prosper and be prosperous for all in the days to come. So with that, we're absolutely thankful again for our technology partners and presenting partners for this particular segment of Black Futures Month 2024 with SUBSUME Summit. I'd love to take a moment to thank them and showcase their brilliant work and opportunities to have you also be a part of the Dell and NVIDIA families. So we'll take a quick commercial break as we continue onward with the Black Fantastic here at Black Futures Month 2024. We'll be right back.
My family's always on the move, so making new friends can be hard. I'm Franklin Armstrong.
My name is Charlie Brown. The big soapbox derby race is coming to town.
What do you think, Charlie Brown? Partners?
Partners.
Let's see what we can really do. Friendships starting out perfect, but we can get through the rough spots together.
Hey, Franklin, we saved you a seat over here.
Thank y'all so very much for being the best part of Black Features Month 2024. This is Desmond Sneed, founder, owner, and operator of SUBSUME Studios and SUBSUME Media here in Atlanta, Georgia. And we are transitioning towards our second and updated keynote here for Black Features Month. And before we get to our guest, Mr. Rob Armstrong, I feel it would be a great opportunity for us to look at the historical context of a character that we have been privileged to highlight here as part of our show. That would be Mr. Franklin Armstrong, or the young Franklin Armstrong from the new Apple TV Plus series of Snoopy Presents Welcome Home Franklin. We had a opportunity to get an exclusive preview of the first episode, and I want to bring on a very valued guest that has a unique and absolutely important conversation to look at the way that Black cartoons, particularly in the historical context of how these cartoons have represented us both culturally, and also how the future of these cartoons can play a role in our stories to come. So with that, I'd love to bring to the stage Mr. Mark McCray, and let us have a bit of resonance, but also conversations to his particular expertise of knowing, having a long and tenured history in the cartoon and production, as well as I'll bring Mr. McCray on to the stage as we talk about his work in traditional media that is around the space of cartoons. Thank you so very much. There we go. Thank you. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate it. You know, I was thinking of trying to give the best embodiment of all of your works, and I felt like I should just call you up here because there's so many great things that your particular expertise, particularly around the best charities of our lives. And I want to give a moment for you to talk about your work and effort and really help us frame the importance of Franklin as a character in Peanuts, as well as your overarching view of these characters over the times that we've been able to enjoy them.
Yeah, well, hello, Dedrin, and thanks for having me as part of this wonderful and historical presentation. One of the first things I'd like to say is I really enjoyed the Franklin special last night. It was really great to be a part of that preview and to see Franklin get a fully original story and origin and last name Armstrong. So that was really wonderful and very satisfying. But I just wanted to go into a little bit of the history. From a historical point of view, Franklin Armstrong really represents that first wave of comic strip and comic book characters that started showing up in 1968. He was really the first in terms of the comic strip and Peanuts, but also that was quickly followed by the Falcon character in Marvel in 1969, also created by Stan Lee and Gene Colan. And the circumstances of the Falcon character, who's now Captain America, Sam Jones, and Franklin, some of the circumstances are very similar. There were a lot of things going on in the country, the Vietnam War and civil rights. And I feel like a lot of artists and people wanted to show a more diverse characters. Also in 1969, you had the first African character pop up, a character that's sort of forgotten on Saturday morning. His name is Kip Choji, and he showed up on the Hot Wheels cartoon in 1969. Half hour later, the first African-American animated character showed up. His name is Pete Jones, and he showed up on the Hardy Boys cartoon. So within 2 years, with Franklin emerging, you had all these other iconic African as well as African-American characters sort of populate. And then the following year, you had the introduction of Valerie Smith from Josie and the Pussycats. Later, her name would be changed to Valerie Brown, as well as the first African-American cartoon series, the Harlem Globetrotters, based on those characters from the original team, like Meadowlark Lemon and Curly Neal. So I call all these characters sort of the first wave of people of color just coming in around the same time. It's almost like there was something in the air and the consciousness of America that people felt that the late 60s, it was a good time, or the time was right to introduce more diversity in, print media as well as animation.
Oh, absolutely. No, and that's a great framework for us to look at Franklin again as that trailblazing and pioneering character. And as you cited, there's absolutely a conscious and historical context to that character, as we learned last night and looking at some of the history, that the Franklin character being part of the Peanuts gang came at the behest of a retired teacher that reached out to Mr. Schultz to do something in response to the assassination of Dr. Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. And so talking to that of what is, I don't know if we can really appreciate maybe in this far into the future of how big Peanuts was at that time.
Oh, yeah.
To kind of speak towards that, when we're kind of speaking pre-internet, a lot of pre-television in every home.
Right.
The cadence of what Peanuts meant in the Sunday morning funnies.
Right. Yeah. So Peanuts was pretty huge back in those days. The comic strip in the Sunday papers was extremely popular. And then you had the Charlie Brown Christmas, which did huge ratings, and also, added to the value of the Peanuts as well. And of course, there was A Boy Named Charlie Brown, the theatrical movie. I mean, Peanuts was one of my favorite strips growing up. And one of the things I really loved about watching Franklin emerge and get this origin story was that they really brought back a lot of the classic characters that were in the Peanuts strip at the time, because over the course of the years, Charles Schultz would switch characters in and out. And watching that first special where Franklin is arriving to town, it sort of had this retro feel to it. The fact that he was in a station wagon. And if you are a kid of a certain age, I remember being in a station wagon for the first time, and I thought it was the greatest thing ever, not knowing how dangerous station wagons were back then with no seatbelts. So watching that really hit a lot of points for me that the creative team behind the special, understood the time frame of when Franklin is coming to town, where a lot of these classic characters like Shermie and Pigpen and Patty and Frida, who were sort of the core characters in the late 60s, early 70s, but towards later kind of disappeared out of the strip and were replaced by more popular characters like Peppermint Patty and others. So it was really cool to see Franklin arrive in town, see all these characters that could potentially be his friends, and try to figure out, how he's going to be a part of the gang, as I think he mentioned in the episode. And the fact that I love that he also referred to his grandfather as giving him advice, because I feel that grandparents and grandkids sort of have like this special relationship, that sort of transcends the relationship sometimes between kid and parent, because the grandparent can be the friend to their grandkids that the parent cannot be, because the parent has to raise the kid and they can't necessarily be friends with their kids. So it was really cool that they also not only introduced Franklin Armstrong, gave his family a background that his dad is in the military, but also introduced the grandfather that, maybe we'll see or hear more about somewhere down the line. And I really like how they sort of weaved all these wonderful elements in, like basically within the first 5 minutes of the special.
Oh, absolutely. And just speaking now as just a fan of what we were able to see, and again that people will be able to take advantage of as Apple TV Plus members on February 16th. Was to your point, how decadent, but also how it was intentional, but it was natural. I think the way they brought up the connotation, for example, of the Negro Leagues, right? That
Right.
and the fact that he had family that had some connection towards that. It didn't seem in any way to be pressing. It
Right.
seemed like the way that a young child would introduce some part of their family legacy into a conversation with another child. It was
Right.
acknowledged and appreciated, and the story went on. But as you say, I can see that there's a very the word we will keep using the word intentional. I think way to give him a lot more of that robust but authentic familiar connection that we would likely see in an African American family. Again,
Right.
being generational, being something passed down and passed along. That's probably part of your family name or family kind of family cohort understanding. And
Right.
and to your point, very very easily done in the early sweep. So no, I want to give you a moment to respond there. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say, I like how Franklin, because, Charlie Brown says, well, what's the Negro Leagues? And he says, very plainly, he says, well, there was a period of time in America where black baseball players and white baseball players couldn't play together. So black baseball players founded their own baseball league. And that was it. He explained it and said it plainly, and then they already had moved on. And the fact that he also introduced his record collection, I love that. That included James Brown and Stevie Wonder and keep me honest here, John Coltrane also. Yeah, yes. And I thought that was just really wonderful that the writers found a way to weave in all of these elements without it ever sounding preachy, but also giving the audience an education as well. I also love the scenes. The first character that Franklin encounters is Linus at the pumpkin patch. And I just like the fact that some of Charles Schultz's classic characters like Linus and Snoopy and Lucy, I wouldn't say that they are dysfunctional, but more quirky. And the fact that an outside person coming in who didn't grow up in the neighborhood, who's encountering these characters at the first time, who have been accepted by the other kids who have grown up around them, but someone coming in from the outside and seeing that this kid is obsessed with pumpkins, and Lucy has a not a lemonade stand, but a psychiatric booth for people to come and tell their problems to, although I personally would never tell Lucy any of my problems. And the fact that Snoopy isn't your ordinary family dog, and I love that perspective too, that someone coming in from the outside and seeing some of these peanut characters for the first time and just like kind of being not weirded out, but like, that's different, thinking that that's different. And so I love that part of it as well. And actually, when Franklin sort of meets up with Charlie Brown, he comes off as the most regular person in the strip. And I think that's a part of what Charlie Brown's appeal has always been, is that he's just a normal guy really trying to fit in with all these personalities. Because one of the characters that I saw last night that didn't really have any speaking lines was Frida. And her thing was that she always talked about her naturally curly hair, and she would do the thing on the side. And I was kind of waiting for that moment to happen. But, all of them, seem to have these little quirks. And it was just great seeing Franklin react to these characters. And Pigpen too. You know, Pigpen's been one of my favorites. You know, and to me, I feel like, not wanting to give anything away, that I feel like he really made an impact as being introduced as a character that Franklin is meeting for the first time. So it was really cool. And it sort of reminded me a little bit of, there is a character, an African-American character that was introduced in the Archie comic book, also around the same time, around 1969, named Chuck Clayton. And there was a similar situation where Chuck is being introduced to some of the other characters, and one of the bullies, a character named Moose, is going to beat up one of the characters, and Chuck is trying to be peacemaker and ends up, you know, kind of flipping one of the characters around, you know, and which never happens to this one Moose character. But it's almost like, it kind of almost parallels or reminds me of a similar thing where you have this outside person of color coming in and encountering these characters. And yeah, so it was really cool to see.
Oh, absolutely. And likewise, very encouraged by what we have. And I would say, and I want to see if there was a note in there. So with that, I wanted to ask you just kind of, and I know we have to kind of surmise a great experience of being able to have the Snoopy Presents Welcome Home Franklin special, being able to be early screeners of it, but giving your unique expertise as a comic and cartoon historian, and again, being in the actual industry itself, you know, what did you come away with as a kind of some final thoughts of the special once you were able to enjoy it in some?
Yeah, first of all, I think that the special, from an animation point of view, really captured some of the classic looks of those original Peanut specials and TV series, but also managed to bring in a more refined and beautiful look to the characters. You know, I felt like I was watching a big screen version of the Peanuts. I mean, the colors were vivid, the animation was flawless, and it was like a beautiful, it was like a very beautiful animation piece to see. But it seemed to do really well. It seemed to combine elements of old and new for people like myself that grew up watching Peanuts, as well as having those modern animation
animation aesthetics.
Right, aesthetics, exactly. Of someone that has never seen the Peanuts characters or the show or Franklin. And I love the background musical scoring. I thought that was perfect. It wasn't overdone. And a lot of times when you watch old Saturday morning cartoons, there's background music playing throughout. And, you know, and back in those days with limited animation, that music sort of helped move the story along and also gave you an emotional pulse of what was going on. But in the Franklin, I felt that it was done in a much more natural way, and it was mostly jazz backgrounds that I heard, which is also sort of a throwback to some of the original Peanut specials as well. But it wasn't overdone, and it wasn't, it was done to enhance the show as opposed to overpower the show. And you got a really great sense of the Peanuts community. Like I said, there was a lot of classic characters that I had not seen in a long time. And it was just really very satisfying from a nostalgia point of view to see all of these characters interact and be a part of Franklin's story. And it was also pretty cool to see that, you know, Franklin and Charlie Brown, although they got along, like most friends and the friends that I grew up with, the friends who were my best friends, sometimes you didn't necessarily agree. And, you know, you weren't talking to them for a couple of days, but you know, after that, you would everything would be fine. I remember when I was in middle school, me and my best friend got into this dispute in third period, and by the time we got to seventh period, which was like a study hall, we were playing checkers. And this guy walks by. He says, "Weren't those two just fighting in third period?" And now they're playing checkers. Like, he just didn't understand that was our friendship. And it was kind of cool to see that Franklin and Charlie Brown, you know, even though things didn't go perfectly all the time with the situations, with the race, with a lot of things that were going on, it was good to see that they did not give up on each other in terms of friendship. Whereas poor Charlie Brown in the past, you know, basically Linus is his only friend, and nobody really wanted to be Charlie Brown's friend. And so it was really good to see someone come in and not prejudge Charlie Brown, you know, based on his reputation, based on what some of the other characters were saying about Charlie Brown, and that he had an open mind to the entire situation. And so that was really wonderful as well, to see a lot of these things happen, because to me, the storytelling that's boring, and whether it's live action or animation or streaming, broadcast or cable, is when everyone is getting along and it's just really great and perfect, because real life isn't like that. There has to be some type of conflict, but it has to, you know, come across as being real, and the resolution also has to be real as well. And so I think the story really gave you everything that you wanted. I mean, it was well written, great background music, great animation, good fan service, all of those elements. Like, the creative team really, you got the sense that the creative team really wanted to do right by Franklin. They really wanted to do right by Franklin. And it really shows in the story. And again, not wanting to give anything away, but the whole business about Franklin sitting at the table, and that's all I will say, how that situation was rectified was like so gratifying to me as a Black man, and as a fan of animation, and as a fan of Peanuts. To me, that was like the icing on the cake. You know, I says, okay, you know, because a lot of times rights, things that were wronged in the past need to be, you know, made right. And I feel like they did that as well. So I feel that the creative team that's working on Franklin, that character is really in good hands, and really in good hands. And I'm just rooting for the show, for the series. I hope next year this time we're going to hear about Franklin being nominated for an Emmy and an Annie Award and whatever other animation awards are out there, because I feel like the show does have the potential for great storytelling and authentic storytelling. And you know, I think that's what the world needs right now.
Just so well said. Absolutely. And to that, I want to just thank you again. Oh, before I thank you again, I want to just say, I think there was a part to this that we saw not only in the show, but in the crowds that came to see it, right? It was the young and the young at heart. And as you had cited, you know, it was just such a great experience to be experienced with others, whether that was family, whether it was strangers or what have you. I feel like there was an amazing pull into that story and into this character and into the series that we've been seeing. And thankfully, I feel, as you cited, that the team at the creative team and that Apple TV Plus really does have something special in its hands. And so,
I just wanted to mention one more thing. The voice casting I also thought was perfect, because Charlie Brown, Lucy, you know, the legacy characters, the voices, the actors that they chose to play in this new Franklin series really match very closely to the original voices that were cast, you know, back in the 60s, early 70s. And that was a really nice surprise as well. And that goes, you know, with some of the other classic elements of Peanuts, and I enjoyed that as well. So I just wanted to mention that was a nice surprise because you're going into it. The focus is on Franklin, but I was also curious how Charlie Brown was going to sound, and Linus, and I'm like, wow. I said, this is just great.
Absolutely, and of course the adults, right? They had the muted trumpet,
right?
Again, to your point, they did a lot of things right. So, lastly, how can we find out more about yourself, the Best Saturday of Our Lives book and podcast, and support you in your efforts as you continue to chronicle and be a part of our Black animation legacy?
Okay, yeah. I have a website. It's called thebestsaturdaysofourlives.com. You can also reach it by typing in the initials tbsool.com. I also host a podcast of the same name, and we talk about elements in the book, but we also talk about elements that are not necessarily in the book. A lot of industry classic things from maybe why did your favorite cartoon get canceled after 13 episodes, or why did studios create a show like Alvin and the Chipmunks was pretty much produced by 3 different animation studios. And so we call that episode Studio Jumping. We interview professionals that have been in the industry, and we try to pull the curtain behind what was going on in the industry from the 60s all the way through the 90s, and sometimes tying in some of those elements to modern cartoons that aired on Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon, because there are similarities, and trends do tend to repeat in children's television, and we try to tie all those things together and have a good time talking about cartoons.
Fantastic. And again, I thank you not only for the time here today, but coming by and sharing a special experience with me and with our folks over at SUBSUME. So thank you so very much. We'll keep this going. And then your day. Thanks, Mark.
Yeah, it was my pleasure. And thanks for having me on as a guest, and I'm wishing you and your studio and the growth of your studio, as well as success for Franklin as well. Thanks again.
No, absolutely. Thank you so very much. And I appreciate you, Mark. And again, thanks so very much to our partnership in the space here with Apple TV Plus for allowing us the privilege to enjoy together the space of this of Franklin Armstrong's reimagination and brilliant show to come. Thank you. All right. So with that, again, we're joined by Mark McCray, comic and animation historian, and also podcast host of The Best Saturday of Our Lives, and getting the chance just to get a great reflection on our exclusive screening of Snoopy Presents Welcome Home Franklin, as we had a couple of shows at our studio here at SUBSUME in Atlanta, Georgia, and we were able to share that with some friends, family, and new friends to be made. And so very much in that space, we want to show the extended trailer of that show that's coming out February 16th on Apple TV Plus. And then we'll be joined by our keynote with Mr. Rob Armstrong, who is a 30-year plus animator and creator himself, a cartoonist, but also the co-writer on the series. And so we'll be talking with him about his very intentional invitation and space that he created in the comic industry, in the cartoon industry as a Black cartoonist, but also how the story of his life was etched into the panels and pages of his work from Jumpstart up into the new series here. So with that, I want to show you all the extended trailer to Snoopy Presents Welcome Home Franklin, and then we'll go ahead and bring on our fantastic keynote speaker. Thank you so very much, and we'll be right back with more from Black Futures Month 2024 with SUBSUME Studios and SUBSUME. So stay tuned and stay included for more.
Hi, I'm Franklin. I've lived in a lot of different places. My family is always on the move. This was it. Our new town. Do you want to have... Excuse me. Making new friends can be hard. I'm Franklin Armstrong.
My name is Charlie Brown. The big soapbox derby race is coming to town. The winning team gets a trophy and free pizza for a whole year.
What do you think, Charlie Brown? Partners?
partners. Hey Franklin, what kind of music do you like?
The godfather of soul, James Brown. You're not related, are you?
I don't believe so.
My grandpa always says you gotta want it to get it. Let's see what we can really do. Friendships are not perfect, but we can get through the rough spots together.
A best friend is someone that you can totally trust. That always has your back.
Hey Franklin, we saved you a seat over here. You know you found your home when you're surrounded by good friends.
And welcome back to Black Futures 2024. Here with Dejan Sneed, founder of SUBSUME Studios here in Atlanta, Georgia. Thank you all so very much for being a part of this amazing show. That we've had a fantastic run of a lot of creativity, technology, and community as we look at the innovators of today who are building the Black history of tomorrow. And we're so thankful for all of the guests, all the connections and collaborators that we've had up to this point. But now we are here to our keynote presentation. And we want to take an opportunity to thank Apple Plus for being a presenting sponsor for this particular part, which I'm absolutely excited to talk about the future of Black cartooning, where we're going to bring on our keynote guest, Mr. Rob Armstrong. And as you've seen more than once at this point in time, that we have a special opportunity here to showcase and be a part of a brilliant reimagining of a seminal character in the legacy of the Peanuts cartoon. And we are looking at the next step in the evolution of that story and a little bit of the history and the future of this character. And of course, we're talking about the program of Snoopy Presents Welcome Home, Franklin. And so we've had a great weekend of enjoying some of the previews and some of the extended previews as an exclusive component of our show. But now we get to delve into some of the expertise of the name and the part of the legacy that's built that. So without further ado, I love to bring to our virtual stage here at SUBSUME Studios, Mr. Rob Armstrong. So Rob, thank you so very much for being here with us today. It is an absolute privilege. Again, I want to thank yourself and Apple TV for making this opportunity happen for us. How are you doing today?
I'm good. It's an honor, really, to be a part of this. I'm very excited about it.
Oh, absolutely. So, first and foremost, we want to give an opportunity to know you, the person, the Franklin before us, as it were. Please let us know a little bit about yourself, the journey that you've taken to get here, and a quick synopsis as we look to spend this time learning more about yourself and your fantastic work.
Thanks. I spent the last 34 years professionally as a syndicated cartoonist. I do a comic strip called Jumpstart. Jumpstart runs in about 700 newspapers. I hope it runs somewhere near you. I think it runs in Atlanta. I'm pretty sure it does. I'm in most cities. It's been an amazing journey. Again, I'm honored to be in an industry with so few African Americans represented. So there's a huge weight and a huge burden and responsibility on me to represent the culture well. So I believe that the 34-year history of the strip proves that I'm doing something right with it. Jumpstart features a young Black couple with a young family. A police officer named Joe. His name is married to a nurse named Marcy, and they have 4 kids. It's semi-autobiographical, but I don't think that the characters are much like me. I think the discipline of writing a comic strip requires, actually for me, a separation from the characters, allowing them to live the life that they're living, not necessarily being my mouthpiece or being my. You don't see my opinions, for example, political or otherwise, expressed through them. I'm not using them as puppets for me. They've taken on life. I mean, 34 years in the business it's incredible. They really are a living entity as far as how I feel as a writer. The strip has been successful enough to produce 2 books. My most recent one is called On a Roll. A cartoonist is kind of a treasury of my whole 34 years. And before that, Reader's Digest published something called Fearless, which is my memoir. Fearless, a cartoonist guide to life, both on Amazon. And Fearless walks through this whole, this entire journey from the beginning until right now. This past spring, CBS picked up my comic strip to make a sitcom out of it, a live action sitcom. Terry Crews was starring in it. It was an incredible, Glenn Turman is in it, and it was just an all-star cast. It was not picked up to series, but that's not the end of that project. You just have to resell it. You have to sell it to a different platform. CBS is going to go to a different show that was being in development at the same time we were. So anyway, while that was happening, I'm going to talk about how this Franklin project began, because it was weird. They both started to take shape around the same time at the beginning of the pandemic. Franklin comes from the cast of Peanuts, and Peanuts, Charlie Brown, Snoopy, they've been a part of my life as far back as I can remember. I think of Charles Schulz as being the strongest influence on me, the most responsible for me pursuing this career. And I just go back to when I was 3-4 years old, trying my best to draw Peanuts, Snoopy. My mom would react to that. I'm the youngest of 5, single mom in Philadelphia, and getting a response to what I was doing that was so overwhelmingly positive. I don't know if anyone listening comes from a large family, but when you're the youngest of a large family, hearing positivity means a lot. Usually you're getting kicked out of the room or told to be quiet or shut up or whatever. You know, you just, what are you doing here? Like, I live here. You know, what? You know. But when I drew, that didn't happen. When I drew, 9 times out of 10, 10 times out of 10, whoever saw it would say, that looks amazing. For me, for a little kid, that's amazing. You know, my mom was just over the moon about it. And she was very, very supportive and encouraging. These are mild descriptions. The truth is, she just went nuts. You know, she just went bonkers over everything I did. So she ended up getting me. She ended up getting me into some pretty good art programs. And when I was 10, I remember going to something called the Philadelphia College of Art, and I was the only child in that program. Everybody else went to college there, literally. And I was the only black person there. And it turned out to be a precursor for lots of things to come. A lot of what's in Franklin, just jumping ahead, is him trying to adapt to a white community, him having struggles in that. So a lot of this is semi-autobiographical. I'm actually on a borrowed phone, and unlike my phone, which I charged up to get ready for this, my wife's phone just told me I'm low on the battery. So let me just do one thing to plug this up. Battery low. We don't want that. So yeah, I you know, by the time I was 12, you know, I started going to I went to a whole different school and stuff. I went to a private school. When I was 12, my mom got me into a private school, and you know, it was a jarring experience because the school was an all white school. Hold on one second, I'm gonna plug up this phone. I'm not going far. I went to a thank you. I went to a private school when I was 12 years old, called the Shipley School for Girls. Very exclusive, rich kids. 98% white, but 100% girls. It was the weirdest experience of my life. This school was I was I was trying to just get into private school. My mom said you should get a private school education, and I didn't know what she was even up to. You have to know a little bit about, God rest her soul, my mom. She was just unusual. She was determined. She was a single mom, but I didn't feel like I was in a single family household. I'm sure that makes zero sense. A lot of my kids with moms and dads wanted my mom to be their parent. She was just, a lot of my friends said, "You're so lucky." You know, I'm thinking, really? Okay. And she made her mind up and said, "I want to get you into private school." Now, I look back on that decision as seminal in my life. It's just a watershed moment. I look at it with clarity too, because growing up in Winfield back then, I'm a child of the 60s. I'm older than I may appear to be. This is what I've been told. I'm 60. I'll be 62 in a few weeks. So growing up in the 60s, man, I was right in the middle of the civil rights era. And my mother wasn't a pacifist sort of sitting at home watching this happen. She was an activist, a black activist. She was in all these marches and stuff like that. My sister met Dr. King, shook his hand. I was too little. I was 4 or 5 years old when they went to see him. And my mother would engage with the community in all these important ways, as far as not just black activism, but just community involvement. She was a volunteer. She taught the Girl Scouts and the Brownies and all that kind of stuff. So when I was 6 years old, you know, there was obvious conflict in the gang. You know, the gang warring in Philadelphia was at a all-time high. It was weird. I wasn't that scared or anything or affected by it because my oldest brother, I was 6 years old. My oldest brother was 13. He was kind of a security blanket around me. I didn't fear anything because Billy had the respect of these gangs as a 13-year-old. When I see 13-year-olds today, I'm bewildered. I'm thinking, man, my brother seems so much older than them, than these kids that I see today who are 13. You know what I mean? But Billy was just like, he was in the mix. He wasn't a gang war kid. He wasn't a ganger, or whatever. He wasn't in them. He was a member of a gang. I don't. The words won't come. He wasn't a member of a gang. It's just that they knew him, and because of that, they wouldn't threaten me or my brother Mark. They would just say, those are the Armstrong boys, and they were like, okay, cool. You know, I was like, wow, how does he wield this kind of? And he always seemed to have money. Like my brother, I grew up poor. My brother had money. I'm just thinking, where's he getting cash? He just always had. Turns out he was jacking laundromats. He learned how to steal from laundromats, and he learned how to jack people. He could. He was a shark. He was a bowling shark. He worked for minimum wage at a bowling alley, but he was really there to steal grown men's money, and he would just hustle men, grown men, for their paychecks. So Billy wasn't going through the same childhood I was. I was just like, whatever, man. He would do whatever he wanted. He'd come home. One time he came home. We're in Philadelphia, okay? We're in the middle of West Philadelphia. One time Billy came home on a horse, the animal, the horse. I said, where'd you get the horse? He said, oh, I'm friends with these guys at the stables. In Philadelphia, you do see horses. It's not weird to see a horse walking down the street. It's weird to come home on one when you're 13. And that's how Billy was. Now, why am I talking about Billy so much? He was killed at 13. He was killed at 13. My brother was a risk taker. I don't want to turn this whole thing into a thing about him, but his influence on me directly pertains to everything that's happened to me after his death. Okay, so that's what I'm talking about. I don't like to talk about it, but it's important. My brother was a risk taker. He was a stunt kid, bicycle stunts and this and that. You know, scaling walls, jumping over things, jumping across. We lived in row houses. You know, there's an alley between the row house. He would jump from one row house roof to another roof, like over the alley. Watch what I do, Robin. He would run. He'd watch this. He would jump over. I'm like, what? And he would play chicken with the subway train. And one day he lost. He lost his life. My brother was ripped into 2 pieces by a subway train at 13. When I look back on what my mom was doing, so aggressively getting me into programs, so aggressively and seriously trying to get me into private school with white kids and stuff. When it was happening, it just was puzzling, and I was so young. I just didn't know what to do other than try my best to go along with it. But by the time she was doing that, Billy was gone, and then Mark was accosted by the police in Philadelphia when I was 11, and he was 16. And I know she was just trying to rescue her final son. She was just trying to get me as far away from Philly as she could. And I couldn't. I was accepted to that one school. I was rejected by the all-boys schools, by the way. All the Episcopal Academy was a very prestigious all-boys school, not far from my house. I would not have had to take public transportation. I could have walked there. But Episcopal said, nah, he's not Episcopal material. Haverford, which would have been a train right away, also said, his scores are kind of weak. Waldron Academy, all of them. They were all a stone's throw, ironically, from where I was raised. I was raised on the edge of a black neighborhood, right up against a very distinguished part of Philadelphia called the Main Line, which is all private schools and privilege and wealth. Like, it's so close you can literally pick up a rock and throw it there, but it's a world away, you know. And I got in to the Shipley School for Girls. So my mom said, you're in. You're going to school on the Main Line. I was like, I don't think I'm going to like it. I don't think this is a good idea. I said, Mom, I know this was a hard road to hoe, and you know, we got up here, and now I'm finally in one of these schools, but it's all white people. It's all white people. It's all girls, and I don't know. She said, look, you can do it. You can do it. You're the most special kid there, and everyone's going to. She always talked to me this way, and everyone's going to find out. It's going to be hard at first, but you're my boy wonder. My real name is Robin, not Rob. I go by Rob for obvious reasons, but I'm Robin. And she was like, you're Robin, my boy wonder. And I was just like, okay, if you say so, you know. And I failed. my first year at Shipley was a disaster. I repeated 7th grade. I had to do 2 years in 7th grade out there. And I made a lot of friends who were not Black, I can tell you that. But my Black friends really ostracized me for going out there. They did not take kindly to it. They accused me of turning white and all that kind of stuff. So I had to kind of reorganize and reestablish my life and reprioritize. And, you know, when you've been in Philly like that all your life, you know what I mean? 12. I was 12 when I went to Shipley. It's 2 lifetimes for a Black child. I didn't know anything other than, you know, I consider my family to be nearly 100 people who were Black, literally. I was on a tightly lit block, and we did things together, and we had an organized block. You know, it wasn't some crazy ghetto type, whatever people think in their minds. That's not what this was. And Dorothy Armstrong, my mom, was a professional organizer. That's what she did for a living, organized blocks and stuff. So I was tight. So when my friends said, you white, and I picked my 5, and you can't play on my team, I got my squad and all that kind of, they were talking to me like that. I'm like, what are you saying? I got my squad. I'm like, the basketball court is in front of my house. Okay. I put the screws in the telephone pole, just holding that thing up. We talking about you got your squad. Yeah, you white and all that. I was like, wow. It was really eye-opening, extremely hurtful, but I had to realize that something was occurring, and they weren't ready for it. I wasn't ready for it. But I didn't have any choice, man. I had to go out to Shipley and show them what's what, man. And I graduated from that school, man, near the top of the class. Not at the top, near the top. Not at the top. But I graduated from Shipley with honors, went to Syracuse University. But the whole time, I just had this art. Even when I failed that first year, I did have this very obvious talent. Very obvious talent. And it's the reason they did not, they don't call, you don't get expelled for failing like that, but they don't invite you back. That's how they put it. It's expulsion. It means you don't measure up and you're not going to, you know. But they didn't expel me. They invited me back, I think based purely on this promise that I had as an artist. So that strange beginning, I went away to Syracuse and it was incredible. But I had a great 4 years at Syracuse. But before I got really settled in at Syracuse, my mom got sick with cancer and she passed. So when I was a freshman, I didn't have parents. I didn't have any parents. I was a freshman at Syracuse. It was crazy. They wanted $40,000. I was like, wait a second. I don't know what exactly is going to happen right now, but I don't have $40,000. I don't think Dot Armstrong had $40,000. She had this incredible wealth of hope, though. She could just get things done. And I thought that would get me over. That would get me through Syracuse. So her death, I was a selfish kid. I was 19, so her death, in a selfish way, I was just like, what am I going to do now? Without mom, what am I supposed to do now? I didn't realize, man, that she had really dug in deep with that family out at Shipley. When I say family, these wealthy families support these private schools, what they call independent schools. It's funded with wealth, oil money, tobacco money from slavery. Like, I'm not even kidding. One of my friends was Anna Middleton. Anna Middleton's grandfather invented Black and Mild, convenience store cigars. One of my friends' grandfather invented plexiglass. My friend Duncan Haas, his grandfather Otto Haas invented plexiglass. Like, my friends just lived in mansions, sometimes castles, sometimes modern structures like sculpture. But I'd go back home to Philly. I'd be out there and they say, we're having a thing at the house. We'd love to have you come. And I'd go back to Philly. And I'm trying to reestablish my friends who are casting me away. And I'm just like, I was at this girl's house, man. She has a pool in her house. People were like, it just dug up a moat between me and them. Like, it just hurt me so bad to discuss with anyone the life I was witnessing with my own eyes. And I had to get the discipline to keep my life secret. Like, just don't talk about it. I'm not talking about my friend. I'm talking about my own family. Like, don't talk about this. Don't, just forget it. Just do what you got to do out there. When you come home, code switch. and everything is going to be fine. Well, everything was not fine. It was not happening. Okay, I didn't like. When I was at Syracuse, I was just. I'm like, Christmas is coming. I gotta go home, and I can't stay on this campus. I love being away at Syracuse. And what was amazing is that my mother had established such close friendships, respectful friendships at Shipley, that when she got diagnosed with cancer, she began to prepare to die. 49. She passed at 49. I've already outlived her. We all have. I'm the youngest of 5. We all outlived her. She was preparing to die by making sure that rich families knew about me. One of them, she said, she got really close to this department store, the heir to a department store fortune called Strawbridge and Clothier. She became very close to Isaac Clothier. They sat on the board of trustees. My mom was the first Black trustee at Shipley, that school. She was no joke, man. So she got very close to the chairman of the board of trustees, and on her deathbed, this sounds like something out of a, if it sounds like it's out of a movie, it's because I'm also writing a movie about this. It is something out of a movie. On her deathbed, Isaac Clothier, Isaac Hallowell Clothier the Fourth. People who knew him call him Cordy, like a quarter. Cordy Clothier said, Dot, what can I do to help? She said, make sure Robin makes it through Syracuse University. He said, I will. This family helped me raise money for school. They helped me find scholarship money. They never peeled off cash like that to me. They put me to work, okay? Let's meet in my office. There's things you have to do. It was that kind of thing. A Jewish family also stepped into my life. I knew that she was friends with this Jewish family, by the way. We lived in a Black neighborhood, but the Winfield Residents Association. Winfield is a part of Philadelphia that is often called West Philadelphia. It's where Will Smith is. I'm from the same neighborhood as him, so he can't come on the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. I'm from Winfield, born and raised. Like, he can't do that. So he calls it West Philadelphia, born and raised. It's actually Winfield. And me and Will and Don Welch, like, there's a lot of people who made it in show business. They're from Winfield. There's something in the water. I don't know what it is. But Winfield had some Jewish families, and one of them was a prominent brain Parkinson's pioneer, a neurologist named Howard Hurdick, Dr. Howard Hurdick. And my mom was tight with them. And she said, look after Robin. Don't let anything happen to him. I'm not going to be here. And Mary and Howard Hurdick stepped into my life. They raised money, had a fundraiser at their house, and all these congressmen and stuff, people I'd seen on the news were there. It was a whirlwind. It was just, my life was just, it was swirling around me. And I just thank God for my mom. You know, I had nothing really to worry about. I had to make sure these grades were good. That was about it. And yeah, these families stayed in my life, not for 4 years, for 40 years. Cordy Clothier just passed. I was the only non-family member in the church. I was the only person who wasn't in his family that spoke at his memorial in that church. There's a little church on the main line. I was one of very few Black people in that church. But I don't speak with hesitation. I don't have fear like that. This strange upbringing, you just erased all of that. And I'm not saying that it makes me comfortable around everyone. I don't think that's possible. I think there's a certain amount of, okay, where am I? A certain amount of reading the room is important, no matter who you are, no matter what kind of upbringing you've had. But it makes the work that I do effective. I see what's in front of me, and I'm sort of ready. I'm ready for it, right? So it's important to understand that when something like Welcome Home Franklin happens, it's amazing, but it's not good if you're not ready. Nothing good can come for us until we're ready.
I think that, if I may, to say that with a background and experience as you shared here, I think it would be a amazing opportunity to take a look at, as you say, to be ready for what you've been able to co-write, co-create, for us to be able to take a privilege of having a sneak peek at Welcome Home, Franklin. So if I may, I'd love to take a moment. So for those who may have not seen it either at the beginning of this particular broadcast or haven't had a chance to share it with us during our Friday presentation, would love to, we may, I want to bring that in and then immediately come back and see, what the influence of your background in your life, how much of that may be a part of the future of this version of Franklin Armstrong, if we may. Awesome. So for you all at home, we again want to thank and extremely privileged. I'm going to bring up a space here that we can take a look at an extended trailer of Franklin and the story and the new narratives that have been brought by Snoopy Presents Welcome Home, Franklin. So with that, let's take a gander. All right, and I'll go ahead and bring that up. Thank you, everyone. We'll go ahead and take a look at that now.
Hi, I'm Franklin. I've lived in a lot of different places. My family is always on the move. This was it. Our new town. Do you want to have... Excuse me. Making new friends can be hard. I'm Franklin Armstrong.
My name is Charlie Brown. The big soapbox derby race is coming to town. The winning team gets a trophy and free pizza for a whole year.
What do you think, Charlie Brown? Partners?
Partners. Hey, Franklin, what kind of music do you like?
The godfather of soul, James Brown. You're not related, are you?
I don't believe so.
My grandpa always says you gotta want it to get it. Let's see what we can really do. Friendships are not perfect, but we can get through the rough spots together.
A best friend is someone that you can totally trust. That always has your back.
Hey, Franklin, we saved you a seat over here. You know you found your home when you're surrounded by good friends.
I just want to just give a point of course, the initial reaction from myself, and then I'd love to speak to you, like the scene, particularly of Franklin being invited to the table, right? Yeah. And when I was speaking earlier as like the seminal character for the Peanuts, the idea was that there was only the Black character of Franklin, at least in my time and timeline, that we had so few spaces of representation, particularly in cartooning, right? For good, bad, or indifferent, we had to claim and find ourselves in those characters, and sometimes had to imagine a circumstance that may not have happened on the strip, on the cartoon, right, in the animation, right? And I think that kind of speaks to our theme of resilience. And the character of Franklin has been resilient through a lot of tumultuous times in our real world, and to find it as a reimagined space and place now, and looking at the work here of this extended trailer, what are your thoughts when you see like this new vibrant life that we see this character have?
Incredibly exciting. It's a really beautiful piece. I had a chance to work with some good writers. I don't want to take credit for the entire thing. I worked with some really good guys. The son of Charles Schultz, Craig Schultz, was a co-producer, co-writer on this thing, as well as his grandson, Charles Schultz's grandson, Brian, one of the best writers I've ever worked with, and Neil Giuliano, who has done some incredible things in Hollywood, both with the Peanuts product and other entities. He was a co-writer on the Peanuts movie that came out 2014. And we had an amazing director, Raymond Percy. He's a good friend of mine and such a talented director. He brought everything together. Just seeing the words on the page, and then they send you a test strip, and the characters are speaking, and stuff I have written, words I've written are coming out of these characters' mouths. This is before it's animated. It's what they call rough cut. It's real sketchy, you know, and the characters are moving kind of funny, but they're speaking these words. I was moved beyond. You hear people say, "Well, you're moved to tears." I wish tears were the only thing. I was moved. I just felt that God's realness was undeniable. There's lots of moments in my life. I'm not going to preach right now. There's lots of moments in my life when I go, "Wow, like God is not some like imaginary thing." You know what I mean? It's not something in a book somewhere. Wow, you know, the birth of my children. I mean, I got 2 children, but I'm married to a beautiful person. This was different in that, you know, there's certain things professionally you can accomplish just by being dedicated, just having, you know, commitment and follow through. There's things you can do in this world professionally that you can make money and you can achieve success, all that kind of stuff. This is not like that. No amount of planning or directing of your life or living a certain way or achieving certain things can make this be the end result. This is a divine result. It's beyond human imagining. And just to put it into clearer context, when my brother was killed, that was July of 1968, Franklin was brought into Peanuts, July of 1968. My brother was killed on the 1st. Franklin came in on the 31st. When Franklin came into Peanuts, a dark cloud was lifted from my life. My family was in deep mourning. To this day, most of my family is still in some way sort of mourning a series of deaths. My brother being the first, the loss of my mom, my dad, who was never in my life, but he died when I was in my 40s, and he introduced himself and said, "I'm your father." And I was 48 years old. And I'm like, wow, it's wild. He said, "Yeah, I bet you hate my guts." And I was like, "No, I don't know. I get it. Stuff doesn't work out. I understand it." And we tried to establish a new father-son thing. It lasted a short time, and then he had a heart attack and died. So, and then my brother Mark was abused really badly by the police when he was 16. I kind of tapped on it, but I moved. I don't want my life to seem so dark that you go, "Wow, that's depressing," or whatever. I'm just pointing out the realness of God. That's all I'm saying. My family had gone through the bad things that happened. Death, tragedy. My brother got beat nearly to death as a 16-year-old by 3 grown men. They didn't just beat him naked. They didn't just beat him. They stripped his clothes off first, stripped him naked, like Christ, so that he would never forget this beating. A Jewish man had gotten robbed. They corralled him into it. He was innocent. He had nothing to do with it, and tried to kill him. He lived, but was changed. My brother was never the same after that. He converted to Islam until he died. My brother died in 2019. Converted to Islam, was a very serious Muslim with a massive Muslim family, 10 kids, wife and 10 kids. Never looked back. Eschewed the Western world entirely until he died. So when I decided that I wanted to pursue cartooning very seriously, Peanuts was a part of it. The Franklin character being introduced to the strip really gave me a sense of renewed purpose. I got it. I said, wow, Charles Shaw, whoever he is, he's put his career on the line for this new character. I found out as a grown man that he literally had to put his career on the line to get Franklin up off the ground and run. But I took a more serious interest in cartooning because of it. Just a massive contribution, both from him, Charles Schultz, and for me, who I've gone on to also make a contribution. So when I was at Syracuse, I had done a comic strip for the school paper that kind of caught on and became successful, called Hector. And Hector, got me in a daily comic strip business, basically. And when I graduated, I thought that Hector would be actually a syndicated comic strip, but it wasn't. It took about 4 years of trying and failing, and then Jumpstart was launched. And when Jumpstart got launched in 1989, I landed a contract with United Feature Syndicate in Manhattan. United Feature Syndicate is where Peanuts was syndicated. My editor, Sarah Gillespie, the woman who discovered me, this was Charles Schultz's editor too. So when I was signing my contract to do Jumpstart, I was the youngest cartoonist in the country. I was a 26-year-old black man. There were only 3 other black men in the business. One was Maury Turner. One was Stephen Bentley. One was Ray Billingsley. Ray Billingsley does Curtis to this day. Stephen Bentley does Herb and Jamal to this day. Maury Turner did We Pals until he died. He was our pioneer. He was the first black person to do a syndicated strip. We Pals took off after Dr. King's death, as did the addition of Franklin and the Peanuts. And me and Maury Turner and Charles Schultz, we all knew each other, right? So when I signed my deal, I did not know Charles Schultz. But I did know I was at United Feature Syndicate. I was at the same place where Peanuts was, and there's no mistaking it. When you walk into that building on Park Avenue, Peanuts is everywhere. Like, I mean, you walk in, I'm thinking, wow, I've done it. It's hard to get syndicated, man. Like you have to have a high tolerance for rejection. You have to really have something they want. You have to really believe in yourself to the extent that you're willing to improve on your own work and be a very harsh critic of your own work and not get too attached to it emotionally. They're going to tell you it's no good. They don't mince words. Becoming a cartoonist, a syndicated cartoonist, is like anything worthwhile. It comes with rejection and improvement. You must be willing to improve. If you want to become a singer, a dancer, an actor, I don't care what you're, an athlete, I don't care who you are, whatever it is you want to do. Hey, Stephen Curry has not just arrived somewhere. He's practicing probably right now. Like, it doesn't just end. Like, you have to understand, perfection is not the goal, but excellence is, especially for us. Like, I listen, I don't really have other goals like that. It's just excellence. I want to do better today than I did yesterday. When I was getting rejected for those 4 years. So I graduated from Syracuse in 85. I got my deal in 89. And those years made me understand I wasn't the greatest thing in the world and my work wasn't all that. Wasn't all that. But I did understand where I was missing. And I was willing to fill in those spots. And I got this deal. Okay. They said, good news. I was in Manhattan. I just signed my deal. They said, we're going to launch your strip next month. You're going to be in 40 newspapers. Jumpstart's going to be in 40. I was like, wow, that's great. But it'd be really amazing. She said, what? I said, can you introduce me to Charles Schultz, though? She said, well, I'm sorry, what? I said, I'd like to meet Charles Schultz. She goes, really? Yeah, I bet you would. Rob, a lot of people would like that. I'm not in that business. No, I'm not doing that. I said, Sarah, you have to understand, I wouldn't even be here without the influence of Peanuts. I'm telling you right now. I just would not be here without Snoopy kind of the wind beneath my wings. And it was so pathetic that she kind of said, she felt sorry for me and said, wow, okay, tell you what, why don't you send him one of your new cartoons? He likes that. I happen to know that he does like that. Here's his address. And she slid his address across the desk to this 26-year-old kid. He lives at One Snoopy Place. One Snoopy Place, Santa Rosa, California. I don't know whether he's living there. I don't know whether this is where his office is. Like, I don't know anything. I just know that he lives at a place that he created along with Snoopy and Charlie Brown and everything. I'm like, what? So I sent him one of my earliest strips. And I mentioned Snoopy in one of my early strips. I sent him that one. There's a song called Hang On Sloopy, Sloopy Hang On. I have my characters singing it, the lyrics wrong, and she's washing dishes and she's singing Hang On Snoopy, Snoopy Hang On. Her husband comes in and says, honey, that song is saying Hang On Sloopy, not Snoopy, Sloopy. She goes, no, it's not. I've been singing this song my whole life. He goes, no, you've been singing it wrong there because it's Hang On Sloopy, okay? Trust me. And he walks out of the kitchen. She takes a beat and goes, huh, that's funny. All my life I thought they were saying Hang On Snoopy. That's weird. Huh? And then she continues singing Hang On Snoopy as if he didn't say anything to her. So I sent him that cartoon. and he sent me one of his cartoons. It's big. He works huge like this, big. I work like that, He works. So I got one of his and I'm like, God, this is a Peanuts original. You can see the pencil marks where he wrote. I'm just like studying this thing, signature. And I'm just like, wow, I can't believe it. And years later, I did meet him. And this, I'd hired a broker to help me sell my originals to the public. And this man named Mark Cohen, God rest his soul. And Mark was friends with Sparky Schultz. His friends called him Sparky Schultz. So Mark said, I heard you want to meet Sparky. I was like, yeah, man. And I was in the game a little over a year at that point. And he said, yeah. I said, yeah, I want to meet him. Well, when you fly out here, I'll take you over there. They're all in Northern California, Santa Rosa area, the Sonoma County wine country. And I did, man. I had an opportunity at that time. CBS was interested in doing a little short animated segment based on my strip and some other cartoonist work. And I had a meeting at CBS. And after my meeting, I went to Santa Rosa to meet Charles Schultz. When I got to his office, he stepped out, and his office was up a little short flight of stairs. So he like 3 or 4 steps. He opened the door, put his head out, and said, "That's you. There you are." There's nothing to compare to. I mean, I guess if you're an actor and Denzel Washington kind of steps out, hey, step on in here. We'll talk to you about the business or whatever. Kind of like that, but he's one of a kind. And there's lots of big name actors: Al Pacino, Robert De Niro, Marlon Brando. I mean, there's lots of big name. Schultz stands alone. Peanut stands alone. I don't care who you are, how good you are at cartooning. You're not getting a blimp at the Super Bowl. I mean, I don't care what you do. So he's a whole set. He steps out and goes, "You, huh? Come on in." I go into his office. He worked famously Spartan, like almost nothing in his office. Just a drawing table, a desk for writing letters, bookcase he likes to read, a sofa. That's it. Nothing up on his walls. One thing was on his wall. Hang on Snoopy cartoon in a frame like this. Hang on Snoopy. The one I had sent him. And I'm looking at it like, and it's so obvious because there's nothing else. I'm just like, oh my God. And I fumbled the ball. I just clumsily, I assumed he had just kind of staged this moment for me to walk in and see it. And I said that. I should have kept my mouth shut, but I said, oh, okay, I see what you did. Cool. Like that. He was like, what are you doing right now? I said, I see what that's nice. I see what you did. It's very nice. He goes, what are you suggesting? I said, I think you knew I was coming, and there you go. And he said, no, I don't do that. He said, Jumpstart is great. Jumpstart has what Peanuts has, Rob. Jumpstart has great characters, and great characters. That's the whole thing. Charles Schultz leaning in, telling me the secret sauce. I will never forget that. I will never forget him saying, you have characters that can sustain you for the remainder of your life and your career. And no, I'm not just trying to make you feel good. I'm a big fan of yours. And he just talked to me like that. And he always did. He and I were friends for 10 years until he died. He never talked to me like I was a kid. He never talked to me like I was a black kid. You know what I mean? He never said, hey, for a black guy, you're not so bad. Like, none of that. Like, he just talked to me. He would call me sometimes and just talk about what I was working on. What are you working on? I was like, that's so weird. Like, why would he care about that? I'm working on an idea. I would explain it to him. That's funny. That's funny. I like that you try new things like that. That's all. That's good. Try new things. Don't let them stop you. They're going to try to stop you from doing that. They want you to do the same thing over and over. Don't let them. Yeah, but I got to go now. He would go. And one day he called me and said, hey, you busy? I said, Sparky, no, I'm not. No. I was right in the middle, He said, can I ask you a favor? I said, anything. He said, I want to use your name for Franklin from now on. I want his last name to be like your last, Armstrong, like you. I said, again, fumbling around. I don't know how to talk to this guy. We're friends. He treats me with nothing but respect, but I don't know how to talk to the guy. And I said, why would you do that? He said, because Charlie Brown has a last name. So does Lucy. She's Lucy Van Pelt. So does Linus. That's Lucy's brother, Linus Van Pelt. It's not right that Franklin has no last name. Don't you agree with that? I said, Sparky, honestly, he doesn't need it. People think that might be his last. I thought that might be his last name. So I don't think anybody cares, really. He says, I care. It's not right. Can I use your last name or not? I said, of course, man. Of course. He said, good. Click. And he used it in this special that he did in 1994 called You're in the Super Bowl, Charlie Brown. And sure enough, Franklin Armstrong is announced in this special, this Peanut special. It went straight to DVD. But I never told anyone. I'm going to confess something. I didn't feel worthy of it. I just didn't. I just said, I don't know what that dude is. I don't know why he treats me like this. I don't deserve. I would have been happy if he was just nice to me. Honestly, I would have had a story. I met Charles Schultz. He's so nice to me. He's such a nice guy. That's not what he was doing. He kept seeing himself in me, and I found out after knowing him for 10 years why. I reminded him of himself. We had sold our first pieces. Me when I was 17, him when he was 16, to a real newspaper. We got syndicated in our mid-20s. I was 26, he was 27. We got syndicated. We lost our moms. I was 19, he was 20. We had broke through to TV business through CBS. And we were both with United Feature Syndicate. He just constantly saw, this kid is like me. This kid is like me. So he never reminded me that I was new or that I was young or black, like none of that. And when he did when he renamed Franklin, I didn't know all this and I wasn't ready and I didn't feel that I deserved it. I didn't feel worthy, so I never told anyone. I just kept it to myself. Man, for 12 years. Just never told anyone. I was giving a speech at the Schultz Museum and I said, I was giving a speech and I told the story that, one day Sparky called me and he gave me, he asked for a favor and I gave him permission to use Franklin, my name for Franklin. So he's Franklin Armstrong. And that was 2006. 12 years had gone by. His widow walked up to me. She was a friend of mine then, a very good friend of mine today. Jeannie Schultz walked up to me and said, how come you never told me that? I said, Jeannie, I've never told anybody that. Honestly, I took it as a personal compliment, okay? And that was it. She goes, a personal Rob, that's big. That changes everything. And I don't know whether Jeannie got on the phone with people. She's a dynamite person. I don't know whether she got on the phone, whatever, but things changed after that. And I was invited to be on NPR, things like that. And so it took on a life. And years and years went by from that. And I was talking to a friend of mine about, I had gotten invited to be on a special documentary on Apple TV Plus called Who Are You, Charlie Brown? I was telling my friend, it's so cool, like, the Schultz family embraces me and I'm going to be in this special called Who Are You, Charlie Brown? It's a Ron Howard production, Imagine Entertainment, so I'm like really excited. My buddy was like, how come you're not doing something with that character? My buddy Johnny, who's not in the business, he just was like, how come you're not doing anything with that character? I said, what character? What do you mean? He goes, Franklin. I got my own thing going, man. Come on, I ain't trying to do all that. I'm very busy with my own thing. I had interest from CBS by then also, which turned into a sitcom, and so it was overwhelming to have my friend go, you should get more work going for yourself. I was like, look, man, I'm good, and plus, it's not a good look for me to call Jeannie Schultz and ask her to do anything. She calls me sometimes, and that's more than enough. So my friend wouldn't let up on it. He kept, you should call. I mean, this guy's named after you. It's not right. You should be doing more things with it. And after we did the documentary, I was invited by Jeannie Schultz to sit on the board of directors at the Schultz Museum. And because these things were happening, one after the other, I said, maybe this guy's right, And I approached Jeannie, and she said, oh, my son Craig, her oldest son Craig, he's been wanting to do something like this. I was like, really? Because yeah. So yeah, man, I reached out to her. She reached out to, turns out her son and her grandson were all concerned about Franklin. It was interesting about it is when Franklin came into the comic strip in 1968, the world was in turmoil, racially and stuff. And in 2020, when these conversations are happening, the world again is in 1960-ish turmoil. Like Franklin to the rescue again. You know, that's kind of how I saw it. I said, I think Franklin needs to come to the rescue of this world, like this country. Franklin's a global character, by the way. I talk about the whole world because he's not like as successful as Jumpstart may or may not be. And I don't know if it's like that. You know what I mean? So I just said Franklin could have a real impact on this world. I was talking, it could have a real impact. Let me talk to Craig, and like I ended up on the phone with Craig and Brian, his son and grandson, and we began to commiserate, you know, and it was fast. It didn't happen fast. It takes about 3 years to get an animated project, you know, fully formed. But our connection with the character was fast. I had gone through all these things, and they all relate very well to writing about Franklin, who comes into an existing cast of characters and has to find out who they are, who he is. He has to try to fit in the best way he knows how, and he fumbles the ball. In the special, Franklin wants to win this race. You know, the soapbox derby race is coming to town, and you know, he's one of these kids. He has a plan. You know, my son is like that. Everything, I got a plan, Dad. That's what I'm going to do. You know, so he has this plan on how he's going to win friends, and he's really influenced by his grandfather. He's a military kid. His parents move around a lot, so he's never had real friendships. His closest friendships with his grandfather. His grandfather told him all these different little gems. One of them was, everybody likes a winner. So he thinks, I gotta win. I'm gonna win this race, this soapbox derby race. Then the kids are gonna love me, you know. And he meets the kids one at a time. It gave us a chance, my writing team, a chance to explore the quirkiness and how funny it is if a person were to just meet Lucy with her psychiatric booth and her unwanted advice. If a person just meets Pigpen, like, this is a really dirty boy. He's really dirty. Like, everybody's kind of dirty, but Pigpen is real dirty. How does a kid feel meeting Linus? Who's the great pumpkin? Like, what? And he fumbles. Every time he meets one of these kids, he makes a misstep. He keeps going back to his little journal with his grandfather, but it's not working. When the soapbox derby comes to town, all the kids team up with a partner. You know, partner, this, that. And he's left alone. So is Charlie Brown. What we tapped into was how similar these two outliers are. That Charlie Brown, even though he's there already, he's considered a loser and all that. All the stuff with football and flying up in the air and get a kite stuck in a tree and can't win a baseball game, rains on him. And so the kids treat him with disrespect, you know. Franklin doesn't know any of that. You know, he comes in and he can't get a part. And Charlie Brown can't get a part. They've met earlier in the, we went to the comic strip and pulled the moment that they meet from the comic strip. You know, beach ball flies his way. This is yours. And so he kind of knows Charlie Brown from that moment. But they're not friends. They don't know anything about each other. He just goes, that's the boy we have the beach ball, and I'll team up with him. I kind of know his name in there. He's Charlie Brown, I think. So yeah, they get together and they start to realize, and someone mentioned like the music in this. I wanted to, you know, when you watch any Peanuts, anything, you're going to hear this famous, brilliant jazz musician's work. His name was Vince Guaraldi. Ding, 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 ding. That's Vince Guaraldi. It's so intrinsically immersed in the comic strip of Peanuts, the animated version of Peanuts, that when you hear that music, I don't care what you're doing, at the mall, I don't care whether you're in church, if that music's playing on the car going by, you go, Peanuts. Singular, unique. You don't have that connection on animated projects and the music. There might be an argument made with some Disney, big Disney movies, The Lion King and that kind of thing. But nothing like the Vince Guaraldi thing because it's not childlike. The music isn't written for the sake of the stories that they're being told. Vince Guaraldi is just a jazz musician doing his jazz thing, and they've assigned it the Peanuts. And at the time, it was like, why is this jazz music in this cartoon? But it became, right? I thought, I'm going to get John Coltrane in here. And I'm going to get a Vince Guaraldi. Coltrane got this number called One Up, One Down. I don't know if you've ever heard. But it's very reminiscent of that Vince Guaraldi piece. I said, we're going to play. Every time you see Franklin, I want to play One Up, One Down. And maybe I can establish for Franklin a Vince Guaraldi mnemonic connection that's tight. Like that. You can't do it. You can't do it. It's a dumb idea. And I suggested to my team, we're going to play John Coltrane, and they're like, it's not going to happen. You can't do it today. It was a perfect storm back then. You can't recreate that. No amount of showing this special over and over is going to create a connection between one jazz musician and this piece. It's not possible. So I said, man, they said, why don't you come back with some ideas, some music that you just like, just come up with some music you like. So, man, I came back to the team with this list, like, here's what's in my house right now. And instead of locking in on an artist, I just said, maybe what we'll do is we'll have an era represented. Kind of a jazzy era, but not just jazz. Billy Preston. Nothing from Nothing Leaves Nothing. You know what I mean? We'll have a Stevie Wonder. We got to pick something you don't hear all the time. We got to pick a song you don't even know. You hear, oh, I think that's Stevie Wonder. I don't want anything from your childhood. I want it to be Franklin's thing. Get some James Brown. We had trouble getting James Brown, by the way. You can't get everybody. But Apple TV Plus is bad, man. They got everybody, man. Everybody. Just said, look, here's my list. It gets whittled down because you can't have in a 40-minute special. You can't have 1,000 songs. We just chopped away at it, and but the most important thing we had to do, we had to get Franklin at that table. We had to get him his rightful place, his rightful seat at the table.
Right. Well, we definitely, yes, sir. We absolutely. I think from not only this clip, but from the early previews, and I think just the resonance by which we've been able to see not only the work before us, but understanding your passion and your story and your absolute component to the legacy of Peanuts is already evident. And I'm excited to really see this myself personally and professionally, but seeing that your point that there is that seat at the table. I think it's such a full circle moment from when for many of us got introduced to him initially. For again the chair to be pulled out and that story to live on. Yeah. So though we're out of time, I want to make sure that we have one moment just for a final note, as it were, for yourself to let us know how can we follow you and continue to support you as we all look to enjoy this new series here with Apple Plus.
I'm on Facebook, Rob Armstrong, 2 B's, and I'm on Instagram. I'm Rob T. Armstrong. Rob with 2 B's, T. Armstrong on Instagram. I used to be on Twitter back when it was Twitter, but when they told me to sign up for something called X, I was like, that's all right. I'm good. You can email me directly. I'm Rob at robarmstrong.com. Rob with 2 B's, always has 2 B's. Rob at robarmstrong.com. Email me directly. I would love that. I prefer that to all that other stuff. Just holler at me directly. I'm not like that. Like, I'm not trying to. I went through separation from my own people back when I was 12. I'm not interested in that today. So yeah, man, I love it. I want everybody to go check it out. I'm so happy to be invited to share all that. This is very unusual. I don't have a chance to do anything other than talk in little sound bites right now. I've been on 48 different news outlets in the last couple of days, over 50 actually. Over last year, the Today Show's coming out this week, I think. Those allow me to just go, beep, 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 beep. Thank you. And so, wow, to tell you who I am like that, Like I'm gonna, if I can preserve this interview somehow. This isn't even an interview, guys. This is not what this is. This is a little memoir, and I'm so happy. I'm so grateful for it. Thank you.
Thank you, for yourself and your work and your example. And I think just to that point where we want to make sure for our efforts here with SUBSUME and for Black Futures Month that we think that the work you're presenting here now is part of our Black history of the future. And while we're absolutely, again, privileged to be able to have you be yourself, and again, we're going to all have an opportunity to enjoy the work of this also Jumpstart and your other efforts, but at the same time, we always want the human experience. And we, again, thank you so very much for sharing so much of yourself and giving us this opportunity, and invite the conversation and the notes to continue onward. And so again, thank you so very much. It's been a pleasure.
Oh, it's been really, really an honor for me. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so very much. Again, we have Rob Armstrong here with us, co-writer of Snoopy Presents Welcome Home Franklin, also of Jumpstart and many other works, and with 30 plus years into the cartooning industry in the space of expertise. And so thank you again.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And we thank you for being a part of our efforts here with Black Futures Month 2024, where again, we're looking at the rooted in resilience. And I think that the story of Mr. Armstrong and Franklin Armstrong both were absolute testaments to that narrative force here for our 2024 Black Futures Month. Again, we want to thank Apple Plus for being a presenting partner, not only for this program, but for empowering us to have our stories to be told, be represented, and be shared in a brilliant tomorrow together. So I'm sure we'll be able to close out the series today with one more review of the extended clip that we've been privileged to showcase so far. So please stay tuned and stay included for more as we continue onward with Black Futures 2024 here at SUBSUME. Thank you. Thank you all so very much. And we appreciate you continuing on with the excellence here, particularly the Black excellence that we are celebrating here for Black Futures Month 2024. Again, I want to thank you all so very much. I want to go back and just make sure that we all have a chance to enjoy not only the efforts and the intentionality by which our keynote speaker here, Mr. Armstrong, was able to show and give so much of himself. And again, I'd love to just make sure that anyone that was just joining us did have an opportunity to take a look at that clip. So let us take one more time, and again, in privilege and appreciation to Apple TV Plus for allowing us to be able to show the extended clip of Snoopy Presents Welcome Home Franklin. So we'll take to that and then come back for a conclusion at the state of SUBSUME here with us at Black Futures Month 2024. Thank you so much. Be right back.
Hi, I'm Frank. Franklin. I've lived in a lot of different places. My family is always on the move. This was it. Our new town. Do you want to have... Excuse me. Making new friends can be hard. I'm Franklin Armstrong.
My name is Charlie Brown. The big soapbox derby race is coming to town. The winning team gets a trophy and free pizza for the whole year.
What do you think, Charlie Brown? Partners?
Partners. Hey, Franklin, what kind of music do you like?
The godfather of soul, James Brown. You're not related, are you?
I don't believe so.
My grandpa always says you gotta want it to get it. Let's see what we can really do. Friendships are not perfect, but we can get through the rough spots together.
A best friend is someone that you can totally trust. That always has your back.
Hey, Franklin, we saved you a seat over here. You know you found your home when you're surrounded by good friends. Hi.
Thank you all so very much. I appreciate it. Again, just quite appropriate to end the segments of our creative, technical, and cultural guests that have been blessing us with their time, the talents, and they've looked into the Black Fantastic here for Black Futures Month 2025. Again, that last segment sponsored by Apple TV Plus. Likewise, and our presenting partners with Dell and NVIDIA for our conversation with Dr. Racino Morris, looking at HBCUs and Black innovation. You know, we're just, we live in fantastic times. And I do want to take one moment, however, during this live programming and presentation, I do want to take a moment to unfortunately cite the loss of someone that I had only met once, but at the same time who resonates in speaking about the space of Black futurism, and particularly the space of being rooted in resilience and making a space in place for so many people to be included. We are getting information here that, and I'm going to make sure that I get everyone's information correct. Herbert Wigway, I had a chance to meet this gentleman, be invited to his home, also the graciousness of his wife. I want to make sure that I get her information here as well, so bear with me and I appreciate it. The idea of Chizoba Wigway, I actually had a moment just in passing with their son. Looks like that, unfortunately, that they have been lost to us in a tragic helicopter accident here in the United States. And Mr. Wigway, not only being the group chief executive officer of Access Holdings, and actually co-founder of one of the largest banks, if not the largest bank in Nigeria, opened his home and his family's grace to us during our travels to Lagos here in November, when we in SUBSUME and the U.S. State Department came to work in partnership with Dr. Inya, who was one of our guests. Also in collaboration with Mr. Obi Asika, who also was part of our programming. Just thinking here, just very intentionally how honored and appreciative I was of that space, but that they were in the midst of building Wigway University and had been in talks with them in regards to how I could be a value add and ideally some space of support and actually building the future leadership, not only of Nigeria, but of the world. And just knowing that such a great man and such a great family was lost in this tragedy, you do want to take just one moment of appreciation and consideration of them and to their families, to the many stakeholders and people who are impacted and obviously will resonate on this in its time. Our sincerest condolences from folks here at SUBSUME Studios and our collective and creative families. So it's a somber reminder that even amongst the greats of us in our time, that we do not know of our time and how much time we have left. So we want to be intentional with the time that we do have to work together, collaborate and appreciate each other, and make a way in space that our dreams can thrive. And I feel like it is most intentional for us with this Black Futures Month 2024 to not only make a dedication to the Wigway family, as well as Mr. Ogunbanjo, who and others that were lost in this particular loss, but also to honor them with good deeds and good works, across the diaspora of talent that stretches beyond not only borders, but beyond the current imaginations of all of us that thrive and connect to it in the most human sense of all. And I would just say that, we will continue onward, with where the state of SUBSUME is here for 2024. Again, this is year 5. And for those that know me as a Southern meanderer, know that the only thing I'm not good at talking about or meandering about is myself. However, I would be remiss to not appreciate all the people who made a space and place and platform in a way and in transparency difficult times for SUBSUME to still found a way to be rooted in resilience. And if 2023, for so many of us, have taught us that when things are tough, there can be times where things are tougher, and that in those toughest of times, that the thing in the solution space is each other. It is to out-humanize the pain and the issues and the concerns of our lives and find a way to come closer instead of being separated, and looking at where our similarities and intersections lie versus the differences that rarely, if ever, are so defined that we should not see each other for the valuable people that we are. We are each individually and in some. And so, SUBSUME Studios, SUBSUME Media, what do those mean? What are you doing with your life, Digital Steve? I've been very, very blessed to now be able to have a space that we can work from, not just as a creative studio, not just as a technology concern, consultancy, or educational space, but really as a space that we want to be intentional in building the future in real time. And so for us, as of last year and going into Juneteenth 2024 for a public open, we're working on really the world's first Afrofuture studio. And we want to build the future of our dreams in collaboration with partners, in spaces with students, the young at heart, and make a space where we all can find a solution space to be included. So being able to have that as a step is grand. And likewise, as some of the conversations and people who've had a chance to join us from Lagos and throughout the African continent has been over not only for this particular Black Futures Month, but for last year with Creative Juneteenth and things forward. Of course, there's the African side of Afrofuturism, and myself as I like to be considered as a practicing Afrofuturist, but also African American and Afro Caribbean, is that it's important to understand, the source, the origin, where all these things and all these ideas and all this culture comes from, and to making that connection in the most intimate of senses is something that's been a journey for me. It's been part of my creative, technical, and social life. And so being able to take a very specific step to work with folks like the U.S. State Department and work with collaborators there throughout not only Lagos, but throughout Africa, as in part of building a community of practice, but also, again, a community of purpose to work for what SUBSUME really means, which is to include everyone just as they are. And so being able to work towards that, and again, being able to meet people like Mr. Wigway and his family, to connect with just so many amazing people in a very short amount of time, and was really transformative. And so there's so many other creative things that we also could be talking about. There's several books that I've written and created and made that no one's seen just yet. And there's a space for that. But what we'll end up doing is, I think for our state of SUBSUME, that I want to be a little bit more one-on-one with people. Also look at how we can be a value add in making sure that when we announce these works, that we're able to bring as many people along with us. That's always been the purpose of SUBSUME, was not to be the one, the only, but to be the many, and to be the many that are included. And so what we'll do here now is we'll look at a way and a space for us to all stay included, really for the rest of the Black History Month, Black Futures Month as well. So we've been working on a project in partnership with Harlem Film House, another partner for us in the spatial, being able to work with VR and XR to bring immersive experiences has been a component of SUBSUME from day one. And so the thing of accessibility has also been a part that's ingrained in the DNA of what SUBSUME is. We want everyone to be able to experience our stories and spaces as that. So what we'll do is we want to transition to a very small but succinct video that will also give us some opportunity to drop a link for those who want to take a look at the spatial space that we've created, which we typically do about this time, is we have a SUBSUME speakeasy. And the idea is that we make a space for people in the digital sense to connect and collaborate, for those that may not be able to enjoy the live stream as live, or be able to experience the fantastic activations, such as what we did with Apple TV Plus and Super Presents Welcome Home Franklin, or be able to touch the computers that we're now working with Dell, thanks to our partnership with Dell Technologies and NVIDIA. We want to make a way again where everyone can stay included. So I want to show this very short clip, and then we'll come right back and show you how you can be a part of SUBSUME Speakeasy for 2024 Black Futures Month. And thank y'all. I appreciate it. So what we'll do, we'll drop the link here in the chat. So if you want to take a look from any PC, also from the space of you can use PC or mobile and be able to continue to celebrate Black Futures Month by being a part of the innovative future in real time. So the idea again is accessibility and appreciation, not only for our historic past, but also the works of the present, to build a brilliant future that we all can be a part of together. And we're thankful for these partnerships that make this opportunity available and accessible to all. Again, in partnership with Harlem Film House, we also are being able to be powered by Dell Technologies, NVIDIA, as well as Apple TV Plus to make these things again a space for you. So those links are in the chat, but at the same time will be resubmitted to anyone that was a ticketed partner for both our Black Futures Month Creator Open House yesterday, as well as for the live stream here today. So I'm very excited for everyone to be able to get a chance and an opportunity to be a part of our Shared Tomorrows. That's extremely important for us here at SUBSUME. And so with that, we do want to also give some spaces and considerations of things. Of course, there's a way, but I think to be in the space of time, first and foremost, we would absolutely want to thank everyone who was a part of our programming for today for Black Futures Month. I mean, we literally traversed the world in the spaces of talent and impact and influence that we see that Black technology, Black creativity, and Black communities are an essential part of the human narrative. And, that we are able to work and do so much together, but there is good work to be done, but great opportunities ahead. And so we want to thank them as some, and then as appreciation, to be specific, for the presenting partners of Dell Technologies and NVIDIA for allowing us to speak with Dr. Messina Morris, Dr. Mom from Morehouse University and All Spaces in Front, and likewise from Apple TV Plus for allowing us the privilege to connect and present Rob Armstrong, the co-writer as well as legacy cartoonist that was part of our presentation of Snoopy Presents Welcome Home Franklin. And from there, there's some other special partners I'll try to give a quick handful to. And with that, just look to close out here for a bit. So we want to give a very special shout out to Liger Partners, They are a strong backbone to the way and the works that we do at SUBSUME, and being able to be an agency of change, of being able to employ our culture, our technological acumen, but also our storytelling to make sure that others, not only in our local communities, but in our corporate spaces, are able to see and hear us as we'd like to be. And so I want to give a particular shout out to Team Liger here in Atlanta for that. Also, we want to give a special shout out to our consortium partners at Trap University, we're working to, not only between our HBCUs here at the AUC, but looking as a team of nonprofits that are looking to make sure that the digital divide is closed within our lifetimes, and that we're able to, one student at a time, impart wisdom, education, resources, and opportunities for the workforce of tomorrow. So shout out to y'all. I also want to thank our partners at 165. I want to make sure I'm giving the right points here, because it's at the end of the day. So I want to just thank our agency partnerships that support us, in addition to the Apple TV Plus activation, as well as being able to build with us from there. There's the folks behind the scenes that is Team SUBSUME that make a lot of this stuff work and press a lot of buttons on my behest. So I want to give a shout out to, Tanya Woods, because there is nothing that really gets done in SUBSUME until it passes the mustard of Miss Tanya Woods. So I want to thank her, and also Kimiko, Asia, Waffles, who's on our live stream. Want to thank Drew. I want to thank Shane. There's a ton of other people I should be thanking. So as I really stop my southern meandering to say that the folks who take the calls in the dead of night from me that, hey, I've got an idea, and allow us to create the things that we create, not only at scale, but at impact. I do want to thank everyone. Blanca, India, I'm going to make sure I got you all in there too. And really this amazing resource of creators at SUBSUME. I want to be intentional with their time as we have a more formal state of SUBSUME and show the works that we'll have coming forth. But with that, I just want to close and just thank everybody, and just say that with the time that you have, we hope that you stay creating and that you stay included in the spaces and places that you want to be. So with a tip of the hat, I will conclude my southern meandering on this, our 5th annual Black Futures Month 2025, where again the space is to stay rooted in resilience. The resiliency of our Black legacies, of Black history and Black culture is the narrative that's going to drive the innovation of tomorrow. So being present in these spaces, the places that we want to be, the places that don't allow us to access, that's when the roots need to be the strongest, and be resilient to the change that is to come, and make sure that the fruits of our labor are enjoyed equally and equitably among all of us. And that, again, we're nourished in the sun of a tomorrow that we all can be present and be a part of. We want to just thank you all so very much. You can find out more about myself and our works at subsumestudios.com. We'll be pushing out the additional information for the speakeasy, which, thanks to our partners, will be available all month long. So if you are watching this on a later pre-record or something in that sense, make sure that you're able to check out the SUBSUME Speakeasy, again, brought in partnership with Harlem Film House and our presenting partners. And with that, I will say a good evening to you, and y'all, I will see y'all in the future. Thank you so very much. Take care, and we'll talk to you then.